This work. Okay. Oh, this will be new. Did it work? Am I live? So weird. I haven't streamed on YouTube in so long. How do you even look at the chat? Okay, I'm gonna. This is gonna be something for me. Yeah, this is gonna be weird. Is this live? I wonder. Okay, I guess I got. Oh, wow, there's people in here. Okay, sorry guys. I'm trying to figure out how this works. What's up, everybody? How does any of this work, bro? How do I do the chat? How do I make my life? How do I get my life in order? This is so weird. Huh. What's up, guys? Dude, this is like the first time I've streamed on YouTube in like fucking forever. I have no idea what anything is. This is so bizarre because I'm trying to like get the interface working for this. I have no idea. I have no idea how to look at anything. I don't know how to look at like super chats. I don't know how to look at anything. I have to mess with my OBS, I think. That's what I have to do. All right, we got that out. What does this do? Create a poll and custom emoji. Interesting. Okay. How's it going, Fat Online? Not too bad, brother. I wanted to do like this thing about Destiny, so I was like, oh, I guess I don't think I can do this on Twitch. Why on YouTube? Because I don't think you're allowed to stream Destiny on Twitch, and it's late night. So I'm like, fuck it. I'll try something a little different. YouTube probably pays better. I don't know about that. I think you get better outreach. I don't know if that equals like pays better though. Is this the chat? Oh, okay. So I have like a chat here. This is interesting. It just shows me the chat. I can't even like type in the chat, so I don't really care about this. Wish there was a thing. What does this mean? Okay. Okay. I can't stream Destiny on Twitch. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, guys? Have you watched the Mr. Girl Brittany Simon? Yeah, I posted a review on it. Two people just got 3-day bans. Wow, that's crazy. That's fucked up. Dude, it's a fucking moth in my room, bro. It's like moth season, but bad. All right, I'm trying to figure out how the fuck do I look at super chats? Like I didn't get any, but like if I do, like how am I supposed to? I guess I'll just have to tell myself to go fuck myself. Do I watch a lot of Jesselneck? No, I don't watch any Jessel. Daniel S went crazy. That's something else, brother. I don't know what to tell you. That is a thing that happens, I guess. It's crazy. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, it's so weird not streaming on Twitch. You asking if I watch Destiny, watch Mr. Girl? No, that sounds a little redundant. Yeah, I could see regular chess, no problem. I unred pilled you? Oh shit. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube. I'm just trying it out. Really mostly because of this. Has Ben Shapiro's bussy ever entered? No, they have never come back again after the whole situation that happened, I guess. Yeah. You with a moth on your nose? That's fucked up. You want to play a popular hit video game Among Us? I mean, I understand your desire to play Among Us, but like I don't have the desire. I haven't had the desire to play Among Us while I was playing Among Us. You know what I mean? I didn't even want to play it as it was on. Do I think that Trisha Paytas defending Amber is part of her character or true? Yeah, I think it's her true feeling. I think Trisha is like, what's she gonna do? Get canceled at the end? Like nobody, like she's like bulletproof at this point. So she probably just didn't care. And she's like, this is how I feel. I don't care, you know. Papaga, do you think that overturning Roe v. Wade will cause real change? I mean, first of all, I don't think it's overturned yet. I think that I can't. It's funny because I was like going to maybe talk about it for a second. I don't think it's overturned. I think it's I think that there was like an opinion poll that went out to amongst the Supreme Court justices to see if it was going to get overturned, and it seemed like it could. I don't know. Maybe it's a tester to see what the public opinion is going to be. You know, I don't know. It's obviously a bad thing. I mean, there's not really much else to say. It's a bad thing. I was going to read this, but I don't really give a thought, to be honest with you. Did I hear that Christian died in prison? Probably didn't happen. So, you know, who'd win, Super Saiyan SSJ4 Goku or the new 52 Superman? Probably it's Goku. Hey Pop, I feel that in the iNumber video, it's $5 from Uncle Bub. What's going on, brother? Hey Pop, I feel that the iNumber video on Amber Lynn did an awful job showing how awful her behavior is. Anyway, thanks for the green content. I appreciate that. Does it mess with my Twitch partnership? I might. I don't really fucking care anymore. If I can't stream Destiny on fucking Twitch, what am I supposed to do? I have to do something. I have to do something. I mean, it's the content that I watch every once in a while to do reviews on, and I'm curious about this one because like Buck Angel's in it, which is the biggest. It's kind of the biggest reason why I want to watch it. You know, that's pretty much it. Nothing super hot. Outside of that. So like, if that's a problem with Twitch, I mean, what am I supposed to do? I don't fucking care. I mean, eat my balls, I guess. Twitch, you know, you know what I mean. That's all I can really say. There's really nothing else to say, I guess. How does this work? Like, can I finally see? Oh, there we go. I can finally see the viewer activity and shit. That's cool. Okay, I finally figured out how to. Fucking look at the thing here. Hey Pop, I'm having a rough night, so I'm looking forward to late night stream. Thanks for the content. Hey, thanks, I appreciate it, brother. Hopefully you feel better soon. You know, hopefully you'll feel a little better soon. I guess let's just get into it. It'll take a second though, because I'm actually going to do something that I usually do on my thing. Hopefully this is fun. Oh, that's not what I want to stream. What the fuck? Get that up there for a second. Actually, here. Feel the. This is fucking crazy. I'm gonna fart in my own mouth here. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. $10 from, what is that, Elijah Diaz? So Pop, I've never watched a stream, but having been watching your YouTube since you made edgy TikToks. Oh, that's been forever, I guess. Thank you for helping me learn about SA culture and how to make women comfortable around me. That's cool, man. I appreciate that a lot. It really means a lot to me. That's a big one for me. That's a big one for me. No, I haven't seen Daniel Larson's Search. I probably don't really care that much. Bro, this is what we're gonna do though. Can I whip a nay-nay? Not right now. Maybe in the future. Fucking mouth is gonna make me diarrhea in my pants. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's gonna make me shit all over myself. Let me get this window open. Why about my YouTube? So I can watch Destiny. You know, very epic based streamer, Pogger champion Destiny. This is the first time you've been able to turn to stream. You're from Australia. Very cool, man. I like that. That's fucking cool. I like that, brother. Why the fuck? Is this not on or something? What the fuck isn't my? Why isn't this working? All right. Hold fucking F. Why did you suck my dick? How about you connect, you piece of shit? There we go. Alright, finally. Thank you for the $1, brother. Dude, what's going on here with this shit? Alright, bro, I understand. I know that all the packs are available. I bought them all. Don't tell me about them all. This game is cool. Don't really understand why the intro needs to play every single time. All right. It's supposed to be on borderless window mode, and yet here we are. Alright, sure. You know what? Let's just do it like that. I don't have a problem anymore. Wow, $5 from Joseph Stalin. Incredible. This is my this is my format request for you to make a video going over one of Wendigo's iceberg videos. I love when you go over icebergs. My favorite. All right. Well, why don't you just send it to me on like Instagram or Twitch or something, or take. Oh my God, Instagram or Twitter is probably your best bet. All right. What? How is it disconnected, bro? What are you talking about? Put it down for a second. Jesus Christ. All right. Let me just see the audio levels really quick.
Your daughter going into the bathroom with Buck.
All right, I'm fine with that. There you go. That's a good audio, good pee, good poo, good all that. All right, guys. So we're streaming on the old YouTube.com. Oh, hold on. $5 from Ultra. Wow, you guys are talking a lot. Why do you guys like me so much? This is better than Twitch. Holy moly, maybe I should just switch. Oh, hey Papa, have you seen Keem? Have you asked Keem to talk about Glenn Cameron on Drama Alert? I think it'd be a great way to bring action to light. Love yourself. I don't think he ever would, but I did talk to him about it. So I mean, we'll see what happens there. Maybe we've planted the seed. All right, let me. All right. Let me get into this Destiny conversation. I saw that Buck Angel's in it, so I really wanted to talk about it. But this is from Destiny. I'm streaming on YouTube, so I can like stream it. That's what I want, because he's banned on Twitch, and I don't want to risk it. So anyway, it's called Trans Panelist Confronts Mr. Girl on his own panel, featuring Buck Angel. And of course, we're going to support trans rights by playing Lego Star Wars. Okay, and for some reason that is Legos are transgender, because you could put a girl's head on a boy's body. Is that transphobic? I don't know. We'll find out.
Do you want your daughter going into the bathroom with Buck?
Maybe
with Buck? Who are the group of people saying like, "Hey, trans people are real. We should alleviate their problems as much as possible"?
I want to go to the bathroom with Buck Angel. That's what I want to do.
That might even mean some responsible exploration in high school with puberty blocks or something, maybe. But we should be careful. We need to make sure that we're having challenging conversations with these children. We're not just force-feeding kids drugs to make them right. Nobody has that opinion. On the left, you've got people saying you should be able to identify as deer, as activists online or on college campuses. And on the right, you've got people saying like,
how serious is that though? Like, how many people are actually people are unironically saying you should be able to identify as deer though? Like, I know that there are some crazies, but like, I feel like that's just not the general consensus from online, people. But I guess some people are doing that. I guess Ryan Beard did kind of do that. He did say like, what does it matter? Okay, maybe.
I don't think trans people are real at all. So like, when those are the only two positions that exist, and when society tends to culturally shift left over time, it's not surprising that it's going to move more and more and more extremely far to the left. Like, you can't go from screeching for decades, "I think trans people are fake, it's bullshit," to being like, okay, maybe trans people are real, but can they please not be real until they're 18? Like, motherfucker, you lost that fight already because you never wanted to hold that position. What do you mean?
But like, how could you say that? Like, how could you say that when like me and Buck are sitting right in front of you telling you that's not the case? And, like,
did they play the old what's happening here? Did I lose? Are they playing the old "I'm trans, so I know better" kind of thing? Is that what they're saying?
I'm Buck Angel. I'm a transsexual man. I transitioned from being born female to living as a man 30 years ago, and now I'm so old they call me Trampaw. So there you go.
Who says that?
I didn't know if I was screwing up when I was addressing you by the wrong pronouns before the show, because I actually am so confused I didn't know which way to go.
That's actually a compliment. Thank you.
Destiny, how about you, sir?
Hey, my name is Destiny. I do, I guess, far left-leaning content, political content on YouTube, not on Twitch anymore. And yeah, that's what I do.
Nick?
I'm Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. I have transitioned from man to man. And
wow, you can't even tell.
I know. It was a failed transition. One of the botched stories that you hear about. So it's looking grim for me.
And Mr. Girl, please tell us a little bit about yourself for new viewers.
My name's Mr. Girl. I know the name makes it sound like maybe I'm trans or non-binary. I'm kind of a gender abolitionist, I guess. I believe in biological sex, and I don't believe in gender that much. But I like.
He's a gender abolitionist in the sense that he doesn't think that it should. Okay, I mean, I guess you'd call. I don't know if I'd call that gender abolition, but based, right?
I don't want to be put in a box, so I call myself Mr. Girl, and that's my gamer tag. That's it.
Very good. I'm going to be trying to give everybody a chance to talk and interrupting now and then, just so we can get an answer on things. Nobody it gets confusing. We're all very passionate about this stuff, but I want to make sure the audience gets their answer that they crave, because everyone hates evasive debates. But Mr. Girl has given me a list of questions here to get the conversation started. I've randomized the order we're going to go in. Trampa, Buck Angel, I'm going to start with you. Gender is a hotly debated topic between political groups, but rarely debated within political groups. Both conservatives and progressives are reluctant to acknowledge that their positions are even up for debate. Is your position up for debate? What is your working definition of man, woman, sex, gender, and transgender? Go.
Wow. That's a really loaded question. That's right out the gate. That's always a very interesting question. Like, what's my definition of like a man and a woman? You know, I guess for me, I mean, obviously things are changing because I think that trans women and trans men are valid. What a hot take. What a brave soul I am. So I guess to me, anybody that's like that is a man is making a reasonable attempt to express themselves as a man in society, and same thing with like a woman. For the most part, if I see like a person who is, because you know there's gender identity expression, pronouns, and then there's sex. So if somebody's like the male sex and they're expressing themselves as a male, but they say that they're a woman, I'd probably still call them a woman to be respectful, but like if they're not actually making like a serious change, you know, I understand like lack of people that aren't super passable, but if they're not making like a serious attempt, like, you know what I mean? Like, what do I, you know, I don't know, not a lot to go on there. What do they ask? Like trans as well? Like, if like transgender, I mean, I guess somebody who has gender, well, not necessarily gender dysphoria. I guess somebody who's, you know, gender doesn't align with their sex. I guess if you're non-binary, you can be trans. It depends on the person. You can be non-binary and have gender dysphoria. I don't think people necessarily understand that. But yeah, I guess those are my working definitions. Hopefully, I got everything you asked.
Go ahead.
Okay, so my positions are not necessarily up for debate. So I believe in biology. So I'm kind of going to be this trans person who's
here for a debate.
Possibly going to be more leaning towards probably most of what all of you guys talk about. So I believe in biology. I believe that biology is real. I am a biological female, even though I don't look that way. Right. I believe gender is on some level could be socially constructed, though I do think it does pertain to the sex. What were the other ones? Am I gender, sex?
Wouldn't you have to believe it? It's socially constructed to a reasonable extent. You're trans, no? Like I don't. Okay.
Definition of man, woman, sex,
right.
gender.
Great question. Definition of a man or a woman is it pertains to biology. So an adult human male, an adult human female, those things I'm very strict on. I am not a man. I am a transsexual man. So I am different than all of the guys sitting here. And I acknowledge that. So my it's not up for debate with me in any way, shape, or form. I 100%. The only reason I'm a transsexual person is because of biology. If biology wasn't on the table, I wouldn't be having the conversation of why did I need a sex change. So no, I'm very now. The reason why I think a lot of other people don't debate it now is because the very thing that's hard to debate. You get totally called a bigot or a transphobe or a TERF, or you just get all these names thrown at you. And being a transsexual person, I can be in the debate a little harder than most people. But if any of you start having that conversation, you're immediately name called. So I think it's hard in the political space to be sort of middle ground or to have a nuanced idea of this because you get totally thrown under the bus. So I'm pretty hard straight on facts. I live in a factual life in reality. And why I'm here is to talk about that and that it is important that biology stays in the transsexual space.
Well, I feel like people that don't use the word transsexual still like acknowledge that biology exists. I mean, the whole conversations about how, you know, you look at like trans women in sports, and we kind of acknowledge that they have a biological advantage. You know, so you can acknowledge that the biology matters, while also be, I guess, trans affirming. But okay. Without using,
Destiny, I'm going to go for you to respond to that because I think I already know Nick's positions. Do you have any disagreements with that?
I don't think so. I think any of our disagreements are going to like get really into the weeds. Like, I think that it's important to recognize that there is like a biological reality. I think it's kind of silly that on one end, like I understand where the desire comes from to say things like trans women are women or trans men are men, because like socially, in some instance, we wanted to be treated that way. But obviously, if trans women were women, then they wouldn't need hormones or surgery. So obviously, there's something else going on that we have to account for.
Interesting.
But yeah, I imagine we'll probably get more into the weeds on this. I will say one thing.
Is this like a shifted take from Destiny that he thinks that like? I mean, like. It's interesting because I remember last year when I talked to him, I literally said the term. I said like, "Oh, I think that trans women are women and trans men are men, but they're different. I think that they're like different." And he was like, that's really problematic that you said that. And now I wouldn't have expected him to take this like bizarre stance that trans women aren't necessarily women. Very, very based of destiny. Okay.
I think it's a little bit silly sometimes when it's usually conservatives will push you and they'll say something like, what is a woman? Can you give a definition? That's a really hard thing to define. Anytime we talk about any like highly multi-traded, multifaceted thing, it's very hard to give a strict definition. Like we were talking the other day, if I were to ask you like, give me the definition of a table, I want the definition that includes every single table and excludes everything that's not a table.
I mean, you could probably just say like, for the most part, a table. Maybe it is more complicated. Let's see, how would I describe a table? You know, something with legs that you could put stuff on, you know? And if you're like, oh, that's like a person, it's like, yeah, you know, women are objects, I guess. You could make women into tables. I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about anymore. That's an interesting question. I never really thought of it like that.
But like, how does it have to have 3 legs? Some have 1 leg. Are you able to sit on them? What's in between a table and a chair? Like, and that's a really simple thing. We could get into more complicated. What makes a building? What makes a car, not a motorcycle or a van or whatever. But yeah, I think that it's good to recognize that these things are like very complicated, that there are going to be some biological realities that are worth addressing and talking about, and we need to be careful when we separate like social and biological fact, I guess, for the purposes of these conversations.
Now, Nick, what do you think about that? What do you think about the definition of a man and woman as Destiny puts it forth? Because I've heard that before.
I think there's a way to overcomplicate issues for the purposes of discussion and semantics, and I think it was just done. No slight to Destiny, of course. He is embroiled in the language of gender in this debate. Well, I shouldn't put you there yet, but I'm guessing we're going to trend that way. But the definition of woman does not actually need to encompass every single aspect of every single thing. The idea that a definition must encompass every possible iteration ever is not actually true. We accept common definitions with aberrations all the time because those common definitions are useful for ordering society and not wasting a whole bunch of time doing this. I mean, if we debated what a woman was forever, trying to find the 0.001% outlier and say, well, that discredits the entire definition, then that would be useless. That can just be an aberration, and that's okay. Aberration isn't derogatory. I mean, maybe if you went and called someone like you're an aberration, that could be a problem. But generally speaking, a woman has an XX pair of chromosomes and a vagina. That solves most of those problems. There, I fixed it. And Biden can hire me if you ever need to consult on what a woman is.
What do you think about that, Destiny? There's less nuance.
I mean, again, like I generally agree. Like I think that in society, like 99% of us understand like what is a man or what is a woman. But when we're talking about trans people, we are specifically talking about edge cases. So I mean, it seems like for the purposes of discussing trans people, we kind of have to elevate our understanding of these concepts to a little bit more nuance than just saying like men have dicks and women have pussies, because obviously we're missing a lot of the conversation there. I'm not really too attached to what words we use, but yeah.
I don't see why we have to elevate the conversation, though. I mean, men have dicks, women have pussies is a reality that we're into, and there's no reason when dealing with an edge case that needs to be any different. Again, it doesn't speak to the.
Do you have any children?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Do you have a daughter?
Yep.
Do you want your daughter going into the bathroom with Buck?
With Buck? I don't care.
Yes.
So like this is like the same, like conservatives will say like it shouldn't matter, blah blah blah, but like, do I want my son going into the bathroom with Blair White? Do I want, like, people always use these like on one end to say that like, oh, I don't want these creepy trans people in bathrooms with my children, but then on the other hand, when you have like a clearly passing trans person, well, what do you want to do with them? Like, it's obviously like, unless you're going to tell me that you don't believe in like gender bathrooms, in which case, right? So it seems like we have to talk a little bit more about it, right?
I mean, that's the conversation. Do we care about gender bathrooms? I don't really know anymore. I mean, how much does it matter? I mean, I guess it makes people comfortable. I guess that's what it is. I guess I just don't care that much, but. When it comes to like affirming trans people, for me, a lot of the times it just comes down to, it seems like, you know, there's a particular struggle. There's a massive amount of distress associated with like a trans person's gender not matching their biology, their gender expressed not matching their biology, and to me, the best treatment method seems to be some form of transition based on the individual. Part of that transition is going to be like a social transition where they're affirmed as like, oh, you're a woman or you're a man. Obviously, there's areas where that's not necessarily the case. Like, you know, I can see why people will be like, oh, okay, when it comes to sports, that's an uncomfortable topic. But generally speaking, that's what I would say. I know a lot of people respond by saying, well, Papa got, you know, that the like, suicide attempt rate is like higher or the same after. It's slightly lower, I think. But realistically speaking, I think that's just because there's a lack of access to actual gender-affirming care. Most trans people aren't what you'd consider passable. So it's like, what is a transition in this definition? It's probably like, oh, they started like going through hormones. Okay, it takes like years for hormones to actually start working. So you can't really just say that means a transition. It's really expensive to get a gender affirming care, like hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, but okay.
But I mean, the example you just gave was my daughter going into the bathroom with a biological female.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So that
I feel like
that wouldn't actually like be controversial.
Well, it would be
Well,
controversial.
yeah, it would
because look at
absolutely
me.
be.
It would be controversial. I mean,
If somebody
I don't
like
use
Buck
the
came
women's-
Well,
walking
don't
out
you
of
have
the
a card that you hand out?
if
that says,
somebody
"By the
like
way,
Buck,
I have a
if somebody
vagina"?
like Buck came walking out of the bathroom in the wrong state, Buck would get killed, right?
Oh,
Like
no,
depending on where
I
you're
would.
like, yeah.
Yeah, that's true, actually. But prior to my transition, before I even looked like this, I used the men's room. But I'm going to tell you, it's different for trans men than it is for trans women, right? So that being said, when I was a butch woman, no guys don't care about me going in. It's different in the women's room. None of you have ever been in the women's room, I assume. Yeah, I have. So it's a different place.
Yeah,
It's a much-
I was. My mommy would take me in there when I was a baby boy to change my poopy diaper. So I was actually in the women's room before. Okay. Also, when I was younger, probably like in my 10s to 14s, my mom used to work at a place where there's bathrooms, obviously, but the women's bathroom was like so much nicer, and it had a fucking, for some reason, that bathroom had like a fucking couch in it and shit. So I would just go in there and hang out in there sometimes. I know it sounds weird, but like you couldn't see anything from the couch, but you couldn't see the actual bathrooms. It was just bizarre. It was weird that the bathrooms had a fucking couch in it, bro. Like, why don't the men's bathroom was just like a fucking hole in the wall. It was crazy.
more it's a much more place where women feel they need to be safe on some level, and they also do different things in women's room than they do in the men's room. So men never
like they
got
destroy the toilets, bro. Let me just be honest with you. Women are disgusting in the bathrooms. The toilets are always nasty. Men's rooms are not nearly as bad, generally speaking. Sometimes, obviously, but for the most part, women's bathrooms are so much more disgusting. Like women don't even like. They're like afraid to go like fucking poop, correct? Or they're afraid to like sit down on the toilet, so they're like piss and blood. It's just like a fucking it's just like a condiment surprise. You got your yellows, you got your browns, you got your fucking reds all over the toilet seat. It's crazy. It's disgusting. It's also true.
At me as a butch woman walking into the men's room. They didn't care, but you have to understand that it's a very, very delicate conversation when it comes to women. And trans women are not women. Trans women are trans women. And when you have to understand it's very important that we distinguish this for many reasons, but one reason being this type of conversation. And a lot of trans women these days, well, I wouldn't use a lot, but some trans women don't want to pass. I pass. We call that passing, right? Yeah. I made it so I look like a man. I can walk the world as a
Interesting. Some trans women probably don't want to pass, but I wonder. I mean, like when you say pass, it's because it's a pretty broad term, but this is an incredible thing. But like when you say some trans women don't want to pass, what does that mean? And the only reason I ask that, or what is the point? Why is he saying that? Because I'm sure that's true, but I wonder how many trans women do want to pass, but they just don't pass because they don't have access to care. You know what I mean? Like how much of that is that?
man, no one would ever even know that I have a pussy unless I like literally show you or talk about it. That was the whole point of my sex change. And so today people don't want to look like a woman. They want to look like
$10 from Andrew. What's going on, brother? This type of debate matters because male to female should make a surgical change before going into a female space. As example, a male to female was arrested for sexually assaulting and continued to do so in prison. They had a penis. I don't know, man. That's like a tough conversation to have. I don't know if I necessarily agree with you. I mean, there does seem to be quite a link between like aggression and having like testosterone. Oh my god. Well, I got named. I guess like aggression and testosterone, I guess you say. I can understand the apprehension. I think when you're on hormones though, I guess you get changed a lot. I don't know, man. Women can sexually assault men as well. Or excuse me, women can sexually assault other women as well. So I feel like I don't know if I necessarily agree that they have to go through like that much of a change. I do understand when it comes to like prisons and stuff how that could be a little bit of like a tough conversation to have. If anything, I'd say like maybe start isolating trans women in facilities. I know that there was like this whole case where a trans woman, maybe multiple trans women, got a couple of cis women pregnant at a prison, and that's a whole conversation about like getting women pregnant in prisons and having babies in there and whatnot. But if anything, my understanding is when you're on hormones, you lose a lot of your, I guess you change quite a bit. Like your sex drive goes down drastically. The bigger issue I would have is, I think More Plates, More Dates talked about this, where if you go on, even when you go on like therapy, like suppressing, I guess your testosterone, it doesn't really, you can literally like come off of whatever like oral pills you're taking and your testosterone goes back to normal very, I guess, quickly. And so, like, I get what you're saying when it's like, oh, maybe we should, I guess, have to castrate people, but I feel like you don't necessarily have to do that. I wonder how much of an outlier that is. I feel like that's not like the everyday experience of people.
Like a woman with a beard, or not even trying, and then of course women are going to get mad if they go into the woman's room. They feel unsafe, and that is a real thing that needs to be discussed without everyone being called transphobic. It's unfair for women not to be able to have that conversation.
That's true, because I imagine like women, especially if you have a non-passing trans person, like a male or somebody that is perceived as a man in a non-passing trans space would be considered a threat. I mean, that's an issue that women have that's generally exclusive rather than men, and that is like, you know, this fear of men going into their spaces and hurting them. And I'm not saying trans women are men, but like, you know, if you're not very passable, you know, and you're going into like a female space, like a bathroom or a changing room or a spa, it can come off as like rather threatening to people.
Joining us, go ahead, Max. Were you going to address that?
I think Destiny is running interference for some trans activists and progressives here, because yes, you can come up with a practical situation where, okay, the definition of man and woman is suddenly blurred, but we could also just as easily say trans women use the women's bathroom, but not because they are women. You don't have to be a woman literally to enter a bathroom that has a picture of a woman on it.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, cool. Okay. So I think that part of the reason we're overcomplicating these definitions is because some trans people, not all, and some trans activists and progressives can't stand the idea that like a trans woman doesn't get to actually be in the real literal box like woman. And so they want to just expand the definition of woman and just stretch it out until they can just put it around themselves. And like you can do that, like Nick was saying, like a super expert in a field can blow your mind with like all the things that go into being biologically female. But walking down the street, women have XX and they have pussies. And I think that
what does that matter, like when you're walking down the street though? Like if a woman does or doesn't have a pussy? I'm only asking because like what does it actually matter to anybody? Because you're not going to be examining anything. So if you can't tell, like I guess you can't tell. If anything, it's more like, you know, when you're walking down the street, sometimes you could tell. Probably a lot of times you could tell. Maybe that makes people uncomfortable, I guess. This conversation is going in like an interesting direction though.
We're using that hyper expert lens to kind of disintegrate the idea of a woman in normal social situations where lay people are just like talking to each other, so that trans people can feel like they are technically, literally, biologically.
If every single public restroom was a single room with a door, there's one problem. Yeah, I get what you're saying, like a gender-neutral bathroom kind of a deal. I think it's a little bit impractical because then it's like, okay, guys, we're going to make it so there's no more gendered bathrooms. So now you're going to have to, you know, you're a business and you have created, like, I guess you call it communal bathrooms. Is that what you'd call it? I don't know. But you've created like this kind of communal bathroom space where, you know, whatever. Now you have to completely reinvest so that, you know, for us, just for this law, and that's probably just going to be too much of a financial burden for businesses to really be able to adhere to. So,
actually, the sex that they want to be.
Wait, I can mount.
I think
this?
that for on the back
this
of that, I think to guide for the rest of this conversation, I think it's really important that we distinguish between what we're saying on the panel and then kind of like the newer age of trans something ideas. I think Buck mentioned something earlier. I don't want to put any words in your mouth, but something that Buck mentioned that I've seen a lot on the internet was that in the great olden days of the 90s, you know, like going back even just like 1 decade ago, it seemed like if you were a trans person, your goal was to pass as a, not as a cis person, but as a whatever gender you wanted your expression to be. That was like what you needed to do. That was the whole point of getting gender affirming surgeries, healthcare, et cetera. But nowadays, there's a newer thing where you have people that are identifying as things that have no interest in passing. And I think that their ideas...
Yeah, I feel like you can kind of just exclude those for the most part from this conversation. Like, and I'm not saying that non-binary is invalid, but if you identify as non-binary and you're a biological woman and like you're expressing yourself in like, I guess an androgynous type way, you'd probably use the woman's bathroom, you know, or if you're saying you're a man but you're still not expressing as a man, you probably use the woman's bathroom. I'm more interested, I guess, in cases of people with like gender dysphoria. You know, not saying that the people who don't have that aren't trans or whatever, but it just kind of makes more sense when you this game is ridiculous. It kind of just makes more sense to talk about it in that capacity for the most part.
newer ideas are going to be substantially different than what a lot of other trans people's ideas are. So I think when we talk about these things,
because I would imagine if you're not like on hormones and you're not like seeking therapy and you're not going through like heavy transitions, that you probably don't have nearly the same amount of like distress associated with your gender and sex not matching than somebody with gender dysphoria.
we have to be careful to differentiate between, because some of the people that you bring up, Max, like if I had conversations with these people, I would be called I got banned from Twitch for being transphobic. So that's the nature of those conversations versus like more traditional trans people, which sounds weird to say, are going to have like a totally different set of like how these things all intersect with one another. Yeah.
No, it's not weird to say. I have to tell you, it's why I actually call myself a transsexual.
Yeah.
I'm not transgender. I'm transsexual, and I have.
It's interesting. This panel's interesting, because like listen, not that I love heavy like leftists, but I think it might have been kind of a good thing to have like a leftist or two on this panel, because it seems like most people, correct me if I'm wrong, are either like I think Destiny's the most progressive person on here, so it might have been good to have somebody on there to like stretch it out.
Just made this huge point. If you all know and follow me on Twitter, I'm a transsexual. That is somebody who was born in one gender or one sex and wants to look and feel like the other sex. We make a huge effort to pass. We make a huge effort. I'm not a trans person. I call myself a man. I'm male. Everything says male on it. That is the whole point of me transitioning. Today we have this newer space where you don't need gender dysphoria. You can just be trans without any diagnosis. I have a disorder called gender dysphoria, and there's a huge part of the trans community that does not want to acknowledge that. They say anyone can be trans. I don't even know what that is. That has nothing to do with me or people like me who actually feel like we have a disorder. I
mean, at the very least, even if you disagree with Buck, like we should acknowledge that, like, if you don't have gender dysphoria, you don't have the right down, right left, okay, then you're not going to have nearly the same experience or struggle than somebody with gender dysphoria. That's just like a fact.
And diagnosed in it, we deal with it, we do this in order so that we can walk the world happy and free. So there's two different places in this trans community.
Can I jump in here, or was I just brought in for comedic relief?
Yeah, you're pretty.
I thought you would just have like the woman sit here, be quiet the whole time while you all talk about what women want. I think that would be cool.
And what they are.
Excellent.
Before we get into transel culture, Lauren, could you give us your working definitions of man, woman, sex, gender, and transgender? Anything else that you heard since you were joining us? These are just the basics. By the way, I don't think I've heard the term transsexual in about 20 years. I didn't know we could still say that.
Well, you can't.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. I'm telling you, you can.
We all got a transsexual pass from Buck.
Yes. Did everyone come in here and like give their definition of each of these terms at the beginning?
Well, one person didn't.
Sorry.
One person didn't come in here and give any terms or definitions at all, but.
You're replacing Brianna Wu, so you have to try to represent her positions as best as possible.
I'll do my best. Have you heard of trans truthers before?
I'm going to need you to bring your voice way down a couple octaves. To
I mean, I'm already pretty low here, man.
Okay, so
that nice 14-year-old boy going through puberty voice. But yeah, I've got a lot of trans truthers that actually do think I'm male to female already. So I'm going to do my best here. They're the people that post those like photos of Kyle Rittenhouse, and they're like, look at this, look at his hip size, male. Yeah. But anyways, male. Someone who is biologically got male genitals, female, someone who has biologically got vagina, female genitals. What were the other definitions?
Man, woman, sex, gender, transgender.
Sex, I guess it can either mean the act of sex or your sexual body parts. Gender is your gender expression in society.
Okay. This next one, Destiny, I'm going to go to you for obvious reasons. If transel culture, because you are the one who suffered from it most recently, I think. If transel culture is defined as a fear of societal punishment for disagreeing with progressive narratives about gender, do you think it exists, and has it gone too far?
I think it's important when we talk about these things to know that they're very localized. So like, does it exist in my world? Abso-fucking-lutely. Where I exist in a very online world, I'm on Twitch or whatever. Like, if I go to like Alabama, Louisiana, or whatever, am I gonna find a lot of like transel culture? Probably not. But yeah, I mean, I would say that like we have, I would say it's probably gone a little bit too far when it comes to the online stuff. I think that the nature of the conversations has made it so that like, if you're acting like a goofy child, I can say that. If you're 16, 17, 18, 19, if you're acting like you're being weird, you're having a phase, whatever shit you're going through, I can like kind of make fun of you for it, and that's fine. And I think that kids should go through phases. I think that's fine. We should all be crazy when we're 18, 19, 20. That's acceptable. But when it gets wrapped up in gender identity, all of a sudden it's become this like unassailable topic. And when like autism is a gender, and when you've got neopronouns, you've got like a million different things, it becomes really weird to have any sort of critical or challenging conversation on any of these topics, because now like you can't be an opposing voice, you're a transphobe. You can't have like an opposing opinion, you're just a transphobic person that wants trans people to kill themselves. And that's really frustrating. And those conversations have gone like way too far, I think, to where basically like the MO now is if you see somebody that says something you disagree with, because of the tools we have on the internet, you're trying to destroy their life in as many ways possible. It used to be that we just got kicked off of Teams. Now we're getting kicked off of social media. Now we're getting banned from YouTube. Now we're getting banned from Twitch. Now it's like every part, like it wouldn't surprise me pretty soon. It's like if you've ever said something like you don't believe that trans women should play sports with cis women, you're never going to be able to get a Visa card again because I emailed the guy that like underwrites these loans. Like yeah, I think it's too far. I think it's got a little insane.
Mr. Girl, what do you think about that? That it's highly localized and not everywhere.
Well, it's clearly not everywhere.
About transl culture.
It's clearly not everywhere, man. Like when if you like, I remember working like a real job, and like nobody there was like I guess there was just one guy who was always made fun of because one time he I think he went to like Mexico or something, and he had sex with like a trans woman, and everybody's like making fun. It's like, you fucked a guy, you know what I mean? So like it's it's not super. It's definitely very localized. People don't really give a shit too much in the real world, so something to consider.
It sounds sane, but it's a delusion. No, I think that I think it is spreading very rapidly, very rapidly. Like I remember telling some of my friends like there's subreddits where like you can get banned if you say I define women as having like 2 X chromosomes, including the subreddit called 2 X chromosomes. They will now ban you for saying that the title of their subreddit is correct.
That's so funny. I'm sorry.
and my friends are like, well, that's Reddit, right? And I'm like, you don't understand. Like this, like this is a problem. It's like a spreading problem, and it's spreading super fast. And I'm like, you can see it go from a kind of niche, like super hyper liberal space to a Supreme Court justice being afraid to answer the question of what is a woman.
I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that she was afraid to answer the question, what is a woman? I really think it came down to that I guess part of what Destiny was saying before, that's like really difficult to say what is a woman without being like it's super trans affirming. And they were kind of just looking for like a gotcha, so they could be like, oh, see, they said this, or oh, they didn't say that. They were just looking for like a gotcha question. It was a bad question to answer. Like it just didn't really make any sense to answer that question. Like I answered the question before for me personally, and I think that's fine. But then like that's kind of completely irrelevant to their job as a Supreme Court justice.
And so it is localized the way that if your house is on fire and only half of it is on fire, the fire, yes, technically it's localized. And like maybe you can go visit the other half of the house that's not on fire, but it feels like it's spreading pretty fast. And it feels like an emergency.
I don't know about that.
Buck, you're nodding. You've obviously seen this develop to where we are now and been involved in it.
What
kind of perspective can you give on it?
Well, I think it's really, first off, I think cancel culture is very immature, and I think that it's embarrassing as a trans person to be connected to this type of behavior, which it really comes out of a lot in the trans community. I think in some level it started there, and I find it to be really a way that trans people are starting to be hated more and more. And cancel culture is a way and a means to control what's being said out there. And they try to cancel me all the time, but because I'm an actual trans person, it's very difficult to do. And I speak against a lot of it. And I noticed that's exactly what they want to do. They want to shut you down, but I don't necessarily think it's localized. I think that it is spreading, and I think it is getting into other communities and other spaces. But from my own perspective, I really did see it come out of the trans community when trans women or women mantra really became so powerful. And if you even pushed against that in any tiny bit, you immediately, canceled or called it turf or whatever the heck other stuff they're doing. It's a scary space that we're in. It's why I sit here with all you today and why I continue to speak out about it.
I think we can all agree that transl culture and cancel culture in general is super fucking gay. I think that's where we can go with this one. It's everywhere, and it's about power. It's about abusing a status of minority, which is, some people, Buck being an example, have an actual gender dysphoria. They have a minority status that should be in some ways acknowledged. Whatever that manifests as, it should at least be acknowledged. But there's a whole wave of people who are riding this idea of particularly kids, let's be honest, kids to teenagers and their struggles with identity in general. And they're,
that some of that is true. The way they talk about it, I feel like it's just like, it's just so extreme. Like if in their world, it seems like we can't have like a nuanced discussion. For sure. Dude, what are you doing? Why are you trying to hurt me, bro? For sure. There are definitely young people who are you can say they're exploring their gender. They're like exploring their gender. They're like identifying as non-binary when they're not non-binary. Like they're not really. They're just doing it because maybe they want to seem cool. Or I just killed Chewy. Sorry, bro. maybe they want to seem cool, or maybe it's just like, you know, because I remember when I was in school, like everybody was bisexual because that would make you kind of like edgy and quirky without having to do a whole lot. You know, and so that's part of it. It's part of the exploration of identity. But that's not all trans people, especially as people get older. So, like, yeah, those people do exist. Some kids that are trans are really just, like, not... Maybe they're just exploring their gender, or they're just kind of identifying for some kind of, like, you know, quirkiness. Pretty poggers. But I feel like when you have the conversation like that, it's like trans kids exist, too. Like, like you know, and not that it's a comfortable thought, but, you know, if you talk to a lot of trans people, even Buck Angel... Blair White, they're like, yeah, when I was like 5, I knew I was trans. You know, are you a good guy or a bad guy? The difficulty there, though, is that, like, how do you have a kid transition? Because it's such a really uncomfortable topic when we talk about like kids. So, like, let's say you have a 4-year-old and they say they're trans. I think that some people, not all people, but they jump on it. They're like, my kid said they're trans. So now, if they were, let's say they were a biological boy, and they're like, oh, my kid said they're trans. Well, I'm going to get him a dress, or I'm going to get her a dress. We're going to call her. We're going to give her a new name. We're going to tell everybody she's this. We're going to start socially transitioning. Whereas, like, if my young boy said that they were a girl, I'd be like, okay, whatever. I don't care. Like, and I would ignore it and see how the feel. Did I just die because of a cutscene? Incredible. I would just, you know, you kind of ignore it because it doesn't really, you don't need to give into that. If it manifests itself over time, then it will. You don't have to encourage it. That's just confusing. Like, I'd probably be like, nah, you're not. And that's it. But if they kept like saying these things as they got older, like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like, yeah, I might start to pay attention, maybe go to a therapist and then feel it out. And then you get to the really uncomfortables, like, how do you let a kid transition? I don't think you should, because how do you, as a kid at like 10 years old, decide to go on puberty blockers? And then how do you decide to go on puberty blockers and then potentially like ruin your fertility for like ever? You know, I think, and I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, I know that if you go on hormones after you've gone through puberty, you can come off hormones and potentially still be fertile. But if you go on hormones before you go through puberty, I think it has a much more negative impact on your ability to become fertile. And so you could potentially completely remove your fertility. Cool. You could potentially like ruin your fertility. And how do you make that decision as a kid? You know what I mean? I feel like that's just like the difficult aspect of it. This thing sucks with dick. And that's I guess that's where like that's part of like the confusion. But yeah.
You're taking them and offering them an opportunity to assume a status, and that status comes with power. That status comes with, I mean, it's supposed to be a burdensome status, but we're flipping the script on that now. And if you are a trans student, you are exalted by authorities, you are protected, and you are given authority over other students by the arbitrary nature of your assignment, we'll call it. And I think in many cases, it's less about actual gender dysphoria and gender assignment, and it's a whole lot about a struggle for identity and then finding a life rope at the worst fucking time in anybody's life, junior high and high school. Nobody likes it, and you suddenly have a way out, and that way out is a way up, and it's by stepping on the faces of everyone around you who's been fucking you over for the last couple years.
I just want to jump in here. Someone in the chat pointed out I used the word gender to define gender, and that was a fuck up on my part. I meant to say the social expression of sex, not gender. And this is something I wanted to talk to Buck about, because one of my big concerns with transl culture and the big trans movement coming about is the erasure of gender being somewhat separated from your sex. So while it is the social expression of certain sex characteristics, like to be masculine, you don't have to have a penis. To be feminine, you don't have to have a vagina, right? And I feel like that is being a bit erased with the trans conversation. It's like, oh, you are a masculine girl? Well, you need to...
Well, how much do you really care? I mean, like, how about, are you real, like, not serious conversation, but do you really care that much that like masculine women and feminine men are being erased by trans people, if that is even true? Or is that just kind of a talking point that makes you seem like you care? I feel like conservatives never gave a shit about any of that whatsoever. That was now all of a sudden trans people are becoming more mainstream, and I'm not saying that there's not issues with some of the culture, but then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, you know, I feel like trans men are erasing feminine women or masculine women. I feel like what's happening here, guys? What are we doing here? It's like, come on, bro. It just feels like a bullshit talk about that you don't even believe in. You probably don't even like believe in. Like you probably aren't super. Like, I don't think, who gives a fuck about, you know what I mean? Like, how much do you really care about masculine women or feminine men? Well,
to now have your sex characteristics match your gender expression. So like to you, Buck, I'd be curious, why
More YouTube's live streams, maybe.
why
We'll
was
see.
it so important for you to change the sex characteristics to what about, was your gender identity publicly not enough, being masculine?
Yeah,
Why
it's a
couldn't
great
you just be
question.
a tomboy?
Yeah, I was a tomboy. I was all of those things. I'm not even allowed to say tomboy anymore. That's why I'm like tomboy. No, so I always was very masculine, even as I grew up. I'm 59, so I grew up in the 60s.
I don't have to be that guy.
In the 70s when we didn't even have any of these conversations, and tomboy was fine. And that being said, I was always like hyper masculine as a woman. I was a very butch, identified lesbian woman. But always in the back of my head, there was something about being a woman or being called a girl that just, I always cringed, and I never felt that. So I really did need my gender expression to, on some level, come out and be physically this way so that the world would see me as, so my gender expression had to be connected to my sex.
So I guess I wonder how many like tomboys were identifying as tomboys because they were like actually trans in some capacity, but they just wasn't a societal accepting space to allow them to really be the person that they wanted to be. It's interesting.
Expression, even though I didn't have an actual sex change. That's impossible. It's why we called it the sex change back in the day.
But is that because we have attached the word girl so much with certain gender characteristics? Like, this was like a big thing of the feminists, second wave Simone de Beauvoir feminists. They wanted to split gender and sex and be like, no, when you say the word girl, that doesn't mean feminine or masculine. But now it feels like we kind of tried that, and we're going straight back to your sex is your gender.
That's right. Yeah. So again, I can only speak for myself. I don't know. I think they're twisting words. I think this new trans, and I call it this new trans agenda because it has nothing. That's not where people like me come from. Like I said, I went through many 10, 15 years of therapy before I transitioned. And, that was really instrumental in me really understanding where I needed to go. I was one of the very first people here in Los Angeles to take hormones and to even try it 30 years ago. I was an experiment. So I was willing to take all of that on in order to remove my dysphoria, because I did have massive dysphoria around walking the world as a girl. So I think your question is fantastic. And I would say that even if I could still be living as a masculine woman, I wouldn't make that choice. I really do feel much more comfortable and live a beautiful, more amazing life I could ever even imagine, having had my transition to living to look male.
Last big question here. If there were no association with feminine with the word girl, like if people saw girls as having the exact same social standing as men in every way, would you have transitioned physically?
Oh, I would have 100%.
Okay.
That's an interesting question. It looks like a big dildo lipstick. Sorry, I got distracted by that. $5 from Culinary Cats. Thank you so much. Love you, Fat Gum. Keep up with good content. Also, you down to play the new Lego Star Wars sometimes? Maybe. It was an interesting question because a lot of people in the trans community will say like, oh, well, like they'll make this argument that this obviously we need to be more societally accepting of trans people, but they act like that's the only thing. Like if somehow we abolish gender, this wouldn't happen. Like if everybody was super accepting, trans people wouldn't have dysphoria, but they still would, because there's still like even if we were more accepting, there's still a factor that like men tend to like to gravitate towards like male things and female gravitate towards female things, and then trans women or trans men like to gravitate towards like those that they're chosen one. And so there's obviously something that lives outside of like a reality, or something that lives outside, I guess, of the ability to just accept yourself. Like if we were just more accepting, then trans people wouldn't have so much of a hard time. Like they would have less of a hard time, absolutely, and get more gender affirming care, but like they're still going to want to look like a man or a woman depending on how their gender dysphoria manifests itself. Connor, that's my mistake. You playing it now, have a good time. Yeah. I figured you knew that. I figured that's why you asked, because I was like, I like Star Wars right now.
Yeah, because I feel comfortable being a man. I even though I could have been, like I said, I lived masculine as a woman. I did, and I don't think it was the words. I don't think so, because I didn't grow up in social media. I didn't grow up with any of what a lot of the youngsters are dealing with, and I think what a lot of the youngsters are dealing with does play into why they are transitioning and why they feel that they are trans with no diagnosis.
I guess I'm trying to figure out like why the word girl would bother you. I really appreciate how like honest you're being about this, because like I can't imagine talking, maybe this is a bad example, but like there are a lot of people that look at things about themselves and hate it, like Michael Jackson changing his skin color, right? Yeah. And I know if we went into the social sphere and someone said, hearing that I was a white woman just really bothered me all the time. And some people it does, like it seriously does. They don't want to be seen as white. They don't want to be seen as X, Y, Z. Sorry,
Lauren,
what were you saying?
Doesn't it bother you when you're when the trans truthers say that you're secretly a man?
I've been on the internet far too long for it to bother me that much.
Okay, yeah, I know that.
It's interesting that we're doing a comparison between trans people, like trans gender people, and transracial people. I guess. What's this guy doing? Fuck you. And transracial people. Like I know like transracial exists for people who don't know. They're like, no, it doesn't. It does. It usually manifests itself in people who are like adopted by a family that's like a different race or something, or they grow up in like a different community and blah blah. I just have never, except for like Nuka Zeus, I've really never seen it manifest itself in a way that like actually where they're like, I need to change my skin color. But I guess if there was like not like an unironic identification of people that are like, I am transracial, like I want to be black, and they meant it. They weren't just like, I want to do it as a meme for the internet. Like, do we validate that? Do we validate that there? You know what I mean? Like, and then it gets to the conversations because, like, let's say even if you could identify as like trans black or something, right? Well, you still didn't grow up with the same experience as like a black person. So, you know, even if you were like, I'm black, you still don't have the same exact experience as a black person growing up. Because I would imagine a lot of issues that black people face are like in their developmental, like when they're growing up, and the way that different people will perceive them, and the way that there's like different things in the media, blah, blah, blah. And it's kind of the same with trans women and men. Like, as a trans man, you're probably not going to experience the same issues as like a man, or as trans woman, you're not going to experience the same issues that a woman experiences when they grew up. Like, a lot of, like, I guess you would say the negatives of being a yucky girl come from growing up as a girl and being socialized to or away from particular things in a way that men typically aren't. That'd be like a really interesting fucking question. Really interesting.
But I think that's bullshit, because I've been on the internet for a while and every little fucking thing drives me insane.
There's
So
some things that drive me insane, not that
Wait,
one.
I think she is lying.
I'm
Yeah,
just-
let's do that. Let's do that conversation
Yeah,
around 2
I
hours.
think
Yeah.
you're-
Yeah, the trans Asian guy talking about like Oliver or whatever. Yeah, it's so weird. Like, I don't know. I guess it's just not widespread enough for people to be like, yeah, this is valid. Holy fuck. Imagine in my lifetime, like, transracial really blew up. And you had like fucking, you know, black and white people like changing shit. Because like there's even black people who try to lighten their skin color to be more attractive. In a lot of like black countries that were colonized by white people, there's colorism there, where like the darker you are, the worse off you are. And it's like, oh, then there's a social factor to potentially wanting to be some form of transracial. And it's like, is how much of there is a social factor for being transgender? And there's just like such a complicated conversation here. $1,000 play Elden Ring with you, I wouldn't charge that much money. Jesus, I wouldn't charge any money if I actually was going to play.
I think you're lying. I know you're lying. No, I think my point is, I'm trying to make
Get out of my head.
No.
Lawrence
trying to
is
make
one of the
the-
fellas. Leave him alone.
I'm trying to make a comparison of the way you feel when somebody says that you're actually a man is probably the way Buck felt when someone said that he was a woman, even though like he is or
Right.
was female.
But
Yeah.
what I'm getting at is there are a lot of things
Probably
that
not the same.
we are
but-
born as in life that we're actually uncomfortable with, but for some reason in this one sphere of life, we're really, really accommodating for it. Really,
I feel like that's a bit of a sussy baka. No, but there's a difference between being uncomfortable with something versus like having so much distress associated with it that you feel the need to change it, right? So like I was born with a micro penis, and it's uncomfortable. And it's uncomfortable. What the fuck's happening with my game right now? And it's uncomfortable. But you know what? It's okay. I don't need to get a penis surgery. I'm comfortable with my penis. No. But no, there's things that people are born with. Like maybe, you know, you're born with like a weird chin or something. And, you know, you're allowed to allow those people to change their physical features. Like if you're born and like you don't like how big your tits are, what do you get to do? Oh, well, you get to get titties, fake brand new titties. You know what I mean? You're allowed to do that. It's just that gender is the transgender people are more encompassing of just like one aspect of that in a different way. And like for somebody who has tits that they don't like, you really just have to get new tits. Not that big of a deal. For somebody who's trans, it's like a whole, you know, ball field. And part of that is like socially people have to accept you in an extent. And it's actually gets into an interesting conversation because back in the day, big fake blonde titties were like super hot to men. And I don't get it because I don't really like fakeness. And that's fine. Like you do you. If you like that, you have fake tits, like that's not a criticism on you. But it's so interesting that I feel like, you know, 40 years ago, the standard was I like big blonde fake bimbo girls, right? Like look at a lot of people. You know, you have like your Pamela Andersons, no offense to her. But for some reason, people like guys were like, yeah, that's fine. I'm totally fine. I know they're fake tits, but they're still tits. Like, it doesn't matter that they're fake tits. They're still tits, and I'm okay with them. So, like, why, not to be insensitive, why not take that same position with trans women? It's like, I know that they're fake women. They're not fake women, but you get what I'm saying. Like, just accept them as women. You know what I mean? Why, am I just gonna fucking die? Okay. But you understand what I'm saying? Who the fuck am I playing? Oh. It's just interesting.
Accommodating.
That's right. You're right. In this time, we are overcompensating for it. Number one, the world needs to know, and the world does know, I still have a vagina. I did not get a penis put
Well,
on.
the world
so
needs to know that,
I could have that argument. I did learn to be comfortable with my female part. Okay, I got my.
That's so interesting to me.
I did. I learned to do that for many reasons. One being that the penis was not what I want. I want a penis. I want something that I can use and work with, and that wasn't what was going to be given to me. So I'm like, I might as well keep my vagina. It's pretty awesome. So,
that's also another interesting topic of conversation to have. It's that people who have more choices tend to, I don't know if I'm saying like, unhappier in some capacity, but like almost tend to be unhappier in some capacity. Right? Like they've done these like psychological things about people who they've done like an experiment, and maybe this is like a little bit all over the place. What the fuck are we doing here? Why can't I just destroy the thing? Okay. There are people who all right, so they've done this study, right, where people get to choose between two paintings. Group A gets to choose again after a week. They could change it if they want. Group B doesn't, and it turns out the group that didn't get to make the change, like to make the swap, was happier with their decision because they only had one choice. So they like doubled down. They psychologically were like, this is okay. I feel like maybe back in the day, like Buck was in a time where like transitioning wasn't even a thing. He was the first person to go on it, right? So it was like I have to accept myself because there's no recourse, there's no alternative. But now you live in a world where it's like, okay, we have more choices, there is an alternative, and I wonder how much the choice fucks people up. Like I wonder, and I'm sure it's different per person, and I'm not saying we shouldn't give people gender affirming care, but I wonder how much how much is fucking people up to have a choice. Is that weird? Is that a weird question? I don't know.
So you see what I mean? Like I had to learn how to deal with something that is not male, right? And I had to learn to walk the world with that, which was not easy, but I did it. I pushed through it, and I did it without forcing other people to accept my space. If they didn't, I would just go to the other way.
Like,
and then eventually people just were like, Buck's a cool dude.
I don't know if you had this feeling, but it seems like so Lauren used the word like people call you a girl. I think that as cis people, if I am a cis person, if Lauren is a cis person, who knows? But like as cis people, I think that when we hear people talk about our gender identity, it's hard to imagine an incongruence with the gender identity and the gender expression, because I don't know what the fuck that feels like. But it seems like when we talk about things like race or other types of statuses, we don't have this like really strong internal model for what that should be. Whereas when it comes to gender, it seems like there is a really strong internal model for what your like sex should be. So like when we talk about like people will talk about like transracial people, like I want to be treated like a black person, I want to be treated like that. I think that for people that are experiencing hardcore gender dysphoria, there is a bit of social dysphoria where you want to be treated as a woman, you want to be treated as a man, but that's not it. There's another like really important component to where like if you had a trans person that was locked on an island and they never associated with another person ever, but they were like mirrors or they could look down and see themselves, there would still be this like really intensely kind of disgusting or disassociated or uncomfortable feeling with their body, because it's not just about being treated like a man or treated like a woman, it's about having like the actual sexual expression of that as well. And that seems to be unique to gender that doesn't exist with like race or other things.
Do you not think that someone like Michael Jackson, who like went all the way to get surgery to change their skin color, would not be disgusted looking at his body in the mirror?
Yeah, but I think that I think he had body dysphoric issues, and I think you can argue that people that do like
I don't know, dude. I think that there might be transracial, bro. We're getting there. By the time I'm old, I'm just gonna be like, this is how it's gonna work out. As I get older, this is how life's gonna be. I'm gonna be like, I'm almost dead. None of this matters to me anymore. You know what I mean? Because like it is getting a bit confusing. Because like, hey, what if everything? You know what I mean? I guess there's gonna potentially be like, where do we draw the line? You know, I'm telling you, 30 years from now, people are going to be like, well, what transracial is valid. It's going to be a thing, and we're not going to know how to deal with it. And we're all going to be fucking confused, okay? You probably think I'm kidding, but good luck to, you younger fellas. $5 from the Gin of the Depths. Ever think about holding a stream where you play games with viewers? Maybe. I used to do that a lot when I was younger. Like when I first started, before I did a lot of content.
Excessive like facial surgeries and everything, that these people have issues too. But I'm just saying that it seems like they're like Michael Jackson stuff. My understanding is that started when he got his first really bad burn, when he did that Pepsi commercial and his face got fucked, and then he went down the road of reconstructive surgeries. And once you started cosmetic surgery, it's really hard to stop for a lot of people. But it seems like there's something fundamental.
Oh yeah, I guess you could also talk about like colorism there too. Maybe it's not necessarily transracial identity as much as maybe it's like colorism. It really creeps me out that their helmets come off and you have to kill actual like people at that point. It really humanizes these fucking things.
into us about our gender identity that's really hard to get away from.
No, that's true. That's why I question a lot of what's going on today, because a lot of the trans people don't even want to transition like me anymore. They don't want to be passing as male or female. They say I have passing privilege. I'm like, privilege? Do you know how I go to the gym, I work out, you know what I mean? I do so much to look this way. It's not a privilege. I really make myself look this way. So the newer generation doesn't necessarily want to pass it in this gender way, right? So what does that even mean?
Yeah, it almost sounds like you're saying we're making it too easy.
On some level.
You're saying if you want to be part of the old guard, you want to be a real trans person, then we have to keep this obstacle pretty high, and you got to fucking jump over it.
Yes, I do that, and that's why I distinguish myself from them and me, because I actually have dysphoria. I actually have a disorder. They don't even want to acknowledge it as a disorder. They want to think it's actually normal. It's not. What I have is not normal. I would give anything to have been born male, and I still would. I hate being trans. It's not fun. It's not cool. It's not hip. It's none of the above.
What about having been born female but with no dysphoria?
Great. Awesome.
Right.
Yeah, totally.
Either
I
one.
would have chosen that too. But I didn't get that. I got dysphoria. And so my point being is I had to go through all of this in order to be a comfortable person in the world. That's why I don't relate to what's happening today. When they say you don't need dysphoria to be trans, then you're not trans. You're something else. Because that's exactly what transgender and transsexual are. We deal with dysphoric feelings and we have a disorder.
Okay, well, Nick is alluding to the social benefits of transitioning and saying it's a way to basically just get a boost. You get to you get to be the bully against all your bullies all of a sudden. A total power reversal. Do you see that as like a primary reason young people are transitioning today, or is there
transitioning or identifying are two kind of different things. I wouldn't necessarily say it's transitioning. I hope that we're understanding that this isn't every person who identifies as trans, right? Like there are some people who probably do that to identify to be like, honestly, there's probably people who are like, they want to identify with something like, oh, I'm trans, because now being trans, it's like, well, you just have to have a feeling, and that feeling doesn't have to manifest itself outside of like slight discomfort. And also it's an easy way to identify with the LGBTQ community kind of a thing. So I really just, but it's not, I don't think it's everybody. I don't think that's fair to say it's everybody, but.
Why do you think?
Well, that's a good point.
Why do you think fake trans people are transitioning?
Fake trans people. Well, I think the younger generation, they do see a benefit, especially young girls. I mean, I had puberty. I had girl puberty. It's horrible. It's not fun. I mean, I think it's different than male puberty on some level. And so, when you start growing boobs and you start getting sexualized and all these things start coming at you at a young age, it can actually create dysphoria, and it could create another way of, if I was just a dude, things would be easier. So yeah, on some level, I do think a lot of the young girls are being told that it's easier to be male.
Wait, so now what we're saying is that being trans for some people, it's because of white supremacy. Maybe it's a little white supremacy going on there. Not white supremacy, excuse me. The patriarchy. That's the meme I meant to go with. Maybe it's the patriarchy giving girls dysphoria because they don't have as many rights as men or something.
And I won't lie that my life did change, but that wasn't why I did it. But my life has changed drastically.
I also feel like girls in general have as usually from a societal perspective, an easier time as like experimenting with like their sex and their the fuck, this game's weird. Their sex and their gender, because it's considered more or less acceptable for men in a way where it's like nobody encourages men or women to do any of these things, to experiment with their sex or their gender. But like when men do it, they're shamed more than when women do it. Like even if we bring it back to tomboys, we're more acceptable than like femboys, So a more masculine woman's always been more accepted than like a more feminine man kind of a thing. So I wonder if that's part of the reason why too. Is it just more acceptable to do that?
Being a male, I'm treated differently. I walk the world differently. I have totally different privileges to walk around. It's an actual real thing, but it's not why I did it. But I would say that I think some people think if I just become a dude, life will be easier.
I'm gonna throw up. What the fuck?
But I think they're driven there, right? Like that's the issue. I know it's going to come up in a later question. I don't want to jump ahead too far, but I mean that's the socio-cultural issue we're dealing with right now. Is not. I'm not speaking for anybody else in the panel, but I think most of us probably don't give a fuck what people do when they're an adult. Mm-hmm. But I think where the issues come in is when you have a kid who's 14 years old and saying, I'm really unsure of myself. I don't really know. Or I was reading a thread the other day. It was like, oh, this person wears hoodies, which is gender non-conforming clothing. It's like, holy shit. If a hoodie, it means you're trans. Like, I don't even know what the hell the limit is. It's this for lack of it's a popular term right now, but it's this grooming, and it doesn't have to do with trying to have sex.
Interesting. So do physically disabled people not identify with their bodies because they may want more strength or a different body? I would imagine if there was like some kind of a cure to some kind of physical or intellectual disability, that a lot of people that had those would want to use it to change. What would you call them? Transabled? Since they're, I guess calling them disabled is kind of is ableist, but is that what it would be? I guess. I don't know. It's an interesting question, but I guess there's like a lack of availability to cure particular things, which keeps people frustrated about different things. So
with kids in this instance, it has to do with implanting an ideology in their head with shifting them towards this particular thing. And fucking like it or not, there's a bunch of weirdos out there who really want to do
like
this to someone else. They want someone else to be, I don't know if they need someone to be, a partner in their struggle or whatever it is. But again, and I think a lot of society is like this, especially now. They're like, I don't care what you do. I care what you do to my kid. But I do have to say one thing to Mr. Destiny. I have to take issue with one thing you said, which was that that racial issue, like race may not be as strong of a bond as gender. As a black man, I'm just offended that you have never listened to NWA and you do not know the struggle and you do not know the serious identity that race brings with it. Nice. And I implore you to read the book of Matthew Harris, which is all about racial identity and being basically in tune and in touch with one's race.
Based. I never said that racial bonds can't be strong. I'm just saying I don't think we have an internal identity of a race as much as we seem to have an internal identity of a gender. Or if we do,
I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I didn't mean to step on you.
Yeah. No, it's not good.
But I guess we do have we have cultures within races, but I guess it's not like as I guess it's not as like. It's interesting. I guess those like racial cultures are very similar in some capacity, where gender isn't between themselves. Okay, interesting.
Well, I'm now trans because I'm stepping on you on the way up. I'm going to send you the dissertation of Matthew Harris, which will argue the exact opposite. And the man is a brilliant scholar.
Gotcha.
All right, this one goes to Lauren. Whatever you were going to say, save it till after this. If a key way to avoid cancellation, we're still on translation. By the way, I can hear the Tumblr people screaming at the validity of Transracial culture.
They're probably really upset, the Tumblr people, but they got rid of Tumblr porn, so.
Being in response to the transphobia that they're suffering around the world and the internet. So if anybody wants to speak on that next, please do. Just representing their issues. If a key way to avoid cancellation is to cancel someone else, does that create a feedback loop where we have to express increasing amounts of outrage in order to stay safe? If so, how can we untangle, de-escalate, or otherwise stop this dynamic?
Yeah, obviously, I think when we think of cancellation, half the time people get canceled, it's just for vague associations and not jumping in on the dog pile. Why are you still friends with this person? You didn't condemn this person. I've been asked that my whole life, especially being in the right wing. If someone's like a degree more right wing than me, where's the condemnation, right? And of course, that humans are selfish and they're fighting for that tiny slice of the pie in the media circle that they want to keep, and they'll try to stay alive till the very end, no matter how many corpses of friends and fellow coworkers in this industry they have to step on, and it's more stepping on people. That just seems to be the case, unfortunately. I don't know how we can stop that cycle because it seems to be just the cycle of natural human selfishness.
Anybody else have ideas to de-escalate, untangle, otherwise stop this vicious circle, cancellation?
You did it, Jake. They stopped. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that.
Speaking out on it. It's very important that we all speak out on it, because if we don't speak out on it and we don't say, I speak out, I'm like, you're not canceling me. As much as you want to cancel me, I say it all the time. Go ahead, try to cancel me. Do it. And they can. How do you get canceled if you're not going to?
I think that it's like but the fundamental question is, how do I kill myself in this game? The fundamental question is how do we reduce cancel culture? And people will be like, you would have conversations, which is kind of true. But I feel like it goes a little deeper than that, because Twitter is really weird, okay? Twitter is run by the morale. Why are you guys crashing into me, dude? What the fuck? Twitter, the AI in this game is dog shit sometimes. The Twitter is run by the morality of children. That's kind of like an objective fact. It's run by children. And then adults listen to these children that they don't realize are children, I guess, because they don't see them as children, because they see a profile picture, and that's equally a person. And they can't even really tell sometimes. And they go, that person is equal to me, which they're not. They're a dumb fucking kid. Kids are stupid. Okay, it doesn't mean that kids can't be right over adults, but kids generally are fucking dumb. And so we have this environment where like kids are running it, and kids are also stupid little shitheaded, like, bullies that don't have any empathy. And so now you have all these different factors, kind of like including that. You can, like, all these different factors compounding themselves together. And it really, I think, comes down to people have to stop enabling childish behavior on the internet by identifying with them all the time. Like, I feel like that's part of it. These inverted controls are really messing me up. Oh, they're not inverted controls. That's why they're messing me up. Oh. I'm used to inverted controls. So I think that's the biggest way that we could have like kind of like avoid that kind of a thing. I guess we're gonna have to get used to non-inverted controls.
Let somebody cancel you.
If you get banned from all your shit, that's how you get canceled.
I don't care. Keep banning me.
Well, some of us need to make money. Someone's got jobs, but
Well, yeah, it's my job. This is actually my job too. But
Okay, but I mean, I think what Destiny is saying is that
please
this
translate
is,
for me. Communication is a huge problem of mine, so go ahead.
Yeah, that's actually one of my strengths. What he's saying is that this has cost him a lot of money.
No, it's not funny. I'm sorry. It's actually not funny.
Yeah, that's not funny. Fuck you.
It's not. It's no, but for real, it's not funny and it's gross, and that's why I actually really it disturbs me beyond belief. Because like I said earlier, why are we not having conversations? Why is everybody so goddamn scared to talk about things that you're not agreeing with, or you know what I mean? Why is everybody?
Money.
So
I think it comes back to money. Honestly, I think that there's making money and it being silenced, and money is also speech in a way. Like if you have enough money, then you can just make a documentary. You can start your own streaming platform. You can do whatever you want. Like you can still speak if you're J.K. Rowling.
That's right.
But for everybody else, I think that cancel culture ultimately, all cancel culture is really about money. I think at the end of the day.
I think we have to be intentional.
Yeah.
I agree with what Buck said. We got to speak out about this stuff because there's some people out there that are just giant fucking weepy bitches who think that cancellation is something you should do. Who think that flagging shit because they get their feelings hurt is something you should do. Who think that they should use legal processes to go after people because they don't like what they said or something like that. And those people are giant fucking sacks of garbage and also whiny pussies.
I like you, dude.
Anyone specifically?
I want to change my opinion on this.
Or is that just a general?
Pure coincidence.
I wanted to change my opinion on this, actually, Dick. I think this transfer culture thing will naturally end in 20 to 30 years. And there'll be an extreme backlash because you're going to have all of these kids taking their parents and schools to courts over transitions.
I mean, I don't know if it'll go
regret.
that far, but maybe.
And I think it's going to be like a really bad, hardcore backlash. Like,
well, that might be true. And maybe we can.
Could you imagine, like, this generation's kind of like scarred by the financial decisions of our parents, and then like the next generation is scarred by the poor mental health decisions we make for our kids. Could you imagine that actually like becomes true? That would be very interesting, I would say.
Maybe we can avoid future cancellation by trying to stay on the right side of history here. But I think when I wrote the fucking question, I was asking, is there anything we can proactively do about this? And you're saying just survive for 30 years.
No, actually, okay, wait,
no. You're saying let's just throw a bunch of kids under the bus. We'll let them carve up their fucking bodies and take hormones.
I don't know, man. Like I feel like every time I've talked about trans shit, and I know I feel like I'm not super progressive on trans shit. I just think trans women are women, but I understand that they shouldn't play sports and shit because they'll displace like cis women. And like I've talked about when it came to that trans woman going to the spa, about how there's like an intersectional conversation about how that trans woman, while they might want to be a valid woman or be seen as one, they're not very passing, and so that creates an uncomfortable space for women in that space because women are afraid of men for obvious reasons. And like I feel like I've never gotten big enough to be canceled for that, you know, for like that. But like I don't know. I just feel like there's probably a good way to go about these without getting canceled, and there seems to be a level of insensitivity associated with it. Like for that, like they're making jokes, which is fine. Like you do you, but like, you know, when you're being insensitive, obviously people aren't going to take you as seriously.
And then once they get old enough to realize what a bad idea that was, they'll stop it, and then we can start crawl out of our holes and start making money again.
Listen, I'm pretty black-pilled. But I mean, the other option
the
is
children, Lauren.
It's a trolley question. You can have this go on for like 100 more years, or we can sacrifice a lot of children right now, hardcore, just like transition the shit out of everyone, and then this will be like a band-aid off. It'll get canceled real quick.
Okay, so your solution is
it's pure conservative copium.
Remember when multiculturalism destroyed Rome? It's going backwards any day now. I'm sure it's coming.
So be
The
rich.
pendulum's going to stop at some point. It's going to stop and start going back. It's right on the cusp.
What will that look like to you, Nick? The pendulum sliding back.
The pendulum sliding back.
Yes.
We actually, the real answer to that is it will be absolutely fucking terrifying. It will be right now on overdrive because when we see institutional power at risk anywhere in any institution throughout history, what you see is a massive ramp up of institutional power leading to that sea change. And so what you will get is an inflation of cancel culture. You will get an inflation of this
like even the term like transel culture, I feel like it's kind of transphobic. Like I understand what they're saying. There's a growing online community of trans people, a lot of which are probably not really, you know, traditional trans people who have like a significant amount of distress associated with their gender not matching their sex, and they're using that identity to possibly like weaponize it to be kind of like shitty and toxic towards some people. and just call people transphobic because they don't agree with them. But even calling it like transel culture, I feel like you could probably, it's just like insensitive. Like you could contextualize it better to not generalize all trans people inside of like this cancel culture thing, which is exactly what's happening. And these like the ways people are being insensitive, I guess you'd say. I really hope that this doesn't get DMCA'd because I fucking get I'd be so irritated with like the music every time. And you can't skip it because you know they made this game so great for some reason. What? They're changing fucking options. What are you talking about? Oh my god.
Hyperbolic focus on these issues, the overinflation of this issue.
Okay.
I mean, just
Well, I guess
when
we're
you
done with
go
this
by
game 'cause it's fucking
statistics of
stupid.
gender dysphoria and you see just how few people it actually affects, and to think about how big of an issue it's being made now, but multiply it by 20, 30, 50 times what it is, and that's when you'll see the pendulum start to get to that peak, and we're not even there. That's what's fucking terrifying about it. I know we were joking about dragging the kids to the thing, but all the dystopian writers have this idea that again, this is a future question, but that the state
Shout out Sean Ranklin. Whoops, this isn't wings. You're fucking dumb. You're so stupid, bro.
will take charge of the children, and it will be a thing, and the parents will all, you know, kind of accept it after a while because that'll be the thing that happens. But when the state takes charge of the children, I mean, who's to stop the transitioning, and where does that come from? That's the true answer of where it goes. It's every fucking time, and it's horrifying.
You know what's interesting? It's gonna be weird. Do you know how like the Hunger Games? Did that fucking thing have a MAGA hat? Whatever. You know how in the Hunger Games, there's these types of like dystopian future movies and books and media and shit like that, where it's always like the young kids, like the angsty 15 and 16-year-old kids that are like, we have to stop these oppressive adults, right? What if we just started writing more novels from the perspective of the older adults? Like, we have to stop these young, angsty, dumb fucking teenagers. You know what I mean? We have to stop them. What if we did some of that? That might be a good idea.
I think we will
That's
get
where we're
there. The next question, Buck, I'd like to present this to you first.
Yeah, I had one.
Go ahead,
I don't know. I mean, are you sure that's okay if I say something? I mean, it's my.
Yeah,
okay,
go.
cool. Okay.
Everybody's
Moderate
saying
his ass, Dick. Get him.
Okay. I just wanted to say, I think another thing that is happening is kids are being raised with social media. And social media, as a concept, as a way to exist in the world, is you take yourself and then you have like a fake self that you just construct. And so I think in a weird way, even without gender, kids are just learning that you present yourself by constructing a self that is just kind of what you wish you were like.
Maybe.
And then blast that out to the world. And we all do that as adults. And then so it's really hard to convince them probably not to transition, because that's what a lot of what transitioning is. But we're all already kind of like trans in a weird way anyway, where we have so much, we have the technology and medical stuff to present ourselves more how we want, but we also have the social media technology to construct like a fake self and put it out there.
I think the kind of
Maybe. I mean, I think it more comes down to just that social media creates the very interesting. I don't know. I feel like social media is very pressure. I mean, maybe social media can be very toxic for anybody, but specifically for kids. I mean, you're seeing other people present the best versions of themselves, and then when you feeling like shit, all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, I'm not as good as this person. Look at them. And so it seems like comparatively your life is in fucking ruins when realistically you're kind of probably fine. And then additionally, there's probably more mental health issues associated with kids for various reasons. Probably something to do with kids are smarter than like our kids used to be back in the day. And then there's just social media. Everything seems like the fucking world's gonna end. There's probably a lot of different variables. And so people might be kind of like self-diagnosing is also a big thing. Self-diagnosing, like, I have gender I am transgender. I have this gendered issue. Because there's like anxiety and depression associated with gender dysphoria in general, but they might feel like, okay, this is helping me feel better about my identity issues in general because I'm identifying as non-binary, and this makes me feel better. When you might have something else, like maybe you just feel like you're fucking ugly, and back in the day you're just like, you're ugly, wear better makeup, and now it's like, you're ugly, be non-binary. I guess for some kids, I'm not saying all non-binary people are like that. I don't want to generalize like that, but I mean, maybe part of it's like that. But
kind of vibe off that, because we're vibing here. I do believe that everybody on the planet that has like their perfect system detailing why society is falling apart never seems to include that technology is a huge reason. And I actually super agree with that. I think that one of the big issues is kind of going along with something I said earlier. Like kids today aren't allowed to be stupid and grow because kids today can get like infinite amounts of validation on social media that we never had before. Like,
well, not just that, but then also like kids get fucking canceled if they fuck up now. You know what I mean? Like, That's a huge part, a huge part of it too. I feel like, you know, like remember that like 13-year-old boy who said the N-word on the fucking internet, I think, and like Sky Jackson canceled him for that. Like, bro, are you fucking kidding me? Like you know what I mean? That's the kind of shit I'm talking about.
My day, like maybe you had like a few close friends that commented on like your Zanga or your MySpace or your LiveJournal, and like that was it. But now, like if somebody makes fun of me as a 17-year-old, I can take this motherfucker, blow him up on Twitter, and actually destroy his fucking life.
True.
And then maybe raise $20,000 on GoFundMe afterwards for a new dress or something, right? Like the amount of validation that kids are able to get on social media is probably insanely unhealthy, because you probably don't want to ultra reinforce the crazy shit that people believe when they're in their teens. But it seems like we're able to do that with social media today more than we ever were in the past.
True.
This is something I wanted to build on too, with just ease of access. Like if you went to a high school classroom and you asked kids, like, what do you want to change about yourself? Everyone would have something, whether it be like race, hair color, weight, mental abilities. And
dog go?
The fact that, you know, gender is one of those things that you can just walk into a room in the school and change instantly. Like they would probably walk into that room if it were any of those other things they could pick as well. But it just happens that there's that counselor office for gender. There's those surgeries available for gender. There's all of that support for that one thing. So it's ease of access to this one quick thing they can change and get a ton of attention for.
Maybe.
What are you laughing about, Mr. Kroll? That was so funny.
I just had the idea of like a high school kid being like, I want to change my mental ability.
True. I mean,
that's funny.
Maybe not that one.
If only they figured out a way you could change your weight. Bach. Here was the question: is gender theory undergoing rapid mutation on social media? And
you know, I know that he was making a joke, but like, it would be good to get kids to change their weight. You want to know what something that I think is like really kind of shitty and toxic in school is kind of the way that people do sports. I know that sounds weird, but like when okay, so I feel like not some people love playing sports, right? And then also, some people love not playing sports. I know that sounds weird. And so it's like, okay, well then how do you get exercise people who don't like playing sports? I feel like a lot of the times we don't have what was I supposed to fucking do? We don't have like an answer for that. We're just like, yeah, they should just play a sport, and if they don't like it, they should just like it. But what if they don't? So it comes down to like, okay, what do you do? Well, I feel like teaching kids to walk for a half hour every day in their gym class is probably really beneficial. And we don't really teach kids that. Like, I remember there was a walking class in my school, but you can only do it once. And it's like, well, why not? If you could get the people in the pattern of like walking a half hour every day and be like, yeah, you should do this at home. It's really healthy for you. I feel like that would be a really positive thing. Okay, can I fucking get like a running start here? That would probably be like a really positive thing.
Infecting the minds of teenagers like a virus? Or are we witnessing a genuine scientific and cultural awakening?
Oh, no, it's a virus, 100%. I do believe kids are being taught this. I think that what we were just talking about, social media, all of them. I mean, I'm actually next to a large amount of detransitioners. And if you don't know what that is, those are mostly youngsters who transitioned and then realized after they did it that they didn't make a big mistake. And that's so profound. Bro. I don't know if you all understand how profound that is. There are girls who cut their breasts off and maybe even grew a beard and then realized, oh my God, I'm not really a guy. I actually really want to be a girl. So that being said, I do think on some level this is really a problem within our society and within social media and within a way that we're all just sort of like pushing people to do this as opposed to it. That's why I said people don't have gender dysphoria anymore. They're just self-IDing. That says something different to me. Why would anybody want to be trans? As if it's just this really great thing to be, right? So it's like, I want to have cancer, so I'm going to have cancer. And I don't really have cancer, but I actually have cancer. It just doesn't make sense.
Chemo.
Yeah, but have you seen like 3D printed cars?
You're not talking about Mr. Medical, are you?
Well, like, okay, so like they'll get like a shitty car, like you know, and then they'll strip the top of it off, and then these guys will 3D print the parts to like a Bugatti Chiron and lay it over. It's still a fucking Ford Escort or whatever, but it's a Bugatti Chiron. That's what's being done with the trans thing. It's like, no, this is not the supercharged vehicle you think it is, but they dress it up in this enticing sort of shell, and I'm speaking simplistically, but that's the ultimate effect.
That's why I don't think it's societal, and I don't think it's just this new way and we're all moving forward like that. No way. I do not think that in any way, shape, or form, because I see how the kids are, and it's mostly youngsters doing this. Where are all the adults in the room? Why are there not a lot of adults, older, transitioning? Why is it all a very like young generation of
because
kids?
It seems like you guys are all hated now. Nobody wants to talk to the older part of the trans movement anymore. You guys are all you use bad words like transsexual, which is basically a slur these days. Yeah, sorry guys.
Should I just be Brianna Wu for everyone?
Yeah.
Because it's a bit of a circle jerk here. I'll be your Brianna Wu. All right. Well, I think
no, fuck that. Hold on. No, fuck you. You're not going to be the progressive argument.
Whoa. No, get out of here.
If you actually believe what you're about to say, you don't have to fucking pretend that you're playing a part. If you disagree,
John,
you have a genuine disagreement.
So why are there not all these adults transitioning? They're, if they had the ability when they were younger, when they were in school to transition, they would have. Maybe if they had the social acceptance to do it then, they would have. But now they're set in their ways. They're too old, especially trying to go on hormones when you're older. You can't stop a lot of that stuff that you went through in puberty. Whereas if you take hormone blockers when you're, 11, 12, you can really actually be quite similar to the other sex you're trying to transition to. So maybe it was just lack of access for the older people.
I don't think you think it's just lack of access, but
well, I'd imagine then people would be like, well, yeah, but since they had lack of access and they're like they live fulfilling lives and like who cares, right? That's what the argument would kind of be. It's like, yeah, but see, they grew out of it. But I don't think it's that simple. There's probably like a lot of people who are trans who just didn't just grow out of it,
This has to
I don't
be,
think any of this stuff. Yeah.
You don't think any of that's true?
Maybe.
You don't think any of it's true at all? I mean, it has to be somewhat true. There have to be.
Okay, hold on.
Okay,
this is the problem. Conservatives are just as much to blame as people on the left, okay? Here's the issue. Again, I talk about this all the time. The problem is that when you don't have anybody that's willing to be reasonable, then nobody is going to be reasonable. That's the issue that you run into, okay? So when we look at, like, trans people, who are the group of people saying, like, hey, trans people are real, we should alleviate their problems as much as possible? That might even mean some responsible exploration in high school with puberty blocks or something maybe, but we should be careful. We need to make sure that we're having challenging conversations with these children. We're not just force-feeding kids drugs to make them trans, right? Nobody has that opinion. On the left, you've got people saying you should be able to identify as deer, as activists online or on college campuses, and on the right, you've got people saying, like, I don't think trans people are real at all. So, like, when those are the only two positions that exist, and when society tends to culturally shift left over time, it's not surprising that it's going to move more and more and more extremely far to the left. Like, you can't go from screeching for decades, I think trans people are fake, it's bullshit, to being like, okay, maybe trans people are real, but can they please not be real until they're 18? Like, motherfucker, you lost that fight already because you never wanted to hold that position. So, yeah, I mean, when you have people that are unwilling to occupy reasonable spaces, then, I mean, the conversation will only ever move one way.
But
do you think you might have a bit of brain rot from the internet and people in the real world are not having just those two positions and there's a bit of nuance there?
I wish that was the case.
Really.
That was the argument that I used 5 years ago when I argued against crazy alt-writers and stuff online, that it was only online or that this stuff is only blah, blah, blah. But no, I think that it was only online. Now it's like at a lot of colleges, and now it is like the most corporate safe thing to do, so it kind of leaks into a lot of our entertainment as well, and it's slowly like permeating all the culture because you've got this huge tech backing that's
every college, every high school in America are telling your kids transition at 9 years old right now.
She's being Brianna Wu because she's
saying,
fucking don't respond to her. Don't.
He's saying that we're highly polarized, and that is obviously true, and increasingly so. And so I think we need to be less polarized as a way to get out of this dynamic. So like Nick, some of the ways that you talk about this feels
He's transphobic. Say it. He is a transphobe.
Okay, but what's weird is that I don't think you. I don't think
he is. Call him one.
I think you're transphobic. No, I don't think you actually are transphobic. You come across as like a pretty understanding guy, which I think is why. So I'm left leaning, but I enjoy your streams partly because when push comes to shove, you actually are able to empathize with people of different backgrounds, races, orientations, identities, or whatever on all sides of the political spectrum. But when you're but then you start calling people like pussies, and like I know you're kind of joking, you're kind of not joking, but I feel like I think we need to develop a way to disagree with people without completely shitting all over them, which I kind of think is what Destiny's getting at with saying that it's not reasonable to be that polarized and that dismissive. I guess I don't agree with. I don't give a fuck about what other adults do. I just want to protect the kids. I think that the way we empathize with kids and care about their well-being, we need to expand to all adults. I don't think it's right to. Well, yes, Nick. I don't think it's right to.
Because that's the whole purpose of being an adult is those shields that are put over you as you go up through becoming 18, which is an arbitrary number that we've decided is adulthood. I get it, but as you mature through your life, there are various protections as your brain is developing, as you're going through all of these things, and a whole bunch of smart people have for some reason landed on this number. But we do a lot of protection for the purposes of switching from concrete thinking to abstract thinking, from being able to deal with criticism, from being able to recognize the difference between a joke and an actual insult.
But there's overwhelming evidence that many adults lack these abilities. And so you could say they should have them because we decided that by the time you're 18, you should be able to do these things, but most people just can't. And I'm not saying that they need to be shielded from criticism or shielded from their own decisions, but I still think we should afford them empathy that you seem to be willing to afford a blue-haired, trans, mask, lesbian, whatever, dear gender, 14-year-old that you're not willing to afford a 24-year-old. And I just think there's a dismissiveness that makes it work. Like there's no way to back down or de-escalate from anybody's positions if the de-escalation means you have to step toward the people who are calling you like a retard.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah, but I think you're either misunderstanding or misstating my position. I will afford the same level of empathy to any particular person.
Then you just say you
I don't
wouldn't.
care
Child
if
or
they're-
adult? You sound
Yeah, of
sound
course not.
softer or more caring when you talk. I mean, I'm not saying it should be the same level of empathy, but there is a dismissiveness when we talk about like, what about adults who are getting roped into this or pushed into this? And
Holy shit! From Culinary Cats, bro, you give me too much money today, brother. This is for any of the Lego DLC packs you want. I personally recommend the classic Lego pack. Either way, have a great rest of your stream. I appreciate that, brother. Have a good night, man. You give me too much money. Don't give me money anymore, okay? Okay. What am I supposed to do with this fucking thing?
it's everybody's just kind of like, well, fuck them.
Well, okay. I don't want anybody roped into anything. The reality, though, is that children are more vulnerable because we're
I see.
putting them consistently into institutions where authorities are removing them from the people who have the actual onus to educate them on these subjects.
Well, yeah, but then you'd argue that those kids grow up and they maintain those ideologies that you're saying. So, like, it's probably a good thing to also have like a level of empathy for them, so that like when they grow up, you'll be able to, I guess, from your perspective, you'd be able to like de-radicalize that person. That would be kind of the argument there.
And they're taking that on. We're giving that to the state largely, sometimes to private schools, and sometimes to even small group tutors or clubs or whatever it is. But as we abrogate our responsibility to our kids, and we give up our parenting in some way to something else, we need to maintain control over those groups. That's why children are important. But adults aren't being put into a school where they don't have an opportunity to turn around and walk the fuck away, get in a car, and drive off. A kid can't. You can't leave. But as an adult, you can. You can turn around. You can drive. You can take a bus. You can get a golf cart. You can have a homeless person piggyback you. It doesn't fucking matter. You can find some way to get away. In large. Again, speaking in
Like,
general.
get away from what? I don't understand. Like, get away from like whatever culture is happening. I mean, I guess you do, but like, it's not about whether you have the resources to do something. I also think it's easy to just run away. It's more of like, do you have it's not just about having the resources to move away from something. It would also be about like having the ability, like you don't know what you're de-escalating from. Okay, you know what I mean? Like you would be trapped in an ideology by your logic. So it wouldn't be as easy as like, oh, you just get away. You know, you could just know better. Well, no, it's not just how it fucking works. Plus, people usually have like big community roots. They don't want to just leave. Nobody wants to just leave home. It's not a big thing. Except for me, I want to go move to Florida, so I can go to Disney every day. Thank you so much for the $2, brother. Listen, I have to tell people not to donate to me. It's too much fucking money. Like, you guys, like, it's crazy. I didn't expect people to give me so much money from over here. It's crazy.
Moralities. Yes, there are people who will not be able to leave situations, but we can deal with margins on the margins.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, don't you think that a lot of the people in the school who are teaching kids that they can, be female deer or whatever it is, are?
I don't think. First of all, not for nothing. I don't think anybody's teaching kids that they can be fucking female deer. Like, there seems to be some fucking nut jobs on TikTok that are crazy when it comes to gender, for sure. But like, can we let's not pretend that that's even close to like everybody. Like, even gay teachers are not going around like trying to socially change their kids to being gay. They're probably just like, this is fucking crazy. They might just be like, yeah, I have a husband, because kids are probably like, do you have a husband? It's like, yeah. Or what is that? Why are there two? Why are you posing with a guy there? What are you, gay? And he's like, yeah, I'm gay. What does that mean? Oh, it means I like boys. Wow, it's fucking incredible. And that's kind of most of the interaction from kids, you know what I mean? $5 from Big Senpai Nate. Damn, brother. Hey, Papa God, this is my first time in a live stream of yours. I don't use Twitch much, but hope you and Mama God are doing well. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I was just doing this to talk about Destiny. I didn't realize there's going to be so many active people here. It's pretty crazy. Maybe I'll have to stream on YouTube more. I don't know. We'll have to find out.
They're also roped
this?
into
Yeah, it's
their
pretty
belief
cool.
systems. They're also surrounded by a net of people who don't want them to change their beliefs and who will get mad at them if they do, and also conservatives. There are people watching this right now who won't even like the way that you are being somewhat conciliatory in your response to what I'm saying. There are people who are probably in your chat being like, "Shut this motherfucker down. He wants to groom kids," right? And so we're all being pressured to just go further and further and further. And I feel like that cancel culture is not just going after people who aren't far left enough. By default, by making the left appear so disgusting to the right with cancel culture, there's a reverse cancel culture, and now it's a quieter type of cancellation. But I think both sides are being pushed further and further, and it has to grow. It's like the stock market; like it has to always be expanding.
Something I think is important too. Like, do we believe that trans people are real? Because if we do believe that trans people are real and that dysphoria is real, like, shouldn't children be able to get help for that? Because my understanding, Buck can speak if you disagree, but my understanding is that like there might be kids that think they're trans when they're growing up, but they're not.
This game is so much fun, but like there's just weird things like this that were done so poorly. Like, okay, there we go. I keep running into bugs playing this game, and I'm just like, how did they fucking allow this to happen?
But if you are trans, you definitely know around when you hit puberty that you're trans. And to not be able to address it then, or to not have the ability to address it then, because of, ironically enough, an intervention of the state to say that doctors can't talk to you, parents can't talk to you, that there's nobody that you can turn to, that seems to be bad if you believe that trans people are a real phenomenon.
Well, yeah, you can't just 100% cut it off, because there are, and I don't like to call them trans kids, I call them dysphoric kids, because they might not necessarily be trans. They could be gay or something. They're just dealing with some dysphoria stuff here. But the problem for me in transitioning young people at such an early age with medication, I socially transitioned.
I wonder what he means by that. That's an interesting theory, that maybe they're not gay. Maybe they're just confused about something, like how this game, maybe if I get this stupid dog away from me. Oh, maybe the dog is conflicting with the camera. Okay. I know it's a tauntaun set up. I wonder... I mean, like, I guess maybe they're... What the fuck? Okay. Maybe there might be kids that are, like, misdiagnosing themselves to be trans. Like, I have a detransitioning friend, and they were like, yeah. Like, I just said I was trans, kind of. I went in there, I thought I was trans, so I said I was trans, and they were like, okay, you're trans, and let's kind of, like, operate from that capacity. And that was, like, toxic for them. Because guess what? They weren't trans, so they detransitioned. And so, like, I wonder if people are kind of like throwing out trans as like oh, I have anxiety, this is my thing, I'm trans, rather than like actually exploring themselves and taking some time to explore. Yeah. Oh, thanks, brother. $5 from Deve. Love from the Destiny community, DDLG or DGGL. So what is that? Is that Daddy Dom? No, that's not Daddy Dom. Bro, this vibration every time I jump is on my balls. I don't know if it's appropriate. Anyway,
level as a youngster, but the problem for me is immediate medication, and medication is not a positive thing. It can destroy, especially what they're giving these young kids, and it is irreversible. Whether or not, whatever any of you think here, I know for a fact the medication they're giving these young kids is irreversible.
Interesting. The only reason I'm like, I can see the med argument, because I have ADHD, and I remember I went on meds when I was younger, and it was like kind of a shitty experience to go on like Ritalin for so long. It kind of fucks you up. Makes you feel like a suspicious character from the popular hit video game Among Us. But no, it kind of fucks you up a little bit. And like, I kind of wish I never went on it. And then coming off of it, I went off of it like cold turkey, so I went fucking like kind of crazy. But yeah, I get that. I wonder, like, because people say that's irreversible. I don't know if there's a lot of studies being done on whether it is like reversible or not. I just don't know how reversible it is. Because like when they talk about reversibility, wow, I just fucking fell. Are they talking about it in like a short-term, long-term capacity? Because like we were talking about before, I wonder, like, you know, if you go on hormone blockers, can you get your fertility back? Oh fuck, just wonder.
And so that being said, it is a very small space. What I have is not as big as what the world is seeing. It is extremely small, and it's a disorder that's very small. The trans people you're seeing today, I think on some level, are being told they're trans by other people. It's happening in colleges, by the way. Massive amount of young girls are transitioning in college right now and going along with it. And then when you detransition in college, you get mobbed on, you get jumped on, you get called all kinds of bad things. So what you said earlier is true. Once you desist from the group, you're considered a bad person. So it's all over the place. There isn't like a very specific kind of road that's happening. I went through a structure. There's no structure anymore. And I find that to be extremely dangerous if you're taking a medical space. If you're just socially transitioning, that's fine. And I do think there are young kids who have dysphoria. There's no doubt about it. But we're willy-nilly we're just here, take some drugs, and maybe you're trans, and have top surgery at 13. And all of those things are extremely dangerous when we're not really monitoring what this actually means. And we have no long-term studies. Dude, how can you do such a drastic change with no long-term studies?
I definitely agree with that. But like for things like puberty blockers, at the very least, like if you have access to like gender clinics or whatever, this should probably be on the table for people that are perhaps dysphoric as children, no?
Well, I'm going to kind of disagree with that in a sense that, no, I don't think you should immediately do that. I think the kid needs to go through some therapy before they start taking that. But they're not doing that. They're literally telling parents, and I have firsthand experience with this, oh, your kid is trans. They say they're trans. You better give your kid some this. You all know this suicide thing. Like, if you don't do that, your kid's going to commit suicide. That is actually horrifying.
I've never heard that before.
I'm a parent.
Sure.
So I'm a parent of a 9-year-old.
I've never heard that before. And then when I mentioned it, because I watched the Blair White conversation with him and Blair White. And I was like, interesting. There's a lot of things I was like, I didn't know that. I don't think this is real. And people are obviously upset with me, which is fair. But I've never heard that before. Like, your kid's gonna kill themselves. I've just never heard that before. I really haven't. How the fuck do I get up here, bro? Jumped and dismount? I'm trying.
Wait a second. Wait, okay, hold on. Just on the puberty blockers.
I'm gonna add to what you're saying.
Okay, go.
what Destiny's asking you.
No, no, now you're done. Okay.
Should it be on the table at all? You're criticizing the waiter on the
because
show.
now we've kind of gone to the other position where it's like some people abuse it, so fuck all of it.
Close
I
the
do
door.
agree that
No, I don't.
I do agree that
didn't
some
say
people
that.
I do agree that some people abuse it, but like if you are a trans
This game is too intelligent for me. Like I was just like, I'm fucking running. Like you can't do anything. You're supposed to close the door with that in the middle of it, so you can get by and you can just run by it. Incredible! Wow, incredible stuff.
woman, depending on the cards you were dealt, male puberty fucking sucks. You're looking at $50,000 facial feminization surgery. You're looking at shoulders that aren't gonna fit your whole. You're fucked. You're 6'2". Like
oh, you weren't upset with me. You just want me to turn to this on. Okay. Well, I mean, it's always good. That's what a lot of my content is like exploratory. Like, oh, I've never heard this before. You know, so it's always good to get some feedback. What the fuck is happening here? Why is this guy blue? Why is this from Ghostbusters? All right, whatever.
So much to overcome if you go through an incredibly masculine puberty. It seems kind of sad to say that, well, because there are some therapists that I've talked to detransitioners too, and one of them told me that on their first meeting they were declared trans and issued drugs. Like first meeting. I agree with you. That's insane. That's fucking wild.
For sure.
But just because some people abuse it or fuck with it,
I should talk to my trans friend and see if they want to talk about their shit. Their name is Julesog Brillo. They're pretty cool. I haven't really connected with my older TikTok friends. Do I want a magnet? Oh, of course, a magnet's better than a fucking turret. That's everybody's first choice, right?
I don't think means that we should say no puberty blockers whatsoever. I think that we need to have like a better process by which to help like children if they go on that journey to go on that journey. I do agree that right now in some places it goes too far. Yeah.
Everybody, what's your minimum age for puberty blockers? Ideal conditions. Everything's.
Well, I mean, you when you say what's your minimum age for puberty, I mean, I imagine hot take is probably like I feel like you'd have to go on puberty blockers during puberty. No? So you could block your puberty? Does that make sense? So I don't know. I'm super uncomfortable with fucking kids going on shit like that. I don't know how I feel fucking like I really don't know how the fuck I feel. Like, oh, let me have like a 12-year-old going puberty. Like, dude, I don't know. I feel like that's too. You know what's so weird? Because I talked to my wife about this. Like, the only reason that I'm even considering the possibility is like she was like, "What if we have a kid and like they want to fucking kill themselves?" Because I know we're not going to be the parents that are like, "You're trans, oh my god, yay!" You know, we're going to be the ones that are like taking it carefully. And she's like, "What if we have a kid that's trans?" Like, and they're like super like really upset about it. Like, what do we do? I was like, "Fuck, I guess maybe we would have to give them hormones because I don't want them to die. It's my fucking kid," you know. So that's kind of where I come from with that.
Done exactly to your specifications, therapy, whatever. Mine is 18.
Well, you've already gone through puberty.
Yeah, they're done at that point.
They don't need
Okay,
it.
so then mine is 100. I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm against blocking puberty. Okay, everybody say what? Everybody cast your lot.
Okay,
Destiny?
I would say that ideally, if we have good processes in place, like responsible ones where children are having challenging conversations with therapists like they should be, then whatever age puberty could start or begins to matter. So that could be as early as 9 or 10 or 11, or as late as 12 or 13. It just depends.
Did you say 9,
if I accept trans people, which they are, then
you,
if you are a trans woman especially, avoiding male puberty is like one of the most important things you could possibly do.
Nick, what do you think? Puberty blockers, are they on the table or not?
Steven says
Fuck
9.
off.
If you've got a rebuttal.
This might
No,
be
of course not.
that Mr. Girl's talking about.
Again, in some like
should be nicer.
beautiful, perfect world where we have perfect therapy and perfectly therapeutic children, sure, but we don't. And
What age? What age?
No,
yeah,
I'm
but
saying
you're never gonna have like a perfectly ideal society. You know what I mean? Like, unfortunately, so we have to be like, okay, but if we put in really solid standards and we made sure like 95% of the people, like kids who were diagnosed as trans, it was worked out. We got it. We worked it out. Would that be okay with you? I'd be like, yeah, I guess so. Like those, that's a big L for those 5% of people who get misdiagnosed, I guess. But at least the other 95% are happy. So you'd have a more positive outcome for more people. Because you're never going to be ideal. You're always going to have some fucking kooky banana people in the system, and then you're going to have really good therapists who are just having a fucking bad time, and it's like a real thing, man. Shit happens, dude. You have really good workers. It doesn't matter what job you're in, where like they're good workers and they're just having a rough fucking day, and maybe they just say the wrong thing or they do the wrong thing and they like make a mistake and then make an error. They make a judgment call, and it just turns out not to be a good judgment call. That's just kind of the reality of life, man.
no age. I say no.
I'm saying in the ideal world, in your hypothetical, you can have whatever. You can have a team of the best therapists in the country telling you.
26.
Okay.
Nice.
Right
Is that a genuine answer, or you avoided the question because you're
Well,
scared?
no, he said he doesn't believe in puberty blockers. So that
Yeah, I don't think they should ever be implemented.
Yeah, but when you started explaining why you don't believe in puberty blockers, you were saying that the way they're delivered is not ideal. So with
What is this thing?
I was speaking in arguendo,
Bitch.
assuming Destiny's argument that there were some way to actually do this. I was speaking, but I don't hold that position.
What if there were?
There isn't.
Nick, what do you think of the trade-off?
So you don't have to answer. You don't have to answer the hypothetical because you don't believe it, that the conditions are possible.
No, I don't believe the conditions are possible.
What if they were?
But they aren't.
What if they were?
Yeah.
They won't be.
Look, see, abstract thinking doesn't always kick in at 25.
There's a genuine fear there to answer this question. You know, it's so funny because this person's talking about how holy moly, that thing was spooky. Oh my god, that was a white on black crime. Sorry. It's so interesting that he seems to be afraid to answer the question. He's really eating a piece of metal. That's never ever gonna be like yummy to you. But anyway, it's so interesting that he's so afraid to answer in this hypothetical world. I feel like nobody, or this theoretical like ideal world, there's no way that you could disagree. It's like, hey, if there are people that we could figure out that were objectively trans and it would actually help their quality of life with 100% guarantee, would you be okay in this world? And him saying, well, it's never going to happen, sounds like he would say yes, but he's afraid to because of what, I mean, maybe whatever audience that he has. And he has to maintain a level of transphobia. And the reason I say that is because he's talking about how like there's like socially conditioned people who are like transracial culture and all this other stuff. And it's like you're also kind of victim to your community. I think Mr. Girl made that point before. So very interesting.
What do you think the age of consent should be if people live to be 200?
How do you feel about parents raising their kids no gender and let them pick? I think it's stupid. I think that you should generally identify your kid with their born gender so that they're not as confused. And if they change themselves, like whatever, you can explore that. But that's like a dumb idea. It's kind of stupid.
If people live to be 200, but people don't live to be 200 right now.
Well, yeah. What if they could? Are you
the
able
age of
to
consent
are you able
is,
to picture a world where people can live to be 200?
Yeah, sure. But the age of consent is set by
What would you
state
do if
law.
you grew a third arm right now? What would you do?
Jerk off while showing.
Okay,
Literally
so
what I
we're
would do as
capable
well,
of
yeah.
answering hypothetical questions based on the impossible. So for this question,
I'm a lawyer. Of course,
asking,
I can answer hypothetical questions.
So then why aren't you answering this one?
Because I don't think it's worth entertaining. I don't believe in gender or in puberty blockers at any age under any hypothetical.
What about the trade-off that Destiny was talking about, where if you believe in a trans person, them going through puberty would be horrible and it would be irreversible? In that edge case, what do you think about that?
You know what? There are people who are born with things that are very horrible, and I am very sorry for it. But I do not believe in puberty blockers, even in edge cases. I just don't.
Why?
And I know that it's like we've set up this cool thing where we're talking about, well, there's too much extremes and maybe we need to consider the middle. But I don't think that it's valuable to say this because we go through all sorts of there are all sorts of issues that you're born into, socioeconomic issues that cannot be and will never be solved by society or technology, and it sucks, right?
We might be able to solve them. I think that like there's a theory of our absolute paradise is going to be when we are able to upload our brains to a supercomputer powered by like the fucking sun and live eternally however we want. That was an interesting thing that you said, though. Gender isn't assigned; it's at birth. It's observed. Very interesting. I kind of agree with that. And obviously, if you have the capacity to change that as you get older, sure. But like at birth, there's no reason to go outside because chances are somebody will be happy, like, you know, gravitating towards their gender role, their biological gender role. Is that what you'd say? No.
Like it sucks that I was born white when I'm a black man. It really does suck because I tried to get into the rap game and I ended up on fucking YouTube.
Wait, but this doesn't. Okay, when we talk about society, hold on. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I don't know why people say this. Life sucks. When we're talking about societal prescriptions, that is the least profound statement I've ever heard in my entire life.
It is, but isn't that like the argument for like the life sucks argument? That would be like a real solid banger to be pro-choice, no? Like, yeah, life sucks, so we might as well just hardship sucks, bro. You know what I mean?
Life sucks. No shit, life sucks. But like, even of the examples you give, like, well, you know, some people are born into shows.
Hey, life sucks. We shouldn't have air conditioning. That's pretty much what I would say. You know, life sucks, but like, no, if we have the technology to do particular things, you should change them.
Socioeconomic systems. Yeah, no shit. That's why we have progressive tax bracket and welfare. That's why we have
No, but those don't work.
I'm saying that the goal of having any sort of governance is usually to like address some of these imbalances.
What doesn't
right?
work?
Do I give my opinion here?
Yeah, I have I have a couple
I-
questions for Nick just to follow up.
Can I answer the question? Everyone got to answer first.
Yes, yeah. After this quick
Holy
couple of questions. Is Dick, do you want to make a ruling?
Oh yeah, Lauren, go for it.
Thank you. Okay. Well, now it feels like I'm just like getting a pit.
You know what's interesting? I'm going to cut her off right there because she's a woman. But no, it's so interesting because I remember I was talking to Keemstar, right? I was talking to Keem. what the fuck is happening? I was talking to Keemstar the other day, and Petty Page was obviously there, and it was like her thing. She was hosting it, and me and him kept like talking, and she got frustrated, and she like was like, "Hey, this is my thing. Like, let me talk," and, which is fair, 100% fair. I tried to shut up a lot after that. You know, my wife even kind of yelled at me. But it's so interesting because like I think the first thought is like they're kind of sexist for not like listening to this woman. But then my next thought is like men and women tend to have like different interpretations of information as well. And I'm sure that's a factor there. And so like men tend to be able to get through to men more and in different ways than women, like because women tend to get through to women in different ways, generally speaking. That's just my experience talking to women. And so I wonder if that's one of the reasons why like maybe she doesn't feel like doesn't insert herself or doesn't really know what to say necessarily because there's different like things. I don't know. I'm just exploring this concept here, but it's just interesting.
Pity in here. All right.
You're getting it because you're a woman.
Life sucks, Lauren.
I don't think you should give any person, let alone a child, puberty blockers
I could probably talk to Lauren Heather. I guess I could. I don't know what I would talk to her about. She seems interesting, but
until you can prove pretty confidently that they are actually dysphoric. And one of the best ways to prove that they are actually dysphoric is for them to go through puberty. So I don't really think you can.
It's like, I mean, I guess she's not wrong, but Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, I guess she isn't wrong about that. Oh, they must have put ink on this thing. Jesus Christ. What the I don't even remember what the fuck I was going to say after that. Jesus. Okay. I mean, I guess that's an argument. I just got a point. I just don't know if I agree with it.
You can prove that someone has persisting dysphoria without them going through puberty.
Okay, I don't want to give you insulin because I need to prove you're diabetic. We're gonna wait till your toes fall off and see what happens.
Well, you could prove. Well, you're pre-diabetic once you hit like 140. So I mean, like that's you know, you would be reactionary to diabetes. So that's not exactly like the best argument there. You also don't give insulin until you hit over 200, like resting wiener balls. Like once your ACL hits 10, that's when you start, which is like a 200, like I don't know, it's like measured as like a 200 fucking piss per poops. You know what I'm talking about? I really hate these controls.
Oh, diabetes and gender dysphoria are very
different
Yeah, they are. But
things.
there's probably ways through talking to each other we can figure out.
You don't know it's retarded
blood
though,
test
because you
to
don't
find
give someone
someone
insulin until you find out they're diabetic.
Sure, but I mean, we do give kids SSRIs. We do give kids medication for anxiety and ADHD. Should all that be illegal as well? We don't cut into their brains to see if they have an ADHD brain.
Well, yeah, but you usually test to see if they have ADHD. I mean, like, this is a little bit of a weak argument here, just the way that he's phrasing it.
Is it like an age point?
You would just say like that. I think by that point that the dysphoria has like, you know, exemplified itself to the degree that, you know, maybe that wouldn't be the best way to operate. I mean, I guess that would be your best argument there.
Unless maybe I'm incorrect about this, but there isn't an age point where it's like one of the distinctive factors in deciding are they going to have persisting ADHD.
It is
or
absolutely.
not.
I will say, as a parent of a child with ADHD, the age is actually incredibly important because if they do have these types of problems, it's recommended to start as early as possible. Because if you do have a kid that's like severely ADHD and you're like, oh fuck it, I'll wait till he's 18, his life might be fucked by then.
But then what if it was a cost? Wait. What if there was a cost to putting them on early if you're wrong?
There is a cost, right? When you're talking about amphetamines long term, you've got potential heart side effects. You've got like other weird like mind shit that can happen.
But it ain't like
mood
fucking
swings and things
puberty
like
blockers.
all of these things that we're putting. It ain't like puberty blockers. I mean, like arguably, like some amphetamines or medications for ADHD can have more like serious side effects than puberty blockers.
And what if the cost is that they were potentially they were more likely to not have ADHD if you had let them go over this certain age gap, rather than you deciding to medicate early and then them definitely having
These
ADHD.
are the hard decisions that
That's
I
not
think
a hard decision.
It absolutely is a hard. I hate that you're a parent. You're saying this. You're fucking dishonest. Fuck. Okay, it is absolutely hard to make these decisions about your children, which is why it should be kept between the parents and the doctor. And
I can't stop my fucking ship, and then I shoot at this fucking thing. Okay, how the fuck? What the hell was that? Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to not crash into that piece of dog shit if I can't slow my fucking ship down? Okay, the Star Wars. What was the shooting game? There was just the flying one. Rogue Squadron, much better than this fucking pile of shit. I'm getting pissed. I like this game, but it's fucking gay. I'm sorry.
Some fucking loser that's like, I don't think they should be legal until they're 18. Fuck you. I don't want you telling me what the fuck I do with my kid until he's 18. That should be a decision between parents. That should be.
There's certain things.
No, hold on. If there are better ways to do this. None of us disagree with that. So stop with the virtue signaling of like, oh, these systems are. We all agree that there are problems. We all agree.
We're all taking an indefensible position.
No, hold on. No, that is not true. Your position might be indefensible. Don't project. Okay, hold on. Let me finish my thing. Let me finish my point.
You actually believe you should be able to do whatever you want to your kids before?
No, I think that it should be a medically informed. It should be a medically informed decision where the government can arbitrarily restrict saying, oh, your kid has to be 18 before we can take this fucking drug.
Well, what if your doctor said they want to cut your kid's head off? Like, your kid's too unhappy, so we have to chop his head off. Like,
I don't know. If he's a League of Legends player, you know, maybe that's the only route left for him. You know, it depends.
at some point we have to say like, no,
Well,
actually, you.
I mean, why would the doctor say that? Like, are they going to put him on a robot body? Like, what's the what's the logic here? Like, I understand extreme arguments and examples, but like, what's the fucking argument here? I don't understand. Like, what would that be? What treatment for? I guess League of Legends, like you said.
Can tell doctors they can't do certain things to kids. Like, you don't actually believe that the sanctity of the parent doctor child trio. It should be like
When it comes to something like related to
like
like trans issues, probably. When it comes to like chopping their head off, probably not.
right. But
Well,
I
what
guess that's my
about,
point. Is
transableists?
how close is transitioning to like a
I think
obviously destructive?
it's at least a few
negative
doors
thing?
down. I think maybe even on the next block.
Okay,
There's a difference between
cutting their
transitioning and chopping people's heads off.
Well, yeah, I would rather get my head cut off than my dick cut off.
Well, technically, cutting off your kid's head. Maybe some trans-affirming doctors would want you to do that. If they were a boy, cut that pee-pee head off. You know what I'm saying? I know that they push it inside. They make it an innie instead of an outie. I know it's like a belly button, but it's still, logic's there.
What about transableism, which is a rising, sort of
What does that mean,
fringe
transableism?
issue for now? But it's the idea that some people believe they're born disabled, and so they get medically disabled. If your child believes that they're born a paraplegic, should you be able to take your child to a doctor and have them snip their spinal cord in their lower vertebrae so that they
Well,
can?
that would be fucking stupid. Come on, there's no way that we're like that. We're seriously. That's not the same. That's not the same thing at all. What a wild comparison. Of course you shouldn't be able to do that. I don't think that transitioning is limiting your function. And no kid's going to be so dysphoria or have so much like I guess dysphoria or distress associated with being able-bodied. I will tell you one thing. When I was in school, I would hate like sometimes classes so much. I wish I was disabled so I wouldn't have to like run the mile. Obviously, because I'm fucking obese as shit. You know what I mean? So, but obviously you would be like, yeah, you can't do that. But I don't think any kid actually wants to be fucking. I mean, I guess there's some people with that disorder, but like, what a wild ride.
Can't walk. Like, should
if
you
there
be able
was
to
like
do that?
the thing is that trans people have existed for as long as we've had like written history. It seems to be the case that there are some people that are born dysphoric. Their brains are wired wrong, or something gets turned on as they're aging that messes their ability to have this congruence with their gender identity and gender expression. And as much as we've tried, conservatives are like, oh well, they just need more therapy, blah blah blah. We've tried the conversion camps. We've tried every fucking thing possible. We've had some kids that are assigned a certain sex at birth that they weren't because of a botched surgery, and it doesn't seem like you can just socialize somebody out of their gender. So if it's impossible to socialize somebody out of something, and we have medical technology to alleviate an issue, why would we not use the medical technology other than a virtue signal? Like.
Do you believe that body dysphoria is limited to gender, though?
It seems to be the case. I haven't heard or seen any convincing arguments or anything to the contrary of that.
What about like guys who like do tons of
Have you ever met a
steroids
fat
or-
person?
Or
No,
women?
body dysphoria can be a thing. I mean, like eating disorders are real, of course, but this is fundamentally different than like trans racialism or trans like genderism or trans
happening?
whatever, like these other types of things that people say exist. But yeah, I mean, I
How
think people
is
can be
fundamentally different.
Yeah, the way we deal with eating disorders, or with somebody like a bodybuilder, bigorexia. You guys heard of that? Or a woman wanting bigger breasts. Let's say your 13-year-old daughter is realizing she's going through puberty and she's not going to have the huge breasts that she wanted. Should she? And she's really upset about it. All of her friends are blossoming, and she wants to kill herself. So should you get her implants or put her on hormones so that she develops further? Like, obviously, I think the answer to
Well, probably not, of course. I mean, I doubt that she would actually want to kill herself. I guess if she really did, there's probably some kind of like outside pressure. But if she became 18, like, yeah, you'd let her get breast implants. And I know that he's trying to say, like, yes, you could wait till they're 18, but that's different because there's no negative to waiting at all. Because when it comes to your boobie size, your tits might just explode and become like huge fucking milk-filled knockers as you grow up. I don't know. It's probably inappropriate considering we're talking about kids going through puberty. But on the flip side, like you can't if you I guess there's some instances where maybe I don't know. I don't think that's generally the experience, but like maybe there are some instances where you might have gender dysphoria and maybe it's because you have a lack of a particular hormone. Like maybe you have like a lack of estrogen or a lack of testosterone that's making you feel that way and you could grow out of it. I just don't know if that's the generalized experience. I guess you'd have to kind of determine that.
for everybody in the panel is probably no, that would be weird. But if she wants to turn into a man, then we're like, well, yeah, maybe we should consider it. To me, it's much more reasonable to give your daughter breast implants than your son. I think, but I would be against both. But for some reason, there's something very like protected and special about the way we.
Well,
think
I
about
wouldn't give my trans daughter breast implants because they could we see how it goes with the hormones. There's some things that I just simply wouldn't like do. Where's the stupid fucking woman? Sorry. I don't know why I'm so edgy today. It's the environment that I'm in, guys. They're edgy. It's making me edgy. I don't think... What was I saying now? Fuck. I totally lost my fucking train of thought. I was gonna say that there are some things that you wouldn't do from a transition perspective. You know, that you could kind of wait out, like booby implants. So you're probably not going to give your kid breast implants. It's more about like puberty blockers or potentially hormone like transitioning, like when you're younger, not necessarily like boob implants or cutting our boobies off. You know,
gender dysphoria, but I think of it as the same as all dysphoria.
Well, but I mean, like, but there are some forms of that we would accept. So, for instance, like, if you were a woman and you had to get like a double mastectomy because of breast surgery, we would say, yeah, you should be able to have like reconstructive surgery to rebuild your breast. Like, that's not necessarily. Or if you're like the victim of like some sort of horrific thing that leaves you disfigured or with some scar, like, yeah, you do get cosmetic
That's true,
surgery
but there's a big difference between that feeling like something you had was taken away from you and you're
Sure,
trying to
I think the
reconstruct your
difference
life,
is that, like,
and a 13-year-old that just wants mommy milkers.
Sure,
like
I think the
there's a
difference seems to be is that like when it comes to things like eating disorders and stuff, there seems to be some underlying issue that can be treated without like saying the person has to be. I know you think that all trans people can be talked out of being trans, but there are people that are way more motivated than you that have been trying to do it that haven't.
Tell me what I think.
Okay, what were you gonna say then?
Don't ever tell me what I think.
Okay, I can't imagine doing that. My bad. Go ahead.
I can't. Thank you. I think that anorexic people
he
can't
does
just be
that a lot,
talked
yeah.
out of it. You have to learn how to cope with it. So yes, you could lose a few pounds, as Nick would suggest, or you can just cope with it. Cope with the feeling that your body's not going to look and feel right to you. And so I think.
Well, yeah, but there's just like I like smack the key off my key. I don't really need the key right now. And like fucking. I was gonna say that there is a little bit of a difference there. Because anorexia would be considered like very unhealthy because you can't really live with anorexia, right? Like you're too skinny, you're malnourished, you're gonna fucking die. So that's like a little bit different than gender dysphoria because like you can live a healthy life being trans. So it's not really directly comparable. Like obviously no suicide attempt rates, but that's different. Like that's mental health, which is different from physical health. And again, those things will probably go down if you become more passable, and you'll have a higher chance of being passable. You're able to, you know, block up puberty. What is this? What am I doing with this guy? Get this fucking asshole out of here.
It's worth trying to talk trans people out of being dysphoric, especially trans kids. But if that doesn't work, I think it's also worth just saying, like Nick said, kind of like, yeah, it sucks. It sucks that your body is not the way you want it to be.
Why would you gatekeep them from like medical interventions that can help? Just so
But
that
my
you can
friend,
feel...
but here, I need to say something about the puberty blockers. I don't think you understand. It's not all perfectly, yeah, it's all great. There are some horrible side effects to these puberty blockers. One of them being genital growth. Genital growth is very important for the older, when you get older and you need to, let's say, get a vagina, you're not getting that. Your penis has now been stunted. This is actually true and real. Not only that, your bone density. There are so many layers of health problems that will exist once you put a child.
Let's be honest. Like, you know, like everybody who likes trans women, they like a nice, cute little trans penis. You know, sorry, is that gross? Because that's like an undeveloped penis. Now it's a baby's. Oh man, now that I phrase it like that, I feel fucking gross. Wow, incredible. Okay, well, JK, LOL, JK.
On puberty blockers.
I wonder if that is true, though.
Medicated for life now. I'm gonna, as a person who struggled in my gender and struggled in my life and struggled with boobs and struggled with female anatomy, I would say that I think that is the best thing that ever happened to me that I wasn't put on puberty blockers. So this idea that a woman's gonna grow big shoulders and arms and all of that happens, but what's the percentage of that compared to the other people who just kind of deal with their gender dysphoria and move on and get surgery and do that? We do not have enough studies or understanding of what the long-term effects of puberty blockers are on these kids. Why would we do that?
I mean, how do you get the data?
What do you mean? There's tons of data.
No, first of all,
he just said we don't have enough data. Then he's like, well, how do you get the data? There's tons of it. It's like, okay, well, no, but how do you? Unfortunately, how do you get the data on the negative effects of puberty blockers on kids? Unless you give kids puberty blockers, you know what I mean? It's kind of the truth, you know. Bobby, do you think it's fair that cis women have a shortage of HRT for menopause since the trans community has become more accepted? I don't know if that's true. First of all, if it is true, then I guess make more hormones. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Know what I mean? Like, make more hormones. I've never heard that. I don't even know if that's true. That seems like a talking point. You can send me data on that, but I feel like that's not true, brother.
There's not tons of data. That is
my
not
friend,
true.
You're wrong. Finland, Sweden have done studies for 20 and 30 years, which they just shut down because they said.
Yeah, so Sweden, I understand. Hold on, I'm not lying. Okay, there is very limited data. There are some studies, but the idea that there are like what like this is a new thing, right? I know that
it's not new. It's new in the United States. It's not new in Finland, Sweden, where they've been doing it for 30 years. 30 years.
Can you explain that? Can you explain those studies more?
Well, what I find interesting though is that like Buck just said like, hey, we're not doing enough of like their data. We need to do more research. We need to do, and then like Destiny's like, okay, how do you do research? If there's no research, how do you do research? Like, there's all the research that you need. When like the answer was like, okay, you kind of have to give kids hormones, unfortunately, to see if it doesn't work out or what it does work out, and like then you see the thing, like see like what's more positive and negative. Like is it more positive for these trans kids to go on hormones and maybe not be able to have kids versus, you know, if that's what it happens, like mental health wise, maybe they're happier overall, because like at the end of the day, you're never gonna like fully, like you can never fully satisfy somebody who has fucking gender dysphoria. They have gender dysphoria. Like they you know how you satisfy like a trans woman? You can make them a woman magically. It's just not gonna happen. I don't think that we can. I mean, maybe we could do it. Maybe we can magically do that. I don't know. Maybe we can create robot bodies or, you know, do womb transplants or transitioning. Like I don't really know. But at the end of the day, you kind of have to study it. It's kind of unfortunate. I mean, you're usually allowed to have them with consent, and then that gets into a conversation because kids usually can't consent a lot. But then you have the parents, and then it's like, okay, what if the parents are acting bad faith? And then it's just kind of fucked up, man. I mean, all I can really say, sorry to be insensitive, I'm happy it's not me. That's all I can really say. It's fucked.
I'm unfamiliar with it. I think that would help.
Studies in Finland and Sweden that they started, which was to give the children puberty blockers, which they did at 8 years old. They did studies on long term. They followed these kids from 8 years old all the way till they were adults, 20 to 30 years
That's
old.
probably creepy.
They realized that it was not worth it, that they actually did struggle still with their gender. Some of them desisted from it. So they just shut that down. They no longer.
Well, okay, so that sounds like, hey, it didn't help 100%. And maybe I'm just like mischaracterizing the way that Buck's saying it, but it didn't work 100%. So they're like, yeah, this isn't working. But like, you're never gonna have a 100% situation. Oh, that's fucking cool. I don't think you could do that. You're never gonna have a situation where it's like 100% accurate. It's 100% working. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna have to like take the L sometimes and crash and break your ship.
Give puberty blockers in Finland and Sweden because they said that the actual usage of those is not it's more negative than it is positive. So that's why I'm saying we actually have studies on this. We actually have long-term studies from other kids in other countries. Yet we're doing it here. That makes no sense.
I'm gonna look these up. Give me 1 second.
Look it up. Email me and I'll send it all to you.
They are Finnish, though. They're barely people.
We have I believe a trans person who wants to join the panel, who I believe is more left-leaning than any of us. Is there room for one more? What do you guys think?
Excellent.
Sure.
Dick?
Cool.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Okay.
There we go.
That'll take a second. So
Some real trans
I
representation.
probably got to jump in 15 minutes anyways. Have you ever heard the game Papers, Please? Anyone?
Yeah.
I've heard of it, yeah.
Playing that with Brittany Venti tonight on stream. You basically get to be an immigration officer and kick people out of your country.
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
True, you do.
Are you going to have feet cams?
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Honestly, if I wanted to make good money, if I was real desperate, we'll get the feet cams going, all right? You got to cancel me enough until I'm that broke. That's the only way you're getting the feet pics.
Get on it, squad.
Okay, while we're waiting, serious
Wait, I had a question.
for-
I had a question for Nick that I'm going to ask
good.
for like 10 minutes.
Oh, also, I just want to read this real quick because I know this. There's so many things. Hold on, I'm just going to read it. So part of the reason why Sweden pulled back on this is that there was poor quality / insufficient evidence. The evidence for safety and efficacy of treatments remains insufficient to draw any definitive conclusions, which is exactly what I said. They pulled it back because people always don't nod because you said that there was evidence that they didn't work. Okay, what I'm saying is that there was not a lot of long-term data.
I said they stopped them.
They did stop. I don't disagree with that.
my friend.
I don't disagree that they did stop them, but there's not like all of this data out here collected longitudinally about puberty blockers. Like it's still
They
in
have
its infancy.
20 to 30 years of it.
For how many people?
Like 30 people. They actually had 30 trans people that they took from the age 8 all the way up until adulthood. Okay, read it.
Sure,
If you're looking at it, read it.
I believe you that there is probably a longitudinal study with 30 people that were given puberty blockers. But we have to acknowledge that like there's probably like a little bit more room to study. That's probably not the
100%. I'm not saying we shouldn't study. I'm saying we
Buck is a nice guy, but oh my god, like this was an interesting perspective here. How the fuck? Oh, I got more torpedoes now. Oh, okay. I was trying to figure that out. Maybe you killed ships for them. I don't know.
should study, number one, before we give children puberty
But this
blockers.
is the issue. How you have to give them puberty blockers to study it.
No, you don't. You can actually do it on other ways. You're going to use
How?
kids to study. You are actually...
How else do you test medication on children other than to use medication on children?
Oh, go ahead, my friend. Use your child.
Wait, hold on. What is the alternative? Are you going to give puberty blockers to adults?
Well, you wouldn't give it to your child. Like you'd be like, okay, if you wanna put on your child on it, brother, you do you. You know what I mean? That would be kind of how you do it. You know, I guess that sucks. That could potentially be great for that kid, or it might suck for that kid. You know, I guess hopefully it's not mine. I'm not trying to be a fucking dickhead, but fuck. You know, how the fuck do I get more of these goddamn things?
Is to do that. You're not going to use my child.
That's
Whose
fine.
child
I mean,
is gonna-
that's why you are able to
You're
add will
actually
and
willing to sacrifice children for an actual cause like that.
Wait, you're willing to sacrifice children because you're too scared to explore the research?
No, I'm not.
That's what you're saying. You're saying that maybe puberty blockers can work, but I'm not willing to have anybody even be able to be volunteered.
No,
for
I'm not.
like that?
I'm not. I am not willing to put a child under the bus. I'm not.
Then at least say that like you're okay that there's not definitive data out there, and there will never be definitive data out there because it can't be research.
And maybe
well, then this is my
somebody
whole
will grow
point.
up like me and actually finally realize they're trans and have a.
This is one of those things about like this experimentation, because it sounds really fucked up to experiment on kids, and I get it totally. But I mean, if the experimentation has some justification in like potentially helping a lot of kids, and it might actually potentially help a lot of these kids, as long as like there's an understanding from the like, parents and the child that like, hey, this is an experiment. We don't know like the absoluteness of this or how good it can work. You know, it's like one of those things like, shit, bro, you know, like what the fuck? Maybe it'll be really positive for all those kids, or maybe it'll be negative for, I don't know. I mean, I imagine it would be positive at least in some capacity for some of those kids. But, you know, it's not like one of those things where like, yeah, we're going to throw our kids into an alligator pit and see which one survives. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, well, that's probably not positive.
Oh shit! Maybe.
Okay, well that's a but
maybe
Buck,
they're
that's
just gay. Maybe they're not even trans.
Yeah, those are all possible. But what I think. Yeah, but what we're saying is we don't know. So either
That's
we
right,
have
we
to
don't know.
we have to potentially harm kids by giving them puberty blockers,
No, we
or
That's what we do with all drugs with children. Yes,
or we have to potentially harm them by not giving them
That's
puberty
right.
blockers.
Okay. So for me, I'm gonna tell you, I take the road to not give them.
Clearly, but I think it sounds more like
your
your real position is that you think it's unethical to even do the research in the first place.
That's right, I do.
Okay.
Why did we just open with that?
I don't know. I have no idea why we did it. But there we go.
Well, that was Buck's fault. You know, it was just fine. It shit happens in the conversation. Sometimes you get lost in the sauce. But like Buck was like, we don't even have the research. See if this is okay. And Destiny's like, okay, we need to do the research. Like, what are you talking about? We have all this research. And it's like, and then we went to this whole fucking like 15-minute conversation about this shit. Just to get to the point where it's like, okay, if we want to do more research, I thought I killed the moth. To grab at the moth, and I dropped my microphone arm on my penis and balls mostly, which hurt quite a bit. So let's get back to the Sorry. Okay. I think you guys got the point that I was making there. Sorry.
Transition so I can get a word
Good
in
one.
Conversation. Yeah. Got him. Yeah, I guess we'll just open Destiny's Dr. Mengele office for children to get all this research, eh? Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Were we going to say anything, or was it just shitty mic night with Lauren on that? Okay, nice.
Oh my god.
Nick, are you okay with adults taking cross-sex hormones?
If they choose to do it, sure.
Are you okay with adults getting their hand surgically removed because they feel they shouldn't have a hand anymore?
Yes.
Why? I'm not okay with that. That's fucking insane.
Thanks.
Can I ask my question I had for everyone now? Everyone, if you honestly, everyone except those of us who have transitioned, of course, all the boys, if you were in the right environment, like raised on Tumblr, you were in school right now, your teachers were telling you it's lit to be transgender. You didn't have any sort of concept of all of these ideas we're talking about right now, the dangers of hormone blockers, political conservatism. Do you think if you honestly look back on yourself, you might have transitioned?
Interesting question. I just have to, sorry. YouTube is very interesting. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I have to like ban somebody from my stream, but I don't really know how. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Interesting.
No.
Try to take yourself out of the childhood that you had, Nick.
No, because okay, so I just went through my childhood and determined that I thought teachers were largely idiotic. I did not have a lot of respect for the overwhelming majority of them, and there were plenty of instances where teachers tried to convince me that the world was one way, and I resisted that tons. I mean, I
so like logically speaking, wouldn't you say that like no kid can ever be conditioned to be trans, since that you as a kid could not be conditioned out of your beliefs? Like, wouldn't that be your value, like your moral value there?
Leaned on different institutions, different people than teachers. But like, if you put me in a public school system, I was an asshole. I still am. Like, that didn't change. But so it's not like I was thinking, oh yeah, this teacher has lots of wisdom. So for me, no, I don't think so.
Dick?
What if the people you leaned on were telling you to transition?
Then it might have been a little bit different there, but that would have mostly been my parents, probably.
Yeah, what if
So I
your
guess-
parents were saying that?
Yeah, then who knows, right? Like that's a different question. But I don't, it's impossible to gauge the answer. But I think if we're being honest, we all have grades of where we put people. And that's, to me, that's the big risk of having this shit present in the school system, is because there are kids who do not have stronger other more trusted people than the state. And that's the fucking terrifying thing for me, is that it's holy shit, the state is involved with this.
Okay, the next question has to do with the state. Lauren, I'm going to give it to you because you complained about not talking.
I'm probably going to hit it too. Let's hear it.
The Don't Say Gay bill, or anti-groomer bill, is a response to a seemingly irreconcilable political divide around gender and sexuality. If we take the law at face value, is it bigoted? Is it reasonable? How do you think we should talk to children about trans or gay issues?
All right, so my understanding of it, and I think I got this, like I watched like the Destiny Lord Southern actually talk about it. My understanding is that like it's not like, I've never thought it was that. I was like, I didn't really understand why people were going so crazy about it, because it's just like, hey, don't talk to my kids about like deep conversations about sex and gender. But apparently the biggest issue potentially with it is the fact that like parents can sue schools like indiscriminately, which will raise if they think that there's a problem, and the school has to like defend it and get a lawyer, and that could be very bad for them. Where the fuck is Dagobah? That could be really bad for schools because it's going to drain resources. So that's kind of like I think the issue more than anything else. I have no idea how to use this map. It's actually fucking annoying.
Obviously, I think referring to it at all as the Don't Say Gay bill is just a misrepresentation of the bill in general. If you read it, it actually only says the words gay, transgender, like once in one sentence. The majority of the bill is just about, hey, if you're going to talk to people's kids about really crucial things in their life, like, I don't know, their mental health, suicide, whatever it might be, you have to tell the parents. You can't just get a bunch of information from this child and then, or do quizzes about their mental health, their sexuality, whatever it might be, and then cut off the parents from that conversation. Nice. I think that should not be a controversial bill in the least. And of course, they have a section in there that says if the child claims.
Oh, I missed that. Rich, thank you so much for $10. Let's keep it light. What's Father's Son going to be for Halloween? I don't know, bro.
They're being abused by their parents, or some harm might come to them if a secret goes out to the parents. Yes, that is one exception where you can keep secrets from the parents. But otherwise, the bill, the way it's been portrayed politically just blows my mind. I don't think you should have straight teachers going up to their kids and being like, hey, you know how much I effing love being straight, how much I love having sex with my male husband and my female wife. Love that. Like, that's what my teacher would always talk about that to me. He's like, I love it when my husband fucks my vagina, my janie. Definitely age appropriate.
Okay. Wait. Are you really saying that you think that when liberals teach kids about sexual orientation, they say, you know how much I love fucking my boyfriend and sucking his fucking dick?
That's what they said on the Libs of TikTok account. I saw it.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing as if like a straight person was trying to be like, oh, you're gay. Well, you shouldn't be because it's wrong. You know what I mean? I guess. So you shouldn't be able to do any of that. Just, you know. The
point is, I don't think that you need to have teachers
Quandale Dingle,
talking
what's
so
up,
much,
brother?
especially with young kids, about their sexuality. I don't, especially this is talking about like kindergartners in this bill,
we're talking about classroom instruction. I don't think the teacher comes in, and even when in high school when they teach like sex ed, they're not like, so let's talk about what I like to masturbate to, kids. Like, they're not talking about their own sexuality. They're talking about like,
but
like,
this is pre-sex ed.
Yes,
like,
so it would be like
normally.
So homosexual means you like the same sex, heterosexual means you like the opposite sex, transgender means blah blah blah. It would be that kind of like classroom instruction.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Intimate. Do you have a problem with that?
That's not what the Don't Say Gay bill is about.
It actually is. It literally is about classroom instruction
because it is applying to kids before they generally get sex ed courses. It's like K to 8.
It applies to all of the children throughout the entire school. There is a section that specifically
when it talks about sex. Yeah.
Well, there's a section that references K through 3, but then it also says or any other age appropriate thing too. The biggest problem with this bill, and the reason why the bill is a fucking disaster, is because the bill is unique in that it creates a private. Did I say something funny? That's right.
Yes.
Okay. The bill creates a private cause of action that allows parents to sue schools. And because of the way that the fees work in Florida, the schools oftentimes might have to share a whole bunch of the burden of any of those court cases from the parents. So what you've essentially done is you've created the ability for any parent in any school district in all of Florida to just start bringing lawsuits to a school because they think that their child was taught something that they shouldn't have been taught. It's a disaster. You would never want to have this system. Like, you create a massive chilling effect on, like, should I not even teach a poet because he's gay? Should I not do the Shakespearean play because they mention gay? Like, now, like, when you're designing curriculums in schools, you're going to be designing the curriculum in mind
it's
with, like,
their turn to live in fear.
Yeah, good one. Okay. I have to design the curriculum that's least likely to even have a chance of, like, some parent deciding to do some fucking crazy civil suit against my classroom. Like, it's a horrible idea.
So is your problem with the bill just the application of it in the legal matter?
The problem in the bill is that it creates a private cause of action for parents to sue school districts.
It's that aspect, not the actual language.
Wait, are you okay? Are you okay? If other than that, are you okay with the other
I got a monkey
social content of the bill? Of like, don't talk to my kids about being trans. Don't
He's
talk to
just
my
trying
kids
to
about
find
being
something to disagree with me on.
First of all, no. Number one. Number two, it's
Apparently
the
they
question
do.
is about the bill, okay, in its totality. All right. Now, if
Well,
you're gonna
the
ask me,
question
if you want to go, if you want to
I
go
wrote-
deeper, you're not the moderator, so you didn't write these. Dick did. Thank you, Dick. Okay.
No, I did write the question.
No, Dick did. He told me. Sorry, you're just wrong. But
It's
no.
true.
So if you want to go like a step further, I mean, like the problem is it's a bit vague in what it says, and different parents are going to have different interpretations of what it means to like appropriately teach something in class. Like I said, like is it appropriate to mention that an author is gay? You know, for some teacher, they might think that that's a formative thing that, you know, influence their writing. For some parent, they might say,
Probably, yeah.
I don't want my kid learning about who that poet fucked. My kid doesn't need to know if Oscar Wilde was doing weird shit or if Shakespeare was like, we don't need to know about that. Just teach them the material, right? So I mean, that's a hard.
Lots of Oscar Wilde and Shakespeare and K-3 education.
Well, if you read the actual bill, you can do it. It's only 3 pages long. You can go read it if you want.
Oh, believe me, I've read it.
Okay, yeah. Well, it says age appropriate up to, I believe, high school is what it extends through. So it's not. It does
Yeah,
specify
so
K through 3 in
you-
one part, but then for the rest of it, I'm pretty sure it lets you bring these cause of action cases all the way up through high school.
Do you understand? You may not. Don't take this the wrong way, because I'm a lawyer. Lawyers are retarded, and we have to pay a whole lot to figure out this stuff. But do you understand that when they say the age appropriate standard set by the commissioner, that is what's called a catch-all phrase, and that the board of Florida would have to develop those age appropriate standards that currently don't exist in regards to this topic. So there's not like, well, we think it's age appropriate at 6 to talk about that. So that is one of these catch-all things that allows the board to actually establish some of these standards. They can set what is age appropriate beyond K-3. But the bill itself.
But then wouldn't they, like, even if they said something that's age appropriate and the parent didn't feel it was age appropriate, wouldn't that just be another lawsuit that would drain their resources? Isn't that, like, that's kind of the fundamental issue? Although I guess he's specifically talking about like the age appropriate aspect to it rather than just like monitoring kids. Okay.
Is actually saying K-3 is set aside. None of this shit here. And then the commissioner or the board, I can't remember the exact wording, gets to set those standards under the Florida education bill. For example, Florida has.
Yeah, I think this guy's wrong. I watched Legally Blonde, so I think I know more than him.
Standards regarding race discussions. When Black history is brought up in a Florida classroom, it is incumbent upon the curriculum to include positive stories about contributions that Black people have made throughout history within the subject. So if you're talking about science, you're going to talk about people like George Washington Carver, etc. That's one of those age-appropriate sort of standards that would be set, and that is then required by the bill to have these age-appropriate things if the Board of Education determines them to be there. But otherwise, it's just K-3. You can't talk about this stuff.
I don't know how anything you just said. I don't know what disagrees with anything I just said. Can you point out which section does, or?
I can help.
I don't know how you didn't catch that, but
Well, explain it to me. I mean, you should be able to do it, right? So you're so all you're telling me is you're kicking the can down the road to some board that is then going to try to iron out more what is going to be appropriate, what isn't going to be appropriate.
No, that could carve out age appropriate things and determine them, and that would remove them from any private cause of action in any sense. They could determine that there's an age appropriate second grade curriculum for sexual education and include that.
If removing all of the legal stuff, then what's the difference between this bill and just ordinarily like figuring out curriculum through your state at this point?
Well, this is a directive from the state legislature to control the curriculum in some way. It puts some walls around what the State Board of Education can do. That's all. And I just want to point out, like, creating a private cause of action got blown up like as if it's a big deal. But I tell you right now, it doesn't matter if you're in Florida or, well, you can't say Ohio because they're working on the same bill. Let's say Florida or Montana or Nebraska or California. If you want to bring a private cause of action against your school for some sort of thing against a teacher, you can do that. And the school will also be involved because the teacher would be acting as an agent or employee of the school in the course of their duties. The school will be bearing the burden in the same way. So I know it creates a private cause of action, but it more clarifies a private cause of action because one already existed. You can sue the school for whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, you could, but my guess is going to be is that a judge is going to look at that lawsuit a lot differently if there's already a bill in place establishing for these types of cases, right? If I go before a judge and I say over and over again that I want to sue the school for this bullshit or that bullshit, like at some point, like I imagine that the case is either not going to be taken seriously, it'll be thrown out, but like it's going to be probably different, I would imagine, if the state has passed some piece of legislation, like specifically outlining where parents can take schools to court for these different types of things.
Yeah, it's when a teacher engages in classroom instruction that includes discussions about gender identity, sexuality between the ages of K through 3 grades. That's when it does that, and yes, it will give more validity to those specific lawsuits under those conditions.
Well, yeah,
I don't have the text in front of me, so I'm relying on your good faith interpretation. In the next sentence of that bill, doesn't it go on to say, and for all children up to or through high school or whatever's included, doesn't it say that in the next sentence? I thought. I don't know if anybody's a link to the bill.
Sort of, but what that is a phrase allowing a board to create standards in the future. Yes, it's not kicking the can down the road. It's opening the bill to accept either standards that would say this is acceptable education before third grade, right? Like we'd say, oh, we actually like the gays. We can talk about them in second grade now. Or it's creating unacceptable education up to fifth grade, where they say, well, we liked them in second grade, but we don't like the gays anymore in fifth grade, so there's no more talking there. It allows the board some flexibility in creating standards that go beyond the mere words of the bill. And this is really common. I mean, if you look up the...
Sounds like more government interference. Am I right, guys? We need to get rid of that shit, dude. The government needs to be destroyed. I don't know why we're even talking about giving a board more money, more middleman to create a fucking board, dude. That's freaking ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Oh, shit. It's Darth
the Environmental
Vader.
Protection Agency, to pick
And
an
he's
analogy
also in Chinese,
here for an administrative sort of state agency, the EPA is created by the Clean Air and Water Act. And that is just merely given the directive to make clean air and make clean water. And then the administrative body and the executive branch that's in power gets the interpretive power to implement those things, to execute them, right? It's the same thing here. They're still giving the board some leeway on how they do this, but they're setting some pretty strict ground rules and some guidance for it. And so then any of the board's decisions would have to be within this bill. But that catch-all at the end gives them actually a whole lot of latitude if they change their minds later.
Sure. So I guess when we talk about things that exist in the privilege of the executive, these different things like the EPA or any of the organizations that exist under the executive literally does not have the ability to do like clean air and water without that executive directive, right? Whereas it seems like, don't we already have the ability to do curriculum in Florida? Like, do we not already have a state board of education that can decide like what curriculum they can enact? Like, why the additional legislation from the state in order to do that? What is the purpose?
They're narrowing the scope of the board's ability, which of course should be the prerogative of the representative body that represents the parents who control education in the state. And this is where this ultimately comes down. Look, I'm not saying that the Florida bill is the 100% correct solution or the most ultimately correct solution, but we do have this system where the schools, the education system in this country borrows the right to educate children from parents. They borrow that right, they borrow that authority, and then they implement it through state law. That's a state by state basis. As long as we can keep the fucking feds out of it, that would be great. But they do this. And that means that once you're an agent of the state, once you're a teacher, no, you don't get academic freedom. You get to shut the fuck up and teach what the parents are giving, because they're giving their right to the state. The parents have the right of education. We have all sorts of litigation about this. We have all sorts of precedent that says parents have the fundamental right to educate their children in the way that they want. So when they lend that power to the state, they get to sculpt it however the shit they want. That's why the Florida bill is wonderful, even if you disagree with the language or the ages, and I might disagree with some of the age ranges in there, but it doesn't matter, because the people of Florida get to carve this out, and they get to implement it, and all the teachers who want to bitch about it, fucking leave, start a private school, homeschool kids, start a homeschool pod, whatever you want. You can teach all of your ideology there, and people can voluntarily do it. But when kids are given...
would private schools not be held to the same standard?
The state, they have to use the authority that the parents give them. And if the parents don't...
I have to pee, I think. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just go pee really quick. Okay, this cutscene is pissing me off anyway. So enjoy the cutscene, guys. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry that I didn't play the video and watch it from the bathroom. Crazy, huh? Hey, listen, I have to go pee sometimes. Let's get this going.
Don't give them the authority. Fuck off. You don't.
Is it a good idea that we're establishing the precedent that like curriculum comes from like our state laws, that we're essentially going to start taking votes on like how how many black people should be taught in school or how many whatever, that this is something that
got this bitch.
Where do you think curriculum comes from?
My idea is that, or my understanding is that curriculum is designed by like whatever state education board does their stuff, but you don't typically have input from like the state legislature on like the scope of what. Is that not the case? Yeah, go ahead.
The state legislature creates those education boards and lays out a framework for how they will determine curriculum. Yes, that's how it's been done basically forever.
Sure, but like, isn't it not generally the case that you're passing like state legislation to like narrow the scope of like what the education board can design for curriculum, or is that normally the case?
I mean, I don't know that it's been done in this particular way, but sure, yeah. I mean, because the state says, for example, and this is probably more akin to what it used to be, we want you to teach this subject, and this subject to these kids. And maybe actually early on it was like, and don't talk about black people. But we've kind of changed that. The 14th Amendment changed a lot of how this works too. But this is how it's done. The state boards of education are created by legislation from the state legislature, which is representing the people who are giving that power. Yeah, absolutely.
I guess I just
so true, Nick. Anyways, shut up, Steven. I've got to go here.
Bye, loser. Leave. Okay. When we talk
so true, Nick. Honestly, you're doing great here. Just wanted to let you guys know. Had fun. Had a good time.
Thanks for coming, Lauren.
It feels like there is like.
Whoa.
Can you leave? Don't you have video games to play?
Yeah, just let me interrupt you once more. Okay. All right. Bye, guys.
It feels like there's like the appropriate forum for parents to have conversations about education is one, relatively local, right? Like we have like our different city councils or our city school boards and educators that we elect, and that these conversations literally happen within schools. And that seems to be like the most appropriate setting for conversations relating to curriculum or curriculum direction, like within the scope of we should probably all learn like math, science, history, like for those conversations to happen. I guess getting like a state directive from the top down that is so, I guess, specific around this individual topic just seems like, especially from a conservative party that seems to be less in favor of centralized educational power, it just seems to be like a weird way to go about these types of conversations. Or rather, it should be left to more like the more local municipality, whether it's in your individual school or whether it's your like city or your district that's having a conversation about how education and curriculum should be designed.
Again, it goes to the fundamental way in which we borrow power from the populace and give it to a state institution. Remember that, I mean, yes, there are school boards that are localized, and sure, there can be flexibility amongst local school boards with parents voting on curriculum and stuff like that.
Well, there can't be now, right?
No, it can be. Just, yeah, what's up?
I want to know what we think about this, assuming the bill is in whatever spirit it's supposed to be in, right? Like, this is drifting into like a debate about big government, small government, who should be making these decisions. But I wrote the question because I want to know what decisions you guys think they should be making, not how they should be making them.
Well, like how they're making them is kind of important, right? It's because that's kind of the process by which when we talk about laws, right?
But are you okay with a school or a state deciding that?
I think that if you go to your school meetings and all of the parents there are like, hey, when we're doing curriculum here, like for our school, we don't want this particular thing taught at this school or whatever. I think that, I mean, they're your kids and it's your fucking government. You're the one that pays the taxes with your property to the school. I think that the parents ought to have the ability to say that. It feels a little bit strange to me to create such narrow directives from a state legislative body that has to filter down all the way down through.
What if they say that you can't learn about black people?
I mean, like we can get into a conversation about like protected classes, or if they say like you shouldn't learn math. Like, I mean, I'm in favor of like federal like standards that we should probably all know some level of math, reading, science, or whatever. Okay. Other people should. I'm sorry. I feel like we're going back and forth. Nick, I appreciate the responses.
Yeah, no problem.
Calvin
real quickly, on the black subject, we have the 14th Amendment, which would prevent that in general. But yeah, again, it comes down to where you derive authority to do this. The school boards, the county boards, they don't have the authority to take from the parents. It has to come from the state. So the state makes the guidelines. And again, ultimately, our system may be flawed, but it's the system that we have was designed so that the states were the petri dishes, not the counties. And if you don't like it, you will always have the right to educate your children, so long as some conservatives get to have any sort of say and have a couple good lawyers laying around. But you can always pull your children out and homeschool them. You can always take your children to a private school. And in my
So, what are you doing here? Repairs. I thought you could help me out. What have you done to my ship? Your ship? Hey, you lost her to me fair and square.
It's the hyperdrive.
All
my wonderful world, you would actually have
Oh my god, I fucking am muted. Holy shit. Well, thanks guys. Okay, let me try that again. I didn't really talk very much. All I said was like, oh, I didn't know this trans person entered the chat. And then I was saying that it's not really feasible or practical to just always take your kid out of school and homeschool them. So hopefully now we're good. Thank you for thank you.
school choice, and the state would fund your ability to do that in the way that they do with public schools, and we could eliminate this problem entirely.
Build your own school, right, Nick?
Exactly, with the government money.
Calvin, you're libertarians. You can never pin them down. Calvin, you've joined the conversation. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Oh, the chat is so delayed on YouTube. Holy fuck. I know I'm not muted anymore, but Jesus Christ. Oh my god. It's like fucking like a minute of delay. What the fuck?
Yes.
Little
All
less.
right, so yeah, the only person
Wait, you're slightly too loud. Is that?
You said slightly, but he really means you're absolutely fucking too loud. Way too
I
loud.
turn it down. Is it better?
Yeah. Perfect.
All right, cool. Yeah, so hi everyone. I think the only person I've talked to like face to face here was Buck. What's up, Buck?
Hey, kiddo. How's
What's
it
going
going?
on? Not much. But yeah, sorry, I just saw your invite to join. I started watching. I was like pretty busy with school today, but I wanted to join in. Like, you know, I saw Buck was really the only. I mean, I haven't talked to most of you, but Buck was the only other trans person here, and I felt like you're having Transcel. You're having a panel of canceled trans people. I'm the guy to talk to. So,
That's right.
Yeah.
This guy.
Why does one get canceled?
How did you get tranceled, Calvin?
Oh God. You want a list?
Obama.
Like, honestly, most of it was like just for cringy, like anti-SJW videos I made when I was like 17, 18, where I said people couldn't identify, it didn't make sense for people to identify as autism gender. And like, there's some legitimate stuff. I stopped making videos kind of a minute ago, but I do like from time to time hop in, like on my channel and do like lives and stuff. I don't know. Namely, oh God, no, I don't know if I can name drop certain people. There's a trans creator who's a trans woman. She just says crazy things, never had one good take. She says crazy things all. Her name is Demon Mama. We know her, we love her.
Absolutely fucking base. I don't know who the fuck you are, but
I'm scared
you're
to name
based.
drop her.
Hell
I don't know if she will I don't know if she'll be summoned by just her name. But
That's
she just said some
culture for you.
crazy things about like self-diagnosis, and I like for anyone who doesn't know, I mean maybe people haven't kept up with me since I stopped being
I think
YouTube.
you made an argument that like we should also allow people to like make their own medicine by like reducing reducing the standards for medicine, shit like that. So absolutely, I mean, you know, honestly, I'm fine with that, so that poor people die of medications and then we have less fucking poor people, you know? That's the part that makes me feel comfortable with the idea, is killing poor people by no longer regulating medications and whatnot. Oh, let me give this girl this helmet real quick.
Videos, but I'm in college and I'm
Fuck's happening,
like,
bro?
pretty much I'm dual enrolled in undergrad and my master's right now. I'm getting my degree in applied counseling. So I with mental health, like self-diagnosis, I have like a lot of opinions on that. I did not like her opinions. So
Okay, Mr. Girl, I'm going to throw this one to you. This is the next question. Feel free to jump in, Calvin. The specter of suicide looms over discussions about trans people's access to hormones and surgeries, including teenagers. Mr. Girl, you compared this aspect of trans activism to a romantic partner threatening suicide in an abusive relationship.
Dude, like what a disconnected perspective here. In what way is he saying that? Is he saying that trans people who say like I'm suicidal because I can't like identify how I want do that, or is he saying that people are using suicide as a weapon? I don't know which one he means, because if it's the first one, that's shitty. If he means in the second case, okay, I guess.
Is this specter of suicide a manipulation tactic, or is it important to raise awareness of suicidality in trans populations?
It's a manipulation tactic.
I think so.
Yes,
Why?
I think that it's, well, one thing is talking about suicidality tends to increase suicidality, which is, so when you're raising awareness about it, you're also making it worse, which makes it kind of tricky to talk about. And like even in this panel, I want to be sort of.
Wait, what? Is that observed? That talking about suicide increases the rate of suicide? What?
Like, hopefully careful with how we address it. But I do, yeah, I think that a lot of like thought trees end at, well, if you don't do this, you know, these people or these kids will kill themselves. And and then that turns into like straw man arguments where you're like, if you're arguing against this, or if you're questioning.
I've ever heard this, and I feel like it's not true at all. There's no, what? Where did he get this statistic from? Does discussing suicide make people feel more suicidal? Okay, some studies have supported this belief. Okay. I just have to look into this. Let's see. Asking someone whether they're considering taking their own life when they seem to be desperate is never going to be easy. It's not just highly awkward. Okay. Some studies have supported this belief to a degree. In one study conducted at the London Health Clinic, a quarter of family doctors and a fifth of patients believed that asking people about suicidal thoughts could induce self-harm. This might be a minority only. Well, that's just wait, that's not a study. That's a study saying that people think. In one study conducted in London health clinics, a quarter of family doctors and a fifth of patients believe that asking people about suicidal thoughts could induce ideas of self-harm. Okay, but you're just asking their opinion. That's like asking like a dentist and back in like the fucking 1920s if cocaine or whatever is good to use on people to numb them or whatever the fuck they injected into people. Or we use like cocaine as medicine. Where is he getting this from? I'd really like to know, because I just feel like that's not true whatsoever.
It even if you're not willing to accept this new truth or new reality, you are killing people, or you're complicit in murdering them. And yeah, I do think it's manipulative. And if what you're saying is true, like it basically boils the whole like ideology and advocacy down to like these people will be really, 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 really upset if you don't do what they want. And like for us to sign on wholesale on changing our definitions of what women and what men are and what is appropriate for kids to be taught or medications to take in surgeries, I think that it should stand up on its own without the fear of death if you don't go along with it.
That's such, dude. What a I just a kind of a. So don't talk about how you might be experiencing mental health issues because it makes me feel bad. Like what's the argument here? Like what? Maybe people just like genuinely want to kill themselves because I mean, the suicide attempt rate amongst like trans people is pretty high, so I don't think it's just like a silly goofy threat for funsies. So I don't really this argument is fucking bizarre. It almost feels like he doesn't want to feel guilty. I know he doesn't really feel that, but this just doesn't make sense.
I think your point about it being used as a straw man is true. Like that is a true thing that that trans people do. They will use that like
there might be people who use suicide like I'm gonna kill myself if you don't give me this, or there might be people saying like trans people will just kill themselves if you don't give them instant surgery or whatever. But that's different from just the fundamental argument that some people might just be expressing that they have issues with like questioning whether they want to take their life or not. Like we can understand extremes are bad without completely dismissing the argument.
But I do think that it's important to not understate like the fact that there is a pretty high suicide attempt rate for trans people, and so you kind of have to walk this line between like, okay, let's address that this is a thing and that there is like a high percentage of trans people who are trying to kill themselves, and that's why we need to give them access to transition and to like discuss trans people and like understand that it's like a real thing. But at the same time, I do think that like there are trans people who will abuse that.
Yeah.
There's
So
100% trans people who do that. I have read on boards where kids tell other kids, if you just tell your parents you're going to kill yourself, that I've actually read it. So this is what you need to tell your parents so you can start to get a binder, or you can start to. So they are actually speaking to them, within the community about how to do that. There's definitely a high rate of suicidal tendencies, but I do not think that there is a high rate of actual suicide. So I think that it's kind of like messes with people's understanding of what that means. They might, it comes off as we're all killing ourselves.
Yeah, but okay, either way. I understand that the high rate of suicide attempt. Rate trans. Here's the thing. I think that the suicide attempt rate is obviously much higher, but the actual rate is probably higher too. But like, let's say that the rate is only higher, and the actual, because I don't know how to even find that, and I'm playing this game, so I'm being lazy. But let's say that the rate is drastically higher, but they are not actually doing it. I want a fucking rocket launcher, bitch. Are you saying that people are attempting dude, a lot of times people will like cut themselves, and I guess you'd consider that like a suicide attempt rate. Like, yeah, part of it is for attention or maybe a release in some capacity, and maybe they actually feel like they want to do it, but they just haven't gotten pushed over that edge. But like, why not? And I'm sure there's some people who do it to be manipulative, but for the most part, I feel like it's just a cry for help in a lot of cases. So why is this cry for help from trans people being like not considered in that capacity? It seems weird.
that's not true. We
Yeah,
definitely have a high rate of suicidal ideation, most definitely. But I also think it's manipulative, and it can become manipulative. If you don't give me my hormones, I'm going to kill myself. Or you don't let me take, get my binder, I'm going to kill myself. That's an actual manipulation towards parents, and they're being taught that.
Depending.
I also just don't. I think I don't agree with part of that, Calvin, where you're saying, like anorexia, as far as I know, is the disorder with the highest death rate out of all psychological disorders.
How the fuck do you open this door?
And that doesn't mean we should give anorexics what they want.
But anorexia and dysphoria are different in the sense that anorexia, like you can't really make a parallel between those two.
I think they're the same.
But they're not.
I'm not even making a parallel. I think they're literally the same.
Okay, so can you explain how you think they're the same? Because I think if they were the same thing, the literature and the DSM.
They're just not the same. I mean, we talked about this like a little bit before, and that's how. Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted. Okay, yeah, they're not the exact same thing, right? So, for instance, like having, being anorexic is obviously really bad for you. There's no way that you can lean in when we talk about people having particular issues, and we talk about treatment methods for those people. We need to talk about them in the way that like what yields the best success with the least societal like issue, right? Oh, I have Lando. That's what I'm supposed to do. Fuck. And so when you look at this, you might say like, okay, for somebody that's anorexic, like obviously there's no way to like lean into them being like, yeah, it doesn't really matter. I'm just not going to eat. I'm going to fucking die. That's not going to work because they're going to fucking die, which doesn't really tend to work out. What the fuck is happening? When it comes to trans people, you would say that like the treatment method comes more down to like, okay, what's the treatment method? Well, we can lean into a transition for people who could have it work or who could use it. There's obviously some people with gender dysphoria that where it won't help them, but you can lean into that as a cure or rather as a solution because it will have a higher yield, and that seems to be the case when it's not always the case. And I understand people say, well, they still killing themselves, so it's like, okay, yeah, but again, not having access to like the full gender affirming care is obviously going to impact that. Okay. So, like, there's a different treatment method in general. That's how you look at all things, like pedophilia. You obviously can't treat pedophilia by letting people fuck kids because that's going to ruin kids' lives. That's the reason you can't do that thing. I really want that thing. I don't know how to get it. That's the reason why you can't do that, right? So, like, you it's not the same thing whatsoever. It's honestly like a very different experience. I mean, yeah, it's still like a body image issue for sure, but the treatment methods will be different. I mean, you're looking for like the best rate of success. So
Sam would have those two things be the same thing. They're not.
They haven't caught up to
I
Mr.
disagree with
Girl
that
yet.
statement.
They're behind.
No, you're right, Destiny.
By about 100 years. They're the same in the sense that you look in the mirror, you can't stand what you see, and you want to like
hating your life then,
change it.
working class and
really badly.
People conflate. People mix up gender dysphoria and body dysmorphia a lot. Body dysmorphia,
I think they're the same.
But they're not, because body dysmorphia is when you look in the mirror and you're delusional. You're seeing something that's not there. Like if I were to look in the mirror and think I looked morbidly obese, right, like 300 pounds, right, and I genuinely see that in the mirror, that's body dysmorphia. Gender dysphoria is like it's strange because it's the complete opposite. It's like pre-transition. You look in the mirror and you see what's actually there. You're not delusional. You're not seeing something that's not actually there, but it's not right. It's like you're looking in the...
I understand that some of the mechanisms by how they're experienced are different, but ultimately I think someone's looking in the mirror, they're really unhappy with what they see, and they want to do something to make themselves happy with what they see. And so
then like by this logic, like bodybuilders are fucking gender is the same thing, because like they might look in the mirror and be like, I don't like what I see. Like I don't understand. Like it's like you can't simplify things down that much and just like remove all the nuance. It's like, yeah, like let's just say fucking grapes and peaches are the same because they're both fruits, and you know, they both are sweet and they both have sugar in them, so they're the exact same thing. It's like, okay, yeah, great, good point. I mean, I don't understand the logic is why remove all the nuance just because it's convenient for your argument. That just seems lazy. And okay,
by an anorexic 15-year-old, we say, yeah, we know you want to do this and you're going to be really, really unhappy if you don't, but like you can't. Like you have to find other ways to accept your body or cope with this or whatever.
Yeah, because they'll die.
But you can treat anorexia. You can overcome anorexia. But gender dysphoria, the research literature shows like gender transition is the most effective way of overcoming gender dysphoria.
Yeah, if there was a way to surgically make somebody look like they're 80 pounds without harming them or killing them, that would probably help with anorexia too. But
sure.
I guess I don't think that would be desirable.
But if they had that, then like, yeah, why wouldn't you do that? You know what I mean? Like if we had that ability to, I guess, why, then sure. If you can make them healthy and 90 pounds, then like fine. Like that's the whole thing, is it's unhealthy. That doesn't lend to your argument though. What do I do here? Farm my pants?
What I'm saying is that wouldn't help because even girls, I've known anorexic people, 2 of them, even girls that are anorexic, there is no surgery that will help because they always feel like they're overweight. Like they'll be like 80 pounds, like 5'7",
yes.
looking at
Yeah,
it like, oh god, like I'm so
so
fat.
to me,
where there is no like eating dysphoria, there is no eating dysphoria like euphoria, where it's like, oh my god, my body looks so good. Whereas for trans people, ideally, if they've gotten like a good enough
Fuck,
surgery,
dude, that's a good point. I forgot all about like gender euphoria. It's like, dude, it's so hard to remember all this shit. Like it's like that gender euphoria, like what feels right kind of a thing. That's a good point. You know, like it's never enough for like an anorexic person. So there's no like euphoria that seems to be associated with their shit. Whereas like gender dysphoria, there is a euphoric option, and that is like transitioning and shit like that. Okay, good point. I fucking totally forgot about the euphoria. How the fuck? I just watched the show too, and it was so good.
past, they do look in the mirror like, oh my god, I actually feel like I look like what I feel like.
I guess I just see the whole the trans advocacy movement as a whole as this compulsive, never satisfied, always digging, always wanting more.
That's not all trans
definitionally.
people.
No, it's not. It's not all trans people. It's not all anorexic people.
That's just like the generalizing. Like that's just like a bad thing to do. It's like, oh, they just always want more. Like you're taking, like, I guess you'd say some of the worst representation from the trans community, and you're saying that that's everybody. Don't you think that maybe that's not smart? You think that's a little bit suspicious? Like a character from the popular hit video game Among Us? What am I picking up here? Oh, this stupid asshole.
Well, too. Like there are people who really do just want to lose weight and be really skinny, not to the point where they're
but
like.
we know
they're
the
not anorexic.
ideology. There's a
True,
different
yeah,
ideology of gender dysphoria. Is we don't really fully know what the ideology of it is. Whereas with anorexia, there's a lot more like understanding of what the ideology of that is, and there's like documented treatment of it, like without like in therapy. Like you go to therapy, you can't like conversion therapy, talk therapy doesn't work for trans people. Whereas over time, I mean, and
I just don't believe.
I don't think it works for anorexic people either. You
It doesn't
just
work for fucking anybody.
Okay,
All talk therapy does is make you like.
Anorexia is one of the
how-
hardest. I will say, I'll concede this. Anorexia is one of the, like statistically, one of the most difficult disorders. It's like the most pervasive. Like it's hard to treat, but it can be treated. People can't
Look,
overcome.
my point is that if you take.
Well, yeah, but okay, so just because you may not be able to talk people out of having fucking anorexia doesn't mean that. Because there might just not be an available option for people out of anorexia. I mean, I don't know what the treatment method is. That doesn't mean that you can't treat other things when there are available options. You know what I mean? It's like there's really nothing you could do about a guy with a fucking small dick. You're gonna have to cope. But like, if there's something you could do about a girl having a big clit, why would you not do that just because you can't do anything about the small dick? You know what I mean? These comparative arguments are bizarre.
You take a person who has a disorder. Normally, they don't decide their own course of treatment. Usually, they're like, everyone with a disorder wants something that is like weird and different from what most people want. They usually want to do something that looks insane to the rest of us. And most of those disorders, we respond by saying, "Hey, you know, we love you, but you can't do that. Just stop.
what about
someone, especially if you're a kid?" But with trans people, when someone has dysphoria, we say, "What do you want? Like, what do you want on the like pharmacy shopping list? We'll give you."
That's not how we. That's not how we grade anything whatsoever. That's just not. That's not how we grade things. That's not how it works. Like, you'll usually identify a problem, and then you'll identify the best solution, right? In general, right? So, like, somebody has ADHD. Like, what's the best solution to help that person exist in society as comfortably as possible? That is the literal focal point of everything. So if you have ADHD, that's why they give you medications to like calm you down, help you focus so that you can acclimate to society better. When you're anorexic, I don't know the specific treatments, but I imagine there is some kind of talk therapy and maybe some kind of medication. I don't really know. Maybe a fucking chicken leg. I don't know. Right? When it comes to being trans, it's like, okay, like affirming their gender identity. It depends on the case, of course. And then having like society accept them to a reasonable extent. This when it comes to pedophilia, it's you know, I guess you do like maybe talk therapy, maybe some form of chemical castration, maybe take like medication, because you obviously it'll hurt kids to let you fuck kids. You cannot have that as a thing, right? So it depends on all the different things. Like bipolar disorder, it's medication to help them. It's not about what they want. It's about what is the best way for them to exist in society. And so, what's the downside about to letting trans people exist? And it's like, well, it blurs the lines between gender. Okay, we'll cope. Like, who fucking cares, dude? Like, it's not that big of a deal. You know, it's a very minor concession to have to give. So like it seems like he doesn't like he dislikes trans people to such an extent. The way that he interprets information is wrong sometimes. He just seems to be wrong. It's bizarre. Well, it is wrong. I wonder. Gosh, it's not the way that you do these things. Okay.
Anything you want, we'll do anything we can do to make you feel comfortable in your body. Whereas with you know every other teenager.
But fundamentally, that's what you do too with people in anorexia. We can do whatever you make you feel comfortable with your body, but also without killing yourself. That's part of the thing. So
say like, yeah, you have to be uncomfortable.
But they don't have to be
We're all
uncomfortable. We have surgeries.
Yeah, I
they don't
transitioned
have to be.
For context, I transitioned at 15. Like, I socially transitioned at 15. I started T at 16. I got top surgery at 17. There has not been 1 second of my... I'm 21 now. There's not been 1 second of my life where I ever regretted it, never thought back to anything.
Oh, well, if you're already 21, then you fucking know everything, don't you? Listen, I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue.
There's just like this really weird trend with Mr. Girl where he just always thinks he's always right. And it's different from people who are confident in their perspective. Of course, you should be confident in your perspective, but like he just thinks that people seem to be just lying when they disagree with him, or they're not right, or there's just some magical thing that like maybe this person will regret it when they grow up, or maybe most trans people don't. And we're really talking about like outliers who do, and we need to make sure that we don't allow those outliers to be as like large as possible. So we have to have the proper conversation about detransitioners. But like he just always has like, well, you're just wrong. I just disagree with you. I don't think that you're right, and you're never being honest. It's like fucking insane. It's bizarre that like Keemstar, no offense, has like it seems to be more an honest conversationalist than Mr. Girl. Like, it's just what I've observed, which is weird. I'm just saying.
With you about your own medical decisions in your life.
No, you're right.
You do.
But I try to be accountable and introspect a lot. This is something I introspect about a lot and keep myself accountable. And obviously I'm here, you know. I'm not trying to argue. I'm
argue with him. Calvin, he's literally saying you shouldn't exist. That's what he's saying. If Mr. Girl had it his way, you wouldn't be allowed, because Mr. Girl doesn't believe in any sort of medical transitioning before the age of 18. He doesn't believe in any puberty and anything like that.
That's true.
I guess
I don't believe in any of
why
that.
do you believe that if it works? But why if there's people like me who it works for, and I'm not the only person? Like why? And there's why?
It worked for me. I transitioned 30 years ago. It worked for me.
Yeah,
so,
I don't believe anything works for anybody.
Well, I mean, okay, so
I'm not sitting here saying like, oh, my life is great.
You just got Mr. Girl. Oh shit.
Everything. Life sucks. Nick was right on that, and it's all a mess, and nothing works. You're gonna regret it. And if you didn't transition, you'd regret that too.
On my deathbed,
you're gonna regret your whole.
On my deathbed, on my deathbed, I will remember. I swear to you, Mr. Girl, I will. If I'm 80 years old, I will say, Mr. Girl, I didn't regret it. That will be my final word.
I want my smug face to be the last thing that goes through your mind.
My mind
before I'm forever.
Yeah.
So life sucks. Is that the?
Life doesn't have to suck. You're being nihilistic. Life doesn't have to suck.
No, I don't think it's nihilistic to just say like yeah, we all wish our bodies were different, and I don't know.
Why not let people? Here's my thing: is like if it worked.
Do you think it would be weird if every high school boy started taking steroids to be more muscular so they could look more like Captain America?
That would be weird.
Like that would be weird, right? And
I mean, it's not necessary.
Right, but there's a difference between wanting to. There's a difference between wanting to be bigger and having so much, or wanting to be different and having so much dysphoria. So there's a difference between wanting to be different versus having so much discomfort with it that you're like, you have a higher chance of killing yourself. Like, no, I don't think that you should give kids steroids, but you also don't need to give kids hormones in order to get them to be more muscular. Like, that's a hot take. I know. Like, you don't actually have to do that. They can just work out regularly. We haven't seen any like massive, observation of young boys desperate to take testosterone to get bigger. I'm sure it exists, but it's just not anywhere near the same. So what you're saying, it's like really disanalogous. You're really watering these things down and taking the nuance out of them.
Why not?
What if they really want to? What if they're gonna kill themselves if they don't kill?
I mean, to be honest,
and they literally do.
And they literally do.
To be honest with you,
how many of them?
The thing is that if there's a high school boy who's going to kill himself if he doesn't take steroids, there's an underlying issue with probably when it comes to like body dysmorphia again, because men struggle with body dysmorphia too.
Right. And you want to define trans.
Within the psychological literature, body dysphoria can.
Yeah, I will burn that literature. You want to take?
Pull it up for you.
I don't fucking care. You want to take gender dysphoria and define it as a bedrock psychological issue that there is nothing underneath. There's nothing to treat or even to look at. We can't like lift it up and peek at.
I think we should.
There's definitely something.
Because that's the problem is that like I've talked to like a trans therapist before. They were really good. I really wish I remember their TikTok name, and I really wish I had the conversation. I don't know why I never posted it. Like I truly think I just lost it in like transition. It was annoying as fuck. And we talked about it, and he's like, yeah, when you're being honest, like you don't always, not every treatment method for people with gender dysphoria is to have them transition. You'll get out of here, you little fucking ugly bastards. Is to have them transition. Sometimes the treatment method might be to have them like assign with their born sex or whatnot. It depends on the person, and that's probably an outlier, right? But there's a good therapist will explore many different options over the course of like probably 6 months to a year before like throwing out like the way that you really should probably treat gender dysphoria is like, okay, let's see, you go to a therapist for a while. Maybe after like, I'm going to give you arbitrary numbers. So maybe after like 6 months, you get diagnosed. Maybe after like a month, you get diagnosed. Let's say after like maybe a month, you get diagnosed. You know, it takes a while. Then the first step is like, okay, I want you to like find the person that like you have like the ideal body with, and maybe go to the mall and like identify as a girl, socially transition a little bit. Just go to the mall. Maybe just dress up in your room. Do like these small like minor things that'll make you feel more comfortable, and you slowly kind of like work up from there, that kind of a thing. That would be the way that you probably would transition. What the fuck can I get through here? That would probably be the way that you would typically transition. You wouldn't just kind of like jump all over it and instantaneously start transitioning. So
Okay. But when it comes to it, but when I describe a high school boy wanting to look like Captain America, then all of a sudden your mind fills with explanations of why that might be and how looking like Captain America, while very satisfying, even up until maybe even all the way to his deathbed, might not actually be the ideal solution. And that maybe the ideal solution is a societal shift, shifting in the family, shifting within himself, of accepting where he's at. So like, yes, some people are going to want it so badly that they get the fake boobs, they do the testosterone, they buy that expensive sports car that they want during their midlife crisis or whatever. Some people take the leap, but I think maybe we can all agree is that progressives are moving that gap to help you leap over it and making it smaller and easier and younger.
Yeah.
Well, I think that first of all, transitioning
it's
is
different from it being too available to some people versus it shouldn't be available at all, which just seems to be what you're saying.
That shouldn't be taken lightly. All these fucking people.
That's right.
All these. Listen to me. This is where me and you differ, Buck, though, because the thing is,
we do.
But but we both can see the importance in it, and so like let me just like
you have to realize we come from different generations. I have a different way of thinking. I have a different way of being. I have a different idea of why transition and what transition is about. I have a whole different idea of it than the younger generation. That's why Calvin and I are totally buddies, but we just have different. We have disagreements, which is awesome. And I love that we can have this conversation as trans people. This is what people need to see. We have totally different ideas, but we still can be friends around it and understand.
My opinion is that, like, you guys are saying, like, okay, you're coming to the conclusion, okay, well, there's all these, like, issues with medical transition and stuff. So we should just, like, we should bar it. Like, we should just not have kids transition. We should just, but I think that the solution is more like, let's go back to kind of how it was with, like, let's focus on the mental health aspect, because there are different, there are different groups of trans people. There are trans people who will benefit from medical transition, and there is no way to convert them. I don't care what you say, Mr. Girl. There are trans people where
I'm not saying you. No. I'm saying convert them to being miserable. Like
no. You're saying
convert them to accepting that they're not going to have the body they want. They're not going to have the life they want.
Right.
They're going to look in the mirror every day and feel some distant sadness.
But
or maybe
why should I have to live like that? You know what I mean?
Because that's fucking life.
Type 1 diabetes is life. Like, I don't know.
But I was able to live like this, and I'm so much happier.
Their autoimmune diseases is their life. Like, if we can alleviate something medically, why would we not? We would never.
I don't believe that it is medicated.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't believe it is actually alleviated.
So yes, that's the thing. So you need to be more clear, because you make it sound like you're agreeing, when in reality you just don't think that trans people are like a real thing. You think that it's just like a mindfuck thing that they can get over or just accept and deal with. But it's not like a unique thing.
Oh wait, I have a block button.
Yeah, but that's not specific to trans people. I don't believe that any of these things are like a real, like an autoimmune disease. That's a real thing, for sure. And the trans advocacy is to try to make us think of a psychological state or disorder, depending on who you ask.
Did you just say that like trans isn't real? Is it because it's not as tangible? Like, is this just like a fundamental mental health issue? Like, where he just doesn't really validate mental health issues? What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Suck his dick? What the fuck? Is that what it is? Like, I don't understand. The game
into a
soft
similar
lock?
thing. So I think. I do. That's why I'm listing other like psychiatric or psychological conditions, because I see it as similar to that, not similar to diabetes.
But see, the problem with this is that the trans issue, and I think this is kind of what you're getting at, Mr. Girl. The trans issue is a sacred cow. It is unassailable. It is set aside. It is somehow different. And then when you mention that, I'm not really sure how it's different. The onus was instantly put on you to prove that it wasn't different, rather than any evidence that it is.
But there's objective evidence that trans people do exist, and that the treatment method is like the best treatment method is socially or transitioning. So I don't really know what they're talking about. Like, what are you talking about? It's just a mental health disorder that you can't run you can't run a fucking piss test on. And that's where the problem like lies in. So, and that just comes down to like not having a good understanding of like mental health issues.
And
yeah, mental health issues aren't real.
Sure, but I haven't ever seen any reasoning as to why it's treated differently, other than, well, it's in the DSM, so a bunch of people got together and decided it was different. But I mean,
a bunch of medical professionals, they just kind of decided that this thing was different. Like, well, they're fucking like, what do you mean? It's not quite what's actually happened, but okay. Yeah, I mean, like historically, like most mental health issues have been like shit on like for so long until they're finally affirmed. So it's not like this is like a yesterday thing. Like, yeah, one day we were just like, yeah, let's be cool to trans people. It's like, no, it's been a long time that being treated like shit. Like Buck even admits, it's like, yeah, trans wasn't a thing while I was like fucking growing up, or rather, the treatment wasn't a thing. Like this is something that's been happening over a long period of time.
I fall in line with what you're saying, that this is an issue that is akin to these other issues, and these other issues aren't treatable with, or we don't deem it socially acceptable to treat these other issues with surgery or hormones or anything else. There's a super chat from Cynthia, my favorite liberal, who said that her 14-year-old is in volleyball and wants to take hormones to get taller. Why aren't we allowing this stuff? Why don't we have these things for kids?
Well,
and
is your kid gonna kill themselves? Probably not. I mean, there's obviously just like a different thing here. There's like it's just a completely different argument. Like a lot of it is the foundation of like it's not like wanting to be taller is different from like having like massive amounts of like distress for not being taller. It's a very totally different thing, right? Does it make you taller if you take hormones too? Like would that actually do anything? I wonder. That's interesting. Oh wait, do I have to fucking get this asshole across?
And I think it's because we are concerned with the decisions that we're allowing children to make when we don't allow them to make other decisions. I mean, if you said, look, there are some kids who are really, really poor, and the best thing to do would be to give them a credit card so they could buy food. I think that we go, wait, but we don't give kids credit cards. And it's like, well, why not? Well, they're not capable of making appropriate financial decisions. I mean, I would rather deal with debt than long-term medical issues. So to me, this is where I'm seeing the problem. This is a sacred cow issue. And
that's a very different thing. Like, I mean, kids don't need credit cards because their parents should be able to buy things for them. Credit cards can become almost like gambling and like addictive. Like, these are just not the same question. These are not the same things that you're bringing up. They don't make sense.
Kind of the whole theme of the night, right? Transracial culture this is the sacred cow.
I think that there are some. Okay. I think that there are some issues where there are some things where we accept that like this is like a baseline thing that we ought to be able to live with. Like we have some base expectation of what people should have to deal with, and like the I guess the privileges or the existence that ought to be afforded to some people. If some kid came up to you and he was like, listen, my life is miserable, I really need like the newest, hottest Nikes or Yeezys or whatever, we would look at that kid and we would go, you know what, like I don't think in society that you should be guaranteed the right to have your favorite pair of Yeezys or to whatever the latest daughters.
This is racist, Destiny. This is a very racist thing that you're saying right now. Are you kidding me? You should have your right to have Yeezys, okay? It's fucked up. It's called reparations. I thought you were woke, okay? And don't get on me because I'm assuming that black people like Yeezys more than white people because it's true. I mean, come on, like it's not like a big deal, okay? Chill out.
Name. Like, you don't need to be guaranteed the right to be a certain height to play volleyball. Like, I think that you can exist in society and be just fine without being guaranteed. But if a kid was like, hey, like, I go to school and I get lunch there, when I go home, like, I can't eat because my parents can't afford food, food is probably something that we should provide people. Like, so at some level, there's going to be some subjectivity to what we decide you have to live with. But when it comes to something like gender dysphoria, if we do have the ability...
Do I smell communism?
I
do.
Absolutely nothing I said had anything to do with communism.
Like what?
You have a JD, I'm sure you must have taken at least one polycyclic.
How did that turn into communism? He's like, yeah, I don't think kids should go hungry. Oh, do I smell communism? Bro, like at what point do you like at what point? kids not dying of starvation is now communism. I mean, holy fuck. You don't like Yeezys? I do. So yeah, I'm black, I guess.
Or something, okay? So
well, no, we should just give people food all the time, right? Like that makes sense.
We do that in
and
the
then probably
United
water.
We do that in the United
States.
And every single developed country in the world, this is what is done. Yes, we do not let people starve on the street traditionally. I'm sorry if that upsets you, but yeah, we've made that decision to decide that people probably should be starving to death.
Yeah. That happens in LA.
When it comes to in LA they choose it, okay? Those people are fucking crazy, okay? There's a reason I left that godforsaken city. But when it comes to things like gender dysphoria, if there is a way to alleviate it medically, we do have processes for it. It just seems a little bit unnecessarily cruel to be like, no, you're gonna have to just go ahead and live with this. Like, I think having the right to live as the gender that you see yourself as and to not have that incongruence that it doesn't seem like people choose. It's not just some shit that you're just like, man, fuck, I want to be fucking trans today because suicide sounds awesome. It seems like you probably should have the right to make these decisions and medically transition should you have the ability to do so. When we do have the technology to do so.
When you turn 18.
But then it's too late. There's no point in...
It's not too late.
Not necessarily.
It's not too late.
It's not necessarily too late. It's just potentially going to be more dysphoria. Fuck. Oh, I just accidentally... Okay. I accidentally tabbed over to this fucking asshole. How do I get back? Okay. Okay. What the fuck is happening? Anyway, it's not necessarily too late. It's just that, like, It's just that like you might have more issues, more dysphoria associated with your shit because you went through the wrong puberty.
Absolutely.
Lots of people transition
Okay.
after 18.
I transitioned in my life.
I have had this
Stop.
in the
Hold
last
on.
few-
You're Buck. You're driving me crazy. If for trans women that have male puberties, you're looking at potentially over $100,000 more in cost, which to a lot of people, you brought up earlier that people use that incel passing privilege. A lot of that is because people feel like passing is gate kept behind money, right? FFS is incredibly expensive. Yeah, absolutely.
That's not why.
Well, that's one of the reasons why, is because it is like, right, go ahead.
So first off, I don't necessarily think
Well,
that's true.
I have a question. Seriously, is there an additional struggle with is there an additional struggle for like trans women? Is it easier to look more masculine? Or okay, let me try to phrase this the right way. Is it easier for a trans man to look more, I guess for lack of a better term, passing after they go through a female puberty versus like a trans woman looking more passing after going through a male puberty? Like is that a thing? I guess it kind of makes sense, but I don't know if it's true. I wonder.
Being said, a lot of people transition later in age and are perfectly okay with it and have a great, awesome life like me. So I don't necessarily think you have to transition at an early age in order to be able to just live.
Bro, early in this game, this guy cut somebody's fucking head off with a lightsaber. They just put it right back on. But all of a sudden, he gets his arm cut off and you just put it back on?
Life beautifully.
Legos,
yeah,
bro.
it's a struggle. Yeah, a lot of people struggle, but also is struggle a bad thing? I don't necessarily think so.
But it
that being
depends.
said, you have
Usually,
to remember
I mean,
we are not monolithic.
Like, yes, struggles are typically bad. Like, obviously, going through a struggle can make you really build character, which is good, but, we can reduce struggle.
I agree with that.
People.
Hey, you need to not have an air conditioner. You need to struggle.
I agree
The
with
way we
that.
come to it, some people don't realize they're trans until a later age.
Sure, and if
Some
they don't,
people
that's
go-
great. But like, Buck, if I saw you, I would just instantly assume you're a man. I would, no question about it. But there are a lot of trans women that don't have that same
But you
privilege.
keep going back to trans women.
Well, because
not trans men.
because trans men typically, like, you can get away with looking a bit more effeminate in society, and people aren't going to call you a woman. Nobody, like, it's just not typically a thing. Whereas even Lauren here earlier was saying, like, sometimes people will accuse her of being a man. I think that when it comes to puberty, I think that, like, the female puberty is generally a bit easier to transition from female to male if you've gone through it. But if you've gone through,
That's not true.
when it
We-
comes
we
to
don't-
It's easier to add
when it
to your
comes
body
to
than
externally
subtract.
passing, I think that trans men can have a much easier time passing than trans women generally. Maybe not every time, right? And for evidence of that, facial masculinization surgery is like I think like $5,000, and the female version is like $50,000, right? It's like 10 times more.
Interesting.
So much
Why?
more. So I think that in general, this is why I keep going back to trans women. I'm not saying fuck trans men, we exclude trans men, but
Why is it so much more expensive? Is it because of like the availability? Is it or something? Like, why would that be more expensive to feminize yourself than masculinize yourself? Is it more work? Is it just like, I don't know, maybe more people want to do masculinizing surgery, so it's cheaper? I don't know.
it's easier if you go through puberty as a woman. It's easier post-puberty transition to looking like a man versus.
It's just a different thing we have to deal with than what trans women know. Now I understand your analogy there of having to have big shoulders and all of those things, but I still know tons of trans women who have dealt with it and have been perfectly okay with it. And
I guess that Destiny's just trying to make this argument that, Buck using experience makes sense, obviously, but then that's not the same experience for everybody else.
said that they are okay that they didn't have puberty blockers. So my
That's great for
experience
them.
tends to be
But
different.
like
My
almost
experience is
every
different than
trans
yours.
person would say, if given the chance, they would have transitioned younger if they could have. Almost everyone.
That's not necessarily true
every
because I think
cis
some people
person-
didn't.
No, that's not necessarily true. When you say something's not necessarily true, usually you're acknowledging that you have like an outlier perspective. So, but yeah, that seems to be the case. That doesn't mean we should just go fucking around giving everybody gender dysphoria diagnoses and having them transition. That'd be fucking insane. But
actually understand what was going on with them at that age and then realize that at a later age. But that being said, again, we're all different and that's why we can't it's so hard to have this conversation because we're always put in this
so
little
hard.
like sort of zone that we're all exactly the same. Some people don't even want to transition to look like how I look anymore. They just want to be trans and not necessarily a pass as a man or a woman.
I think we all.
that's backpedaling down to something that's like a totally different conversation versus people with like legitimate gender dysphoria. Most of this conversation is centralized people with gender dysphoria, not people who may be either trans trending or may not need to go through like pure like as much social transition. So, feminization requires a lot more shaping and shaving and shaping. Masculinization is mostly implants, which is easier. Okay.
We all agree those people suck, right? Everybody on this panel. Everybody on this panel fucking hates those people, okay? Yeah.
I can't, no, Destiny, I can't say that kind of stuff
Okay,
anymore.
maybe you don't, but
Now I'm
fuck
getting
those
into
people.
trouble. I can. No, it's
I just
want
wanna
to
say for the
it's just
record-
a different space. We really need to recognize that. we
Like,
come to
I don't
this
understand why
differently.
the conclusion has to be though, like, let's stop people under 18, all people under 18 from transitioning and not, okay, well, let's get way more like concise with like the mental health procedures and the therapy and like ways that we can be affirmative and say, okay, let's have therapists that are respectful of people's identities and don't like, try to do conversion therapy, but also try to explore like what else could be
That's
going
right.
on before, like when I started T at 16, I went to therapy for a year. I lived as male for a year beforehand, and I went to therapy for 6 months. And if I urge every trans person I ever
Keep
meet
hating
to
your
just
life then,
live
working class
socially
Andy.
transition for a year
So
and go to therapy for at least 6 months and go to a therapist who's not just gonna like affirm and not think about other things. So my therapist always called me Calvin, but she talked with me about everything in my life to make sure not only that like I wouldn't regret it later, but to make me feel more confident in the decision, and my parents to feel more confident. Like my parents talked to her. We had the whole family come in. Like it was a whole thing. And that's not required, but it should be. So why don't we focus, because you would have way less people passing through the system and detransitioning and all these problems if we focus on the mental health care instead of just banning all kids from transitioning.
That's right,
Okay,
but that's the problem. We're pushing people through too fast. You can get hormones in 5 minutes on the internet now.
But that's,
like, how is that
everybody's
even
against that. Okay, book is a little all over the place.
possible?
Okay.
How are we
have a-
not implementing that?
I have a question from chat. How does a therapist figure out if a complete transition is appropriate for an individual?
I don't think, it's my understanding, that's not what they do. That's not what a good therapist does. My understanding is a good like therapist that works with trans people, what they do is, like I was saying before, they kind of like start by like, they take it relatively slow. They might start by doing like teasing social transitions. I say teasing, like just lightly social transition, maybe go to the mall, find like your ideal body, and then they try to work you backwards. So it's like, here, oh, you want to look like Jennifer Lopez? I don't know why that. Okay, well, let's kind of like reel your expectations in while we try to meet that your expectation, right? So it's like, here's, you want to look like J-Lo, here's how you look. Let's try to find the middle ground, right? And you do that, and you I think ideally you try to detransition, or excuse me, you try not to transition as much as possible. What the fuck? Where's my ass? Okay. But I know it sounds weird, but you know, you try to like reel in your expectations, and so you're not like, okay, we're gonna go for surgery. It's like, no, you start with like very slowly what you can, like what you as an individual will make you happy, you know, without having to go through these steps of like, okay, you have to get facial reconstruction, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're working on like the mental health of a person while you work on like the physicality of them. You're trying to, it's like a two-pronged attack. So that's how it's supposed to work. It's not just supposed to be like, oh, you did it. You know what I mean? That would be kind of fucking crazy if you went that far that fast. It's not like, okay, day one, yeah, don't worry. After a while, we're going to get you lots of cool medis, and you're going to be all a nice medi pack from the popular hit video game Fortnite. You know what I mean? It's not really the way that you're generally operating.
Okay, so there's diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria. So obviously you touch on that criteria as in the DSM,
What up, guys?
and also oftentimes
Wait a second. I think the question is more how should.
How
they
should I think?
figure it out? Not how does. How should.
I think that you should. I think that there should be like just
Still
discussions
answered it.
about like what your goals are. Why do you want to transition? How are you feeling? Like if you were in a, because here's the thing for me.
You have a dog
My
now.
transition was never about. It was about how other people view me, but it's also not. Like if I truly believe that if I was on a deserted island in the middle of the ocean, I would have still felt uncomfortable. So still wanted to transition. It's not when I'm thinking about getting bottom surgery and stuff, right? It's not for other people. It's not for sexual purposes. Of course, that's nice, but for me with bottom surgery, it's like more about like I don't have to shower in the dark anymore. That's an awful fucking thing to shower in the dark because, and it's not. You know, I don't have like body image issues in the way body dysphoria is. It's literally. It's not a delusional type of thing the way body dysphoria is. It's just that you see something that's not there and it should be, and it's not. And like the way that you would like, and again, it's like so complex how you would do an evaluation.
What is
And again,
this?
it takes months and months and months of
Oh,
talking
shit,
to a
I got a
client.
Beat
But I
Saber.
think that like the answer is to focus on, okay, let's have conversations
Die,
about
bitch.
what are the questions we should ask?
Oh,
What are the
shit.
best, most effective ways? And not just like, in my opinion and your opinion, but like, let's do some research, some
Okay, I was
psychological
kidding.
research and look to the literature on effectiveness and stuff because
was kidding.
it
I was
is
joking. I was
documented.
joking.
And I feel
Sorry.
like that is the best way, like empirical evidence. That is the
Also,
best
it's
way.
individual. You have to understand, again, it's individual.
What is
So
that?
this doctor's dealing with this patient, and that's in an individual space. And I do think that we can't, again, say, well, how can a
joking.
doctor
I was joking.
diagnose a person with gender? No, you have to understand each individual is different, and that doctor is going to come to different ideas and different understanding of that person and make that choice. But I think ultimately it comes up to the person to make that final decision. Even
Like
if-
everyone is different, but Buck, I'm gonna be honest. Like I feel like the underlying mechanism of my dysphoria and your dysphoria, there's probably a similar, like whatever the root of it
Yes.
is, we still don't know. Me and you are the same transition. We don't regret
Yes.
it, and here we are now. We would never go back. For trans people like me and you, there has to be some sort of underlying mechanism.
Yeah, I agree.
And there would be a way to diagnose that. There should be a way, and there kind of is. It's not perfect.
There is.
But
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like I have a gender dysphoria diagnosis. There's ways to like, you know, to do that. There is like some sort of like everyone's different in their own way, but in other ways,
Okay,
there is
they
this
suck,
disorder
I
that we know exists,
Thanks
and we
for
see it in
that.
different people.
I guess like the question comes down to like if and this is weird because Mr. Girl and Nick kind of have, it's hard to tell if you guys think that trans people are like a real phenomenon at all. If you
No,
do think,
not really.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay.
No, I'm not,
No, wait. I just
Well,
want to say,
I'm
because we're having these conversations right now. Like we're having an argument with Mr. Girl. Like, how do we figure out if they're trans or they're trans? But he doesn't even believe that trans is like truly a concept. So that discussion is like worthless, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you do.
What I believe that trans. What do you mean?
But like, how could you say that? Like, how could you say that when like me and Buck are sitting right in front of you, telling you that's not the case, and like all of the evidence and empirical, psychological, it disagrees with you. Like, you can,
Wait,
you
do you believe that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior?
Dude, it's just so different. You're seeing trans people. It's so he has such bizarre. I'm pretty sure that I fucking hate myself because I can't get. I'm trying to grapple into that, but he just has like an experience, and then it doesn't really. He has to personally experience a thing for him to believe it, and he'll never personally experience this, so it doesn't matter to him. That's there's a profound lack of empathy when it comes to him. That's really what it comes down to. Oh, I'm supposed to shoot it. Okay, well, cool.
I don't, but like,
okay, but wait, Nick, do you?
Like, you could,
Yeah.
Okay, but Nick's right here, guys. He's right here in
Yeah,
front
but
of you.
Jesus isn't here. That's the difference.
Jesus isn't. That's When,
but
when
my
it
point
comes
is
to
that, like,
Jesus,
you have
I'm
a belief
neutral.
system. You have a belief
There's as
system
much proof
about
that Jesus Christ is the Lord and Savior as much as there is proof that he's not. With trans
whatever.
people,
You can't. You're not going to change my opinion.
No proof
about,
that he's not.
You're not gonna change my like.
That's a
view of
negative, that's
gender
weird.
by yelling at me right now. Listen,
If there was
See, like, oh my god, look, bro, I just find that to be like you're not gonna change me if you're not gonna be nicer to me. It's like, oh my god, shut the fuck up. Like, I get it, but holy shit, like, have a little bit more like fucking thick skin. Like, that's kind of a pussy move to say that shit.
for a
my
place
point-
where Jesus wasn't, it would be not in this conversation.
my point.
Anywhere
is
two or
that-
more are gathered, even
My
trans. He said it.
What do I do here?
So to me, transness is kind of, or gender ideology is kind of like a religion. It's a way of thinking about things that
what?
yeah.
not, though. It's not.
Well, I know that's fine. I understand that you believe it is literal truth. And I'm using Nick
Right,
as an
you
example.
can have your
I'm using
opinion,
Nick as an example. Wait, hang on. I'm using Nick as an example of somebody who believes in a different truth from you. You can see him sitting there. You can see that he doesn't believe the world is the way you think it is, and you think the world is the way he doesn't think it is, and yet we're all still in the same room talking to each other.
That's right.
Okay, so let me make my point real quick. Let me just say what I'm saying. With Jesus, it's not that it's not that Jesus isn't my Lord and Savior, right? I'm just gonna go with religion. And like, so wait,
Well, who
Nick,
cares if it's your Lord and Savior? Like, that's so irrelevant. Jesus just physically isn't in the room. Like, there's no proof that God exists, right? Or Jesus. And I'm not saying that to be like, hey, your beliefs suck or whatever. But like, you don't have any proof it exists. We have proof trans people exist because like there's trans people that exist. You know what I mean? Jesus, he's not here. You know what I'm saying? So, and honestly, all Jesus has to do is come down and be like, bro, I'm real. God exists. Stop having abortions. Boom. I'm pro-life, by the way. That's all he has to do. So, I'm just saying, God, come on, bro. Come tell me. Come tell me if you want. But maybe he just wants babies to die. Maybe he doesn't give a fuck about babies. Maybe he's lonely and he wants to have more kids. I don't really know. He wants more babies in heaven. I don't fucking know.
so I'm assuming you're religious. Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
You're
I'm the best Christian there ever was.
well, let's take someone who I would say that I'm just like kind of neutral on religion. I can't disprove it and I can't prove it equal amounts. Like, there's no proof that God is real. There's no way for me to say that it is for
The
certain.
burden
Like,
of
you know what I
proof
mean?
is
I'm
there.
neutral.
You're equally Muslim.
The burden of proof is on like the religious entity. You know what I mean? Just saying. But okay.
Jewish.
Well, I mean, I
Christian,
can't.
you're
There's
just all a
no
little bit
way
of
to
everything.
prove it. There's no way to study it. There's no empirical way to.
Okay, so yeah, so if somebody walks up to you in the street and they say, "Are you Muslim?" You're like, "I don't know."
Jesus wasn't white. Jesus Christ had dreads. So true.
I would probably just say like
I can't
don't-
answer that because I don't have proof.
I would say no. No, because I'm not like I'm not any religion. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. I'm also not religious, so I
Yeah.
know just what you mean. But so that's how I feel when people are like, "So do you believe that you have like a gender inside you that like
Wake up,
could
baby.
maybe
Oh, it's
not
a
match
bear.
up with your body?" I'm
I mean,
like,
you
no,
can have your
I don't.
opinion and what I mean, but like
Yes.
all of the I was supposed to get actual research and empirical evidence that goes against that. Like, you know what I mean? So like
I don't know if
everybody
we
can have.
understand
No,
what
I
empirical
don't-
means here.
I'm sorry, I might be.
But honestly, it doesn't even matter, to be honest. I don't really care if that's how you feel about it. And I actually respect that you feel that way. And it's totally
Why?
okay. It's not going to make or break me. And that's what I think
Why,
people...
why do you need to respect it though? That's just my thing. Like, why not just be like, I acknowledge what you're saying and you're being individually respectful to me, but like you're just wrong. Like, you don't have to respect somebody's belief. You can respect that it exists and not hate the person, but why do you have to like respect that? Like, I don't respect that. I think it's fucking stupid. I mean, I don't think that like it I think the lack of like openness is kind of stupid. I would expect more for someone like Mr. Girl, but I don't know why. I mean, I guess it's my fucking fault.
need to stop being so
I don't, though,
sensitive
because
about
this is
stuff.
the
No,
problem.
you're not sensitive. You're not sensitive. I'm just saying, in general, the trans community gets so weird when people don't accept us. It's like, so what? Guess
Well,
what?
the
People
so
aren't
what
gonna
because the
accept us.
rejection means like
trans
outlawing
people-
drugs.
Yeah, I mean, like come on, Bug is an interesting guy. I mean, like, I understand. Not everybody has to accept like everything that you like, right? Like, I mean, like, if I had a collection of hentai action figures in my house, my mommy doesn't have to come in and be like, I love these, I accept this is fantastic. My mom doesn't have to do that, right? We acknowledge that, but she's not going to tell me I can't have my epic poggers hentai action figures, right? That's what my mom's not going to do, okay? Because my mom loves me. Oh yeah, you can't do that. So that's kind of where things get a little bit different. Whereas, like, you know, people are trying to effectively kind of like, you know, implement legislation that would effectively try to like erase trans people. So it's a bit of a different thing. Like, acceptance means different things based on different people, depending on what that acceptance might mean. Like, people will just think I'm weird if I have like hentai fucking action figures at home, but they're also not going to ban it, and I can also hide that pretty well. There's also another you know, factor there. Meanwhile, you know, you just like, don't come to my house. Meanwhile, you can't really hide that you're trans because that'll make you feel incredibly like dysphoric. So it's not the same thing.
And
Trans people require support. Trans people require support. Buck, if people didn't support you, Buck, you wouldn't have ever been able to transition.
I transitioned when there was nobody supporting me, my friend.
Well, clearly, like, the medical industry supported you to some extent, but sure.
That's not true.
You had to have.
I think that Buck has like a really harsh, probably had like a much harsher life than most trans people, honestly, and like lived through it. And they're like, I really love who I am, and that like heavy struggle and burden like really made them like love the person they are, which is awesome. But I think that that's like the outlier probably experience for a trans person. Like, most of them probably went through the same struggle and just weren't, like, for lack of a better term, strong enough to go through it, and they may have taken their own lives, or they might be like incredibly, like, profoundly fucking miserable right now. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't say it's the same thing.
Wait, I think Steven's making a good point where he's saying that it's not there's two different issues. There's one, do you believe in it enough to support me with what I want or need for myself for my advocacy, or at least to leave me alone? And then secondly, do you believe in it enough to pledge that you believe in it? And I feel like that this one is the one I'm more concerned about, where I feel like I'm being asked to pledge that I agree with this narrative, and if I don't pledge it, and even if I'm quiet about it, if I don't put pronouns in my bio or whatever.
How old's the top guy? Look it up. His name is Buck Angel. He's a porn star. I think he's like 50 something or 60.
Increasingly, I'm in danger.
The first, what am I doing? Just inspecting it. The first time I ever saw Buck Angel was a meme when I was very young, and it was a meme that was like, "Would you rather fuck a chick with a dick or a dude with a pussy?" Okay, that was the meme. I was very young. And I was like, "Wow!" And then you know what the girl was? Bailey J. And I masturbated to Bailey J. I chose the chick with the wiener. Okay, I was socialized. Pornography socialized me to accept trans people. Crazy, huh? Isn't that crazy? What a weird stream. What am I doing to myself right now?
And that's what I get upset about. I'm very upset about that, because I don't think that it should be that way. I think you should have every right to think how you want to think, and that just should not affect me in any way, shape, or form. So I do have a problem with that, and I don't think you need to accept it and be okay with it if you're not. And it shouldn't bother us as trans people. We should be like, okay, cool. You don't get it. We're going to take care of ourselves, and we're going to move forward.
But I think there has to be varying levels of what acceptance means. Right?
Well, yeah, I'm speaking specifically about him, right? So of course, in the whole world, we have to educate the world to say we are here. Now, you don't have to necessarily agree with it, but what you do need to do is open up a little space for us, and that's what we need to understand. That's called coexisting. But that I do not.
Yeah, but like, so like the you need people to at the very least be like, I don't agree that trans people exist, but you're a person going through a struggle, so like, I don't care. I'm just not going to advocate for or against you. But that's not the general experience of you know, anything. So you know, usually you kind of, I don't know. It's an interesting position Buck argues from, because it's like a non-compromising position. He already agrees enough with transphobic people that they're probably not going to be like, oh, let me like change my perspective drastically. How do I have this guy on my team? Oh fuck, he bitch slapped me. Whereas like, it's usually better to like you can be respectfully disagree, and then, you know, you can work from that position. Then you get to a compromising area that's somewhere in the middle. You know.
Perform, feel like I have to change your mind in order for me to live this life. I feel like I respect that you don't agree with my choice, but I think we can sit here and have a conversation and maybe even have a beer. It doesn't really even matter. That's where I stand.
I don't drink, but I would.
Neither do I.
I would have some peanuts with you, though.
I feel like it might be important to delineate something here, because I think I'm getting put into this fun box, which is great and all, but my ultimate position is I don't care what you do as an adult to yourself. Like I could give a shit less if transgenderism is real or not real. It's irrelevant. I don't care if you're Muslim. I don't care what, like, you pick whatever. Maybe you're an ice cream fetishist and you like to bathe in some wonderful vanilla. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is the moment we start putting kids in an institution in which they cannot escape, and then we have someone agendizing something. I don't care what it is. And for anyone, let me head off the argument that, well, parents can indoctrinate children too. Yes, a parent indoctrinating a child to anything will always be 100% less offensive than the state indoctrinating the kid to the same thing that the parent would.
So is he saying that he's okay with parents indoctrinating people? I'm gonna build a gunk droid. Okay, interesting.
And so as long as that's there, that's where I have
But
problems.
I feel like that's one of the biggest problems. It's not the state. It's like that there are people that there seem to be people who, like parents that are too affirming of their kids being trans, like instantaneously without fucking like, without like any fucking anything else.
Like as far as whether or not like a trans is a real thing, I think we're getting off into the weeds on like empirical evidence and stuff like that, when I think largely it's completely irrelevant if we just take the approach of, you know, once you are outside of the protection of the state, then as like a, you know, sub 18-year-old person, which is what we've decided, then you do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. But as long as we're going to have the state here, then people get to have input on the rules on what the state is going to do to protect its future citizenry. And I'm really concerned about a state that has any sort of program that could potentially be causing significant harm to its future citizenry, especially when we go outside the protections of the parental unit by passing quote unquote affirming legislation that is less about affirming and more about concealing. Like,
but
again,
I think whether it's a real thing that comes into play when you're talking about what you're teaching in schools. So like evolution, we teach in school, and so for that
not
to
my
work,
school. No, I'm just kidding.
for that to work, we have to have religious people kind of concede like the world was created in 7 days, but like not scientifically or not like literally. That's not like the actual truth we're going to teach in school. We're not going to say that's like, we're not going to attack it, and you can have church and you can have a separate space for that. And so I think what's
Ken Ham is calling me right now. He's super pissed.
I don't know who that is.
That's the guy who built that Ark, the Creation Museum.
Oh,
okay.
Sorry, religious joke just got wrecked by a bunch of fucking atheist heathens.
Wait, did you say? Wait, what name did you say?
Ken Ham.
Oh, there's another guy called Kent Hovind, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I've debated that guy before. He's
he's
like a 6,000-year-old Earth, like flat Earth creationist or some shit. Like,
Nice.
they
He's
call him
a
the
ham
Dino
associate.
Doctor. Oh, okay, nice, yeah, friendly dude. Okay, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Gross.
so we're trying to figure out, are we going to teach this gender ideology, trans ideology? From my point of view, or from Calvin's point of view, it's just science. And so we do have to figure out, like, you have to indoctrinate kids with something. That's the thing. It's like when you teach kids something, you're indoctrinating them to believe one thing or another. And so I feel like we haven't really figured out how to all agree on this. And then we could split up state by state, but like that's weird too.
I mean, generally the goal of like indoctrination, for lack of a better term, is to have the most positive outcome for your child, or at least the outcome that you think is the most positive, right? And so if the data shows that for some people, some kids, that the wow, nice lightsaber, that the data, if it shows that like the most positive outcome for some kids, if you do it delicately, is to transition, then like, you know, that's what we should probably do. It's very uncomfortable. We should probably let parents, you know, do it themselves for the most part. Oh shit.
I don't think it needs to be like taught. Like you could just like I think that there could just be like, yeah, okay, trans people are a thing, they exist, and like I don't know. There was never
That's already
like really controversial to some people, right?
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Well,
but there are trans people that exist.
Where does it even come in? Like,
well, I believe trans people exist the way Christians
like if it's just mentioned in passing, like in school, I don't think that should be a problem. If it's just
like you're walking down the hallway and the teacher whispers, you like
no, like if you're in class,
There's trans people.
if you're in class, like if you're in like I don't know, if you're in like a health class.
Okay,
like,
but when you say trans people exist, you're saying trans people exist and they're right. Right. So if you say Christians exist,
I mean,
it's like yes, Christians exist. Trans people, yes,
I
people
believe
all the people believe all kinds of different things.
I believe trans people are right in the sense that like transitioning is the most effective.
It's just like so weird because it's just not analogous. Trans people exist. Like you can prove that they exist. You can prove believers of Jesus exist, but that doesn't mean that Jesus exists because there's no foundation for the belief. So like the foundation of trans people exist objectively. That exists. There are trans people. There is no foundation for religion to exist because you can't prove that there's like a God or anything like that. Okay, I don't see that like an argumentative way, but that's just what's the reality. Oh, bro, don't fucking attack me, dude. Oh shit.
Proven method for treating gender dysphoria. I mean, that's what like conversion therapy doesn't work. I don't know what you're proposing. Like there's like
he's proposing, I think you're proposing
not to talk about it.
You just live with it.
It's a no. I'm fine with teaching about gender dysphoria and like some people transition and that works for them sometimes, or maybe here's the studies. That's different from your gender is like a soul.
Oh right, yeah.
And your gender is in your body, and maybe you're not in the right body. Maybe that, and like that's what a lot of trans people believe.
That's not how I view my trans. You know what I mean?
Okay, that doesn't matter. That's not what I'm talking. I'm not talking about your view. I know you're cool. That's not what I'm talking about.
Right, but there's
I'm saying generally the way this is presented is like the way you would teach an 8-year-old about gender, and from the progressive narrative now is you would say, hey, so when you were born, we thought that you were a boy, okay, because you had a penis, but now you're old enough to start thinking, are you a boy? We don't know. We have to get to know you and figure out who you really
I don't
are.
think
This argument, it doesn't matter because he doesn't affirm any trans people. So he just constantly keeps pivoting to this super unrealistic or like aspect of what trans people are, like the weird aspect where you know, the parents are like, oh, you're 4 now, you can choose your own gender. That's fucking stupid. Nobody's agreeing with that. But then like he doesn't affirm trans people at all. So the ideology for him is very clearly an excuse. This idea of like some kind of an LGBTQ or trans ideology that's trying to poison the fucking our youth. That's just an excuse to be transphobic. Like he's effectively admitted that. No, it's just fucking kind of stupid at this point.
Anybody's talking about like doing that sort of implication to a kid,
Oh,
right?
they
I think
are. Oh, I believe.
okay, there might be
They
some people,
absolutely
but
are.
literally nobody on this panel support. That's like the most extreme.
No, we don't support. I don't think. I don't.
No,
support
but
I would
still,
say
it's-
that honestly, trans like pushing that. I'm of the opinion that like a trans kid like throughout history, like if they're trans, they're gonna find out. You
They
don't have
know
to
they
like,
are.
like
Yeah.
you
It's
have like for me personally at least, like they didn't have to teach me about trans people for me
Well,
to
then
know
how do you
there's nothing
explain the
wrong.
explosion in trans?
Oh, there's
identifying
because, I would love to talk about this. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, so because some of it is an ideology. Like some people identify with it as to be quirky or cool, or maybe they're like self-diagnosing another problem. Maybe they're like, oh, I'm trans, when they're just feeling a little funky in their body. Maybe they shit their pants. You know what I mean? Trans people have always existed, but like yes, there's an ideology attached to it. Can it be dangerous for some people? Sure. Some people, like with the new wave of like trans people that are just like, oh, I'm a non-binary, but it means basically nothing. Like whatever. I don't think that it necessarily matters as long as they don't pretend that they have anywhere near the same experience as somebody with gender dysphoria. But like, that doesn't necessarily matter. It's not the same. It's different. That's different of like, oh, my 14-year-old daughter decides that she's fucking non-binary as an experiment. Who cares about that? That's different from saying my 4-year-old said that they're a girl, so now I'm going to buy them a fucking dress and rename them. That's stupid. Like you shouldn't be leaning into it that much. You should be able to let your kid kind of like experiment a little bit. I think that you should be like, oh, hey, you're not a girl. You know, when they're younger, as long as they're not like, I'm a girl, you know, then they're just like, oh, I think I'm a girl, and they're just like, okay, whatever, you're 4, you don't know shit, and then see where it goes from there. But like, like that's why. Yeah.
Oh, Pete,
my-
sorry, that was too
God
much.
damn it.
No, but my
Okay.
counter argument is that if
You can't give a counter argument when you haven't heard his argument yet.
No, so what you just said is that I'm saying they'll just know of like, no, you can I think you can talk people into being
Oh, you can totally talk people
Okay,
into it.
so can I
100%.
just like, make a parallel to you, Mr.
I don't think so. Okay, you can for like light trans lights, the identifying kind, not the dysphoric kind. I don't think you could talk anybody into having gender dysphoria. You might be able to implement a harsh environmental condition that might cause them to be trans. Like I think that can actually be a thing that happens. Like I think drastic environmental impacts can definitely cause anybody to like do anything depending on like the way it manifests. There was somebody in my school who was trans because their brother died, and it was so traumatic for them that they like tried to live their brother through them. But you know, you're not gonna be like, hey, I think you're trans. Well, I mean, I guess maybe for kids, it gets me with my argument. Maybe you could like, yeah, well, that's all. But I think that's a harsh environmental thing, though. Hey, fucking beat him up. Wait, I just want to fucking play. Oh, Jesus Christ. But that's like a harsh environmental like thing there. You know what I mean? But okay, they'll just talk to somebody. I don't think so.
Can I make a parallel to you, Mr. Girl?
Of course.
Okay, so DID. Look at DID.
Well, but that's not how anything works. Like, oh, they don't just know. Like, there's no like magical there's no magical thing. Obviously, but like nobody knows that they have ADHD, but then they exhibit particular symptoms, and then it's like, oh, you have ADHD based on your symptoms. That's mostly how it works, right? So it's not like they're just like no, right? Like kitchens don't biologically exist, right? But women belong in the kitchen. You know what I mean? But it's not a biological existence. Okay, but you get my point.
Right. There's
Yes.
you see this explosion all of a sudden of people and kids thinking they have DID, right? And it's like it is a social contagion because the disorder people who actually have DID, there's debate about whether it's a real thing, but I believe DID
Well,
is
there is a debate. That's what I'm saying. We don't know.
okay, but I
do
believe
we
that
teach
DID
some
is
people-
Can you let me finish really quick?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Just
let
keep
me
talking.
finish.
Talk over
Yeah.
him.
So okay. So DID, I believe, is like a trauma, like DID, like in the way that it should be viewed as a traumagenic disorder. The etiology of trauma. However, there is a group of people who say they have DID who don't have trauma, and they are these people who are. It's like a social contagion. With trans people, the thing is that there are trans people out there who are now identifying as trans because of it becomes like a social contagion in social groups. The problem is that this was studied and marketed as ROGD, which is, I think, at a surface level, is a fair concept. There is a thing of like teen girls thinking that they're trans and they're not. But TERFs like and rad films kind of took that and kind of like went off the walls with it, when in reality there's a way to address that phenomenon without like coming to these like extreme conclusions that like, okay, well, this is a problem, so like you don't have to make it turfy, you know what I mean?
No, every trans person I've ever interviewed has this in group of real trans people and then out group of fake trans people. And they
don't think that-
always do. No, let me fucking finish because I let you finish and it hurt me really badly. Every trans person defines themselves as the in group, and then has this bunch of loser out group trans people that aren't real trans people, and real trans people just fucking.
But like we all agree with that, though. Like I think that you're in the you don't believe in trans people are affirmed, but like even Destiny has like there's an in group and an out group. Usually the in group would be gender dysphoria, the out group wouldn't be. You know. So like this is just an argument meant to diminish the other person's argument that it doesn't really have like a whole. I feel like it doesn't hold a whole lot of water. Okay.
No, and those they think, yeah, of course they think they know. They would say the exact same thing as me, but for them it's social contagion. I'm the real deal. And so how do you synthesize that into some kind of coherent lesson plan for children? Like what are we going to tell them? Every trans person thinks that like 90% of trans people are fake, but except them.
In my trans medicalist YouTuber days, this is what I would have agreed with you. But I've realized now I can't go with that anymore. So what I believe is that I believe that like the thing is that there are a bunch of people who are all identifying as trans who are having completely different experiences. There are people like me and Buck who are probably experiencing the same thing, and it's like, you know, I would maybe call it like transsexual, something more like that. And then there are maybe people who are starting to transition for different reasons, and it's not so much that I can say that they're like fake trans people.
They don't think they're doing it for different reasons. They think they're doing it for the same reason.
But there are. Okay, if I could just suggest something, Calvin, then you can take this. Okay, I think that broadly speaking, okay, I think you can broadly split trans people into two groups, if I may. Okay, I think that broadly you have
real ones and fake ones.
Yes, actually true. Yes, that's what I would say if I was being edgy. But I think broadly speaking, we have real trans people. We have trans people that experience dysphoria, an intensely discomforting feeling that is caused by an incongruence of mind and body. You have these people, and they typically want like group support, help, affirming surgeries, places to alleviate that dysphoria, which usually involves some form of social medical transitioning. That's like kind of the older, like the transsexual. Now we have newer things, which is trans people without dysphoria. As soon as you eliminate the dysphoria, you've opened a box of 50 trillion different possible things, and they might be in different groups. But I think that you can broadly like differentiate trans people between when they say like I'm part of the in group and the out group. I think it's usually talking about people that are like, I think dysphoria is like an important or some part of the trans experience, and then people are like, dysphoria has nothing to do with being trans.
Wait,
I want to be anything like me. Yeah, go.
Can I ask you to replace dysphoria with incongruence? Because if you say dysphoria, it's like the trans medicalist thing.
But okay, I understand that. I think people are really scared of being trans medicalist sometimes, and
I'm not. But
if you the minute you're viewed as trans medicalist, you're completely written off. So that's
I understand. I understand what you're saying. The only problem is that like, and this is because I'm going back.
Oh yeah, but you can. Yeah, but I don't think it's necessarily trans medicalist. Like you can acknowledge that there's generally two factions of people: people that like need people that are going to need like therapy, hormones, etc., and people who aren't. That's what you could say like that. Like those trans people, they don't have gender dysphoria. They don't have the same experience as people with gender dysphoria, and that's fine. It's just a different blanket of trans, you know. But they're still trans in their own right. But it's different. Like that's two general blankets of it. God damn it! How the fuck did this disconnect? Are you fucking kidding me? I don't think it has to be trans medicalist to identify two different groups of people, because it's true.
Emails I got where people think of this, and this is what they phrase to me, okay? Dysphoria is like the defining mindfuck of your entire puberty. So to an incredibly dysphoric trans person, when you, I'm speaking, this is all third party because I'm not trans, so this doesn't connect, I understand. But
punch him.
For the way it was described to me is if you're an intensely dysphoric trans person, if another person says, oh yeah, I'm trans too, and I also have an incongruence, but there's no dysphoria, the trans person with dysphoria has no fucking idea what that person is talking about. Like, what do you mean when you say you have an incongruence with no dysphoria? Because the incongruence is like what you described earlier. It's not like people use the wrong pronouns, or it's not like.
Well, I mean, you could get into the art conversation about like gender euphoria. Maybe they don't necessarily need like they don't have like a dysphoria, but they might have like a positive feeling. Like they may not necessarily have a negative feeling when identifying, but they have like a positive feeling instead, or they don't have a negative feeling with their body necessarily, but they have like a positive feeling instead, some shit like that. You know, or maybe it's like somebody that just doesn't need the same help. You know what I mean? Like somebody with like a light autism. You know, somebody that is like very high functioning may not necessarily need to get help. You know what I mean? Something like that. But okay.
You're sad that your dress is pretty. It's that you have like this deeply disgusting, discomforting feeling in your body that something is so wrong that like the second you start taking HRT, as soon as you see your body change, like something is being alleviated within you that is so deep that it's like unshakable. That's like my understanding.
That was the case for me, right? Like that was the case for me. But what I've kind of like, I think that like like when when people are born, everybody has like you have like a predisposition to like, it's a kind of like not extreme, but so like, for example, if you have somebody who's born with like this underlying gender incongruence, who has a predisposition to being kind of like good at coping with mental health adversities, that incongruence might manifest as more discomfort. Because when I say dysphoria, I'm talking about the clinically significant like the criteria, because we can have a whole debate. I think dysphoria as like just the construct of like, like feeling distress. Yeah, I'm talking about diagnosis.
I think I agree with you, and this has always been the problem. Initially, trans medicalists only had themselves to blame, but like the problem is that trans medicalism quickly becomes hardcore gatekeeping. Where, and I agree with you, it might be possible that somebody might have an incongruence, but they're not like thinking like, I'm gonna fucking kill myself because this is so horrible. It's more just like, fuck, this sucks. But whether it's because of their resilience or who they are, they can deal with it better. I do agree that it's bad to be a trans person that says you need dysphoria, and when I say dysphoria, I mean you better be ready to fucking slit your throat because of how much you hate yourself. Otherwise, you're not a real trans person. That type of gatekeeping is really toxic. I do agree with that. Yeah.
That's why I say there's different kinds of people. Like,
Sure.
I do consider myself a transsexual, more medical side of that, and we have newer trans people who don't want to have or have dysphoria.
But Destiny, you
just
were
want
on
to,
I kind of went on a really like niche little thing there, but Destiny, you were in general kind of going on this point though, where like there are trans people who, I think it's more about the trans people who have something immutable, integral to them, like that is unchangeable. It is unchangeable.
But then you have all these other people that are referring to, like, I think when you and Buck, when you guys are talking about like this integrated idea of gender, it's fundamentally different than this new age of person that is talking about like they have autism gender, or they have like deer gender, or like their genders are when they say gender, what they're really talking about is like forms of expression, which is fine. You can express it, that's awesome. But it's not like your gender. It's a fundamentally different thing, right? You don't have dysphoria because you don't have the same tail that Bambi had. In the same way that a trans person might have dysphoria because they feel like their body is not matching the sex that is being like expressed.
Right,
in
and
mind.
both are calling themselves the same thing, even though they have completely different needs.
Exactly.
And that's the problem,
Needs
because
and
you guys are
communities,
conflating gender ideology as like all these people who are calling themselves trans, when there's like kind of two separate groups, and they need to be labeled as different things, because it's it's not one's fake and one's not real. It's just that both are real, but they're different things.
So trans people now identify as trans. I don't identify as trans. I identify as a man. So the newer generation, a lot of
that makes more sense as why Buck doesn't identify as like a transgender and like a transsexual, because there's a desire for some trans people to want to differentiate like their experience with probably gender dysphoria versus other people's experience without that, which is something that I was like, I used to be like, I don't, I think people with gender dysphoria are more valid, and people who don't have gender dysphoria aren't. But now I'm like, I see how it's more under the trans blanket, but I don't think that would be a problem if they came up with like a term for people like that had gender dysphoria as their transness, because it would like kind of differentiate. And it can seem like there are some people that are trans, maybe they're non-binary, but it doesn't really manifest itself in any like massive way, who they kind of like walk into the community and they're like, I have your experience, so I could talk about all these issues, when they don't represent people at all, and then they kind of speak on things that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
These youngsters identify as trans, and so there's their difference too. I think they take it on as identity choice. It was never an identity choice for me. It was always a way, a means to become a man, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about these two different groups without addressing, some of the issues. Is validity? Is there validity to one group versus the other? Does one group merit childhood treatment over the other? I say no.
Well, I mean, somebody without gender dysphoria doesn't need any treatment other than like maybe fucking changing something slightly, like from a social, like who cares if a kid socially transitions? Like if my fucking son or my daughter wanted to go to school more feminine or masculine, like whatever, it is what it is. Like let them do their thing. A lot of times kids are just experimenting too, and like allowing them to experiment might actually help them like to feel themselves out and understand themselves better. You know what I mean? So like what does the validity have to mean? Like we're not asking for drugs or hormones for fucking socially transitioned people. So
there isn't a way to identify the difference between these two groups, except with after the fact criteria and judgments about the other. And
not after the fact. You could have a kid go in for psychological evaluation, and they can tell you.
Oh yeah, psychological evaluation.
Well, like, do we think that kids should be given any kind of psychiatric drugs at all, like below the age of 18? Because you can't really tell somebody has chronic depression.
I think it depends on I think transitioning is inherently harmful to the body. So
yeah, it is.
It is. Right, so there has to be a trade-off. I definitely
medical. Well, we don't even talk about that. What about putting testosterone in the body?
Yeah, I mean,
I think to call it harmful, I think that's a value judgment. I think it's
yes,
what if a
it is,
has
but that's how we decide what is harmful and what is not. We make a value judgment of like, well, would I want that to happen to me? And if enough of us say no, then we
but then like if okay, so I get what they're saying. It could be bad for the body in some capacity. It can kind of like alter the way that your body may develop in some capacity. But then on the other hand, if it has a profoundly positive impact on their mental health, then like it would still, from a value perspective, it would be more valuable. You just don't value it because it wouldn't be a positive for your mental health because you don't identify with this issue. So that would be kind of the issue there. Where the fuck am I supposed to go with Dago? Why do I have two ship options? What the hell is
it
this?
is harmful.
Yeah, but I mean, like for stuff that fucks with your brain chemistry, right? Like if we're talking about like SSRIs,
testosterone.
I'm saying like, what about like all forms of psychiatric drugs?
Yeah, they are all somewhat harmful to differing degrees. But I would say getting surgery is like definitionally harmful in some way, unless you start defining your sex organs as things that like aren't you or aren't really part of you, and then you're removing like a growth.
You're not putting value on how like severe the dysphoria is.
Yes.
Like,
Right. Well, I'm sorry.
the dysphoria is more harmful
yes,
than the surgery.
That's true. So
Hopefully, that's a great point.
I don't value that much. That's true. But also,
isn't that a problem?
Yeah. So if you're asking me, then like it's never worth it. But I'm talking about how we define it as like a society. We have to have some evaluation of harm versus how badly you need it versus how old you are.
But that's why I think it's important for
believe
people
that
like me to be visible, so people can see it did help me, and I am here, and I am alive, and I am functioning, and I am a big part of the world. Even though I will agree with you, long-term use of testosterone has done things to my body that is not okay. But that being said, I'm willing to take that on as a person who needs it. I'm willing to take on the negative effects of the testosterone on my body, and that's my choice as an adult to do that. So I agree with you on that, but I also want people to understand that it's really important for us to be in the world so people can see, wow, Buck really did do this. I might not agree with it, but it really changed his life. He really became a good person. He's alive and he's happy. And that's what I want really the world to see. You don't ever have to agree with me. All you have to do is understand that it saved my life.
Yes, but so I think Nick is getting at how do we define these two groups? Calvin's saying that we can just do an evaluation, but like we don't. That's evaluation. But that's like who's doing the evaluating? Do they believe in this? Do they believe in this shit or not? As would be my first question.
There's a problem with psychologists nowadays, where there's a lot of psychologists out there who will just affirm, and they won't take the time to explore like what else, all the possible mental health issues that could be going on with a person who wants to transition at a young age.
There's a problem with psychologists today in which there are some who will not affirm no matter what. They insist on exploring, and they just will not affirm the gender when we know that gender dysphoria is real, and they will not get on board. Instead, they insist on other types of treatment, and that is the problem right now. This is a psychology problem. And with that little hot mic drop, I have to go, gentlemen, because I have 1 hour and 13 minutes to spend with my wife before I have to do my own show. Mr. Girl, it's been an absolute pleasure to the panel. I love all of you. You're all very transgender and super gay, and just like as the only black man here, I have to sign off. All right, guys.
Thank you for coming.
You're hilarious, dude.
Funny.
I gotta leave too, my friend.
All right. Well, thank you for coming
Thanks
as
for
well.
having me.
I guess
it was great to meet you. I really appreciate it.
Contact me. Okay, thanks you guys.
Okay.
Thanks a lot for coming to
I
spend
appreciate
time.
meeting all of you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I guess
Bye,
it's the end, huh?
Now that those guys are gone, we can really get into the kids.
I would
right?
love to talk to you, Mr. Girl, about this, because I know you're a psychology major. You were a psychology major, right?
Well, no, he actually had clinical training. We found that out the other
That's
day.
not true.
Extensive clinical training. But
Why did he quit?
One of my fans came up with a conspiracy theory that
why doesn't he understand why we diagnose things? Like based on the foundation of success and like what's better for them rather than just like leaning into what they want. I don't understand. Wow. Okay. Is that why he didn't do anything with it? I wonder why.
I failed psychologist, and Stephen really likes the idea.
Yeah, you were terminated for ethical violations, probably.
Exactly.
Okay, I believe that there needs to be a really huge overhaul of the gender dysphoria. So I'm so what's the word? I am so passionate about this. I believe that like they should really focus on honing in the gender dysphoria criteria and like in the DSM. And on top of that, this is something I've like kind of proposed, and I don't know 100% how they do this, but I think there should be a way to not only measure if someone has dysphoria, but to measure the severity of it. Like if they could take all these traits that you could possibly be dysphoric about, whether it's your secondary sex characteristics, your genitals, your just certain traits, and like evaluate how severe the dysphoria is on each of those different like.
Okay, so we plug it into a formula, and then we say, oh, you know what, we're dysphoric enough.
It's the best.
We're almost dysphoric enough to transition, but
well, no, but it would be a way to like
come back when it's a little worse.
It would be a way to help somebody. It would be a way to help determine how like if to say like, okay, this is
something. Like what I thought this guy just said was like, hey, you know, you'd have like a strict guideline of how like you diagnose somebody. Mr. Girl's like, oh, I guess you're not dysphoric enough. Come back later. Like, why is that an insult? That's like literally the fucking desired outcome that you'd want. I don't understand.
Criteria and like in the DSM, and on top of that, this is something I've like kind of proposed, and I don't know 100% how they do this, but I think there should be a way to not only measure if someone has dysphoria, but to measure the severity of it. Like if they can take all these traits that you could possibly be dysphoric about, whether it's your secondary sex characteristics, your genitals, your just certain traits, and like evaluate how severe the dysphoria is on each of those different like.
Okay, so we plug it.
Well, usually I think you would do that during like through the journey of like, you know, how far do you feel like you need to go? You start transition, then you kind of feel it out as you go over time. I don't know if you have to get like a formula right off the bat. And you know, I explained it before. Like you have like your expectations versus like the reality, and the therapist tries to really win, etc. You know, but okay.
Formula, and then we say, oh, you know what, we're dysphoric enough.
It's the best.
But we're almost dysphoric enough to transition, but.
Well, no, but it would be a way
come
to like
back when it's a little worse.
It would be a way to help somebody. It would be a way to help determine how like if to say like, okay, this is imminent. This is
I
imminent.
think the problem is I don't think he thinks this is a real thing. So you guys are having like a conversation that's way past the point.
Is there anything you could say that's anything?
No, well, my argument would be over whether or not being trans is real, right? Because if you think it's real, and if he's a reasonable person, which I think he is, if you think it's real, then there must be some question or some diagnostic criteria that we could use to differentiate between people that are actually trans and are just having confusing issues as a teenager. But the problem is Mr. Girl sees all of this rests on some spectrum, and there's not like, this is the trans part, and the only way to treat them is medically, and these are the non-trans people. He sees it all as just like, a lot of people have a lot of kind of fucked up problems, a lot of problems with their bodies, some of us have eating disorders, some of us wish we were women, some of us whatever, and it's just kind of stuff that we have to learn to live with in life, and we don't use like medicine to treat every single potential thing. If somebody walked into the office and said, fuck, I watched all the Pirates of the Caribbean movie and I really want an eye patch and a peg leg, can you chop my shit up? The doctor would never say, okay, fine, we'll do that. That's just something that you have to learn to live with. That's kind of like the side that he's presenting.
You get me, Steven.
I know, I try.
And I mean, then what's the point of your like of having the conversation then if you're not going to budge on it? You know what I mean?
Well, you're here to budge him.
Well, yeah, that you're here to.
But I mean, I'm sitting here.
Change my mind.
I think it's mostly like for content. You know, we're all here for that. But then also, he's here just so that he can like, you know, to try to budge you into thinking that you, I guess, try to gaslight you to think you're not really trans. You just gotta cope. I don't know.
Well,
I mean,
the conversation was supposed to be.
I don't think that's an issue of his perspective. I think it's more is that like sometimes he'll almost pretend that he's like trans affirming. He'll be like, okay, but I think that like there are just unreasonable trans people every time you talk about trans people. But he's really just using like the unreasonable trans people as an excuse to invalidate reasonable trans or unreasonable trans people. You know what I'm saying? We've talked about it like 100 times. And so that's where like the disconnect comes in. It's like he kind of goes through this facade of making it seem like he's trans affirming for some people without you actually thinking so, like without actually explicitly saying it. That's kind of what it comes down to. Yeah, and that's why people keep getting confused and like thinking he actually wants to have a conversation about, you know, in some way of trans people being validated, but he doesn't. He keeps making that like clear, and then he kind of like, you know, makes it unclear again, and then it just kind of go back and forth.
About Transcel culture.
Yeah.
So
well,
and so are the freedom to have this conversation.
Yeah.
And whether that's like do you, I know you think I'm wrong. Do you think I'm so wrong that I should be banned, or do you think I'm so wrong that I should like?
Well, no.
You're right. So that's what the discussion was originally supposed to be about. But yeah, we can be like, I'm happy to get into the weeds, but I don't know. I haven't changed.
If you
my
really
mind
wanted to
so
do a
far.
panel like this, you needed to grab the demon mamas of the world and bring them on.
please bring her here, please.
No,
she won't come
into
get
a chat
on with me.
Oh,
She
she's
won't get on
definitely
with
not
me.
coming in here. Yeah.
She banned me multiple
Yeah.
times.
You never know.
I just want to say I want to give a huge shout out tonight, okay, to Dick, who I know has suffered.
Hi, Dick.
Have you ever been in a conversation like this for this long before?
I'm gonna go identify as an alcoholic after this.
Oh my god.
This is the easiest stream I've ever done.
I will say that conversations about cancel culture have the like potential to be the best conversations, but the problem is you'll never get the people that hate each other on the same panel, so they're always horrible. Because
Because of
Talk to
cancel
Demon
culture.
Mama.
yeah, but I mean, like the problem is the people that want to cancel us will never come on and talk to us, and if they did, it would be exciting. It'd be screaming matches.
That's
like
true.
I think you should be fucking banned from this. Like, oh yeah, well why do you think I should be banned? Fuck you, you know. But those two worlds like never collide.
Are you mad?
It's like,
Are you mad?
yeah.
Well, I don't think we need a moderator anymore, Dick. If you want, do you want to?
I'm gonna hop off and grab food.
Well, I was going to ask you. Do you want to say what you think about any of this stuff?
No, because I don't want to lose my Patreon. I do have one question, Calvin. You think you can get transitioning drugs as a teenager, right? You think that's good, as I understand your reasoning for it.
I think that it's good
Very
for certain people. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think there should be a lower limit to when you can get a beer? Like if you're getting transitioning drugs at 15, can I get a Tecate at 15?
I just think.
I mean, maybe honestly. I mean, you know, I don't know. You know, my perspective, to be absolutely honest with you, is that I think that it makes sense to have a rule of like 21 to have alcohol. I do personally think that maybe you should be able to have alcohol as long as you're under the supervision of your parents around you. I don't think that's a bad thing. I drank when I was like 15, 16 years old around me, and like I was under supervision. You know, I theoretically I did that, and like I when I hit like 21, I was over it. You know what I mean? Like if that makes any sense. So I don't like maybe. I don't think it's necessarily so bad as long as you have like your own adult supervision. I mean, there could be really bad parents, so they can get into a little bit of a sussy area there, but
There's a difference because like, one is medically necessary and one is.
Yes or no, Calvin?
It's
Honestly,
true.
fuck it. I used to drink at
It's a
15.
disease, my friend. I don't know if you're up to the literature on that.
Yeah, but I don't think we
Legalize
treat
all drugs.
alcoholism with more alcohol. Well, if you're an alcoholic, you do, I guess. I guess we call that self-medication, huh? Hey, if they're kids are buying HRT online, yeah, maybe. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
That's good to talk. Good to talk to all of you. Good to meet you, Calvin.
Nice
Good
to meet
show.
you, Dick.
Thank you for hitting it out of the park, Dick. I really appreciate it.
I did good reading on your questions, right?
Yes, you're great at reading.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Have a good one.
Okay, well, that was a definitely interesting conversation. Very cool. Very cool. No, the argument isn't a good one, but it's a lot of the arguments weren't good. So I guess that's just kind of like we gotta cope. All right, well that was a fun experience. I think I don't even know how long we've been streaming for that whole thing. For a while probably. Oh, that's not what I want to look at. These things are so slow. Holy fuck! How do I look at how long we've been looking? I don't even know. How do you see how long you've been fucking streaming for? Why is that not a thing? Anyway, oh, for 4 hours. Fantastic. All right. Well, fun times. I'm going to bang out here, obviously, and go to sleep and try to wake up early and stream on Twitch probably. But this was fun. This was different. I like this. I appreciate everybody who stopped by. I really do appreciate it. Take care, guys, all right? Mwah.